Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and pals of all ages, I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined here tonight by Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens. It is the moment you've been waiting for all season, NECC Overwatch Finals time. Berkeley, how you feeling, my friend?
Nuke, fantastic. I mean, we got the match we were hoping we would have for weeks now. We're going to have Huntington University taking on East Stroudsburg University, the Warriors. This is the Navigators Yellow Division Final. And Nuke, a little bit about these teams. One, ESU is a team that has just mowed over Navigators competition since last fall. They made a deep playoff run. And this is Huntington's first semester competing in NECC. And Nuke, just tell us the kind of Overwatch they play, because it is otherworldly.
You're absolutely right, Berkeley. It is absolutely unreal. For this division, their coach has got to have 500 IQ brain because the type of Overwatch they play is not straightforward. It is very methodical. It is very on your toes, very unique, and they play the most off the wall things that you would not expect in this division. Same with ESU, though. ESU has pulled out strats all season, very similar to Huntington. And I think we predicted it, what was it, week 4, that we would see these two in the finals all
Yeah,
season
I,
coming
I
up to
think it
this point.
was. I think it was back in week three. Actually, I think that was our first time casting Huntington. Just an insane team that immediately was just carving up maps with Symmetra teleporters and Lucio speed boosts. Like no one else at this rank is really capable of doing with that kind of synergy. I mean, they came out of the gate opening competition, their first time competing in a league, and they're just doing things that we really have not seen many Navigators teams do. So ESU, the Warriors, I mean, they are a tried and true Navigators just true grit team that can hang with the best of them. But tonight, it surely will be a great championship match because I could not ask for two better teams to be competing for a final, Nuke. And going into the bracket to see how we actually got here, who these teams took down to end up in this position they're currently in. Huntington in the semifinals beat Arcadia Academy. That was a forfeit. They're a little bit bummed out that they didn't get to actually play that semifinal match, but in the opening round, Huntington beat Greenville 3-0, which we expected. Nuke, I do believe that was the
Mhm.
game that we actually casted in week 3. And then tell us a little bit about how ESU made their way to the final.
Going into the final, ESU had an all but perfect season. They would have had a perfect season going into playoffs, but they lost to Huntington in week 2, 2-3. So going into playoffs, they were the second seed. Very, very close for comfort match in the first round against CCE Green, narrowly making that 3-2. And then, as you can see, they went into the semifinals last week against Clark Chromatic, 3-1 in that match, which has led them to this moment. Everything has led to Huntington, and ESU is ready and sharpening their swords.
Yeah, and who is going to be holding those sharp swords tonight? Let's take a look at our lineups. And here we're going to start with, of course, Huntington. Prozac, the captain for this team, one of the damage dealers, really just a good leader on this team, has a positive attitude, almost impossible to tilt. That's what his teammates say. So really just
Mhm.
kind of keeps the team collected. And then we're going to have a tank duo of T-Brain and Trash Boat. Ginger will be the damage dealer alongside Prozac. And then we're going to have Doxic. She will be supporting alongside X Michael. Nuke, who do we have for the Warriors?
On the side of the ESU Warriors, we have at the top Disabato, DH Kavka, Vanilla Jack, Halbert 47, Deadly Pants, and Michael. It is going to be a match for the ages as both of these rosters have had an amazing season leading up to this point. And if you look at both of the rosters, primarily junior to sophomore level. On the side of ESU, little bit of a younger team where Huntington maybe has a 1-year advantage on them. But like you said earlier, Berkeley, Huntington, this is their first season in the NECC.
Yeah, it's their first season, and as we get into our predictions here on who we think is going to win this opening match and then the two following it, it's kind of shocking that we see some brand new competition come into the league, and we've got 3 out of 4 casters tonight picking Huntington to win against ESU, and ESU, they're a tried and true Navigators team, right? They are just a final boss pretty much every season they come into this league, so for Huntington to show up and just bring this amped up level of play, something we really haven't seen too much, is just shocking. I mean, Nuke, you picked him as well as I did. Not to show any bias, it's just we've just been wowed by this team for 9 weeks straight throughout the regular season, and in playoffs, they haven't disappointed either. So it's really just tough to go against them right now because they do play a kind of Overwatch that you can't prepare for in scrims. They've got this creative flair to their game that your scrim partner's not going to be helping you practice very much unless you just go, hey, try to execute the most ridiculous stuff you can, because that's the only way we can prepare for Huntington, and it's just such a tough task.
Well, that goes into preparation for collegiate esports, right, Berkeley? I've talked about this numerous times being an esports director. If you come in prepared, ready, set mentals, and with a game plan, you're going to prevail on top 100%.
Yeah, I mean, and a game plan is something that both of these teams obviously have. ESU is one of the best VOD reviewing teams. I mean, they can practice to their opponent with the best of them. They've been doing it now for over a year. And tonight, Nuke, these matches are special because this is where hundreds of hours of practice in scrimmages, in video review comes into play just to win this one particular match. And then after this, we've got a little bit of a lull before the national championships where our two divisions, the Navigators and other divisions, come together and face off for the big title. But here, I mean, everything is on the line. Everything both of these two teams have worked for, all their passion that they put into their programs, it's going to be on the line tonight. So it's going to be exciting match after match. And we're kicking things off here on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, they banned Oasis going into this map. So, this is the decision they made was Lijiang. And I couldn't ask for a better first map. I know, Berkeley, you and I both prefer this map, and there's a lot of information you can get from Lijiang Tower and the different various comps you can play. You can play Brawl, you can play Dive. Heck, you can even run Double Bubble if you'd like. But more than likely, we will see a Symmetra on both sides of the field, which lead me to believe we're going to see more of a Brawl comp. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think for Night Market, the map you see right here, and then of course Gardens, that map that has both of those bridges along the coast, a lot of teams like to run the Symmetra just because there's just difficult parts of the map to navigate. Here on Gardens, the left side of your screen right now is almost something you can't even use unless you have a Symmetra or you have a complete dive composition. So I think you're going to get a little bit of a tank, just variety in this map. Control center here, you're going to have your Brawl compositions. It's a staple, but the DPS really have a lot of flexibility on Lijiang Tower, so it's a good time to figure out the strengths and weaknesses of a team. And of course, in playoffs, in a pick ban map system, that's really what you're looking to get out of this first map.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a big sway either way, Berkeley, for who wins the first map, because it could dictate the entire direction of the series moving forward. Sure, we say all the time, the first map is just for information. And yes, that is true. However, you want that first map win, because if you take it in that first map, that gives you a massive advantage moving forward into the rest of the series.
And you want to make a statement too. You want to have just
True.
a very strong composition that kind of puts a little bit of fear in your opponent, something where they want to pick maps around that composition. They don't want to mess with your best tool in your tool belt. So I think that's what we're going to see here. We've got a Pharah on one side. Prozac is going to be a hit scan for Huntington. We're going to have a very interesting DPS duel matching up on this first control center map. Not going to lie, not the compositions I'm expecting to see Huntington a little more so than ESU, but ESU showing us something that is creative in its own right, and we've been talking of Huntington as the creative team in this matchup.
Yeah, and you're right. This is a roster I was not expecting to see on the side of the Warriors. It looks like they're going to opt for more of that pharmacy comp, whereas Huntington is going to opt for more of that Brawl composition, as we were talking about earlier. Falling extremely low is going to be Ginger at the beginning, actually falling to their death first. Michael going to take out DH Kavka. It's going to be an even point, but swaying in the side of Huntington as they are going to cap.
And right now, Prozac is doing a little hijinks here, going around on the flank, trying to get into the back line of ESU. Makes it back to his team safely there, and it looks like Huntington, they're going to be holding this first objective fairly well here, but I like what ESU is doing. They're not wavering from this good position they've taken. They're not retreating in this fight. They know that Michael and DH Kafka are going to be able to get back no problem, and this actually sets up a very good second engagement here.
Yeah, the very quick second engagement, as well as they've only wasted about 20 seconds. Prozac getting a nice kill on DH Kavka might set the pace for the rest of this fight.
and it still is just ESU having a little bit of trouble knowing when to get off this high ground and really contest the objectives. A couple of members have been traded out here, and it looks like Huntington are just using the pillar right in the center of this objective as some natural cover to keep themselves safe, or else this ESU high ground would be so threatening. But now Vanilla Jack pops the gravitic flux high in the sky, goes everyone on Huntington, but they recover as Prozac lays down a pair of warriors, and he's looking to find more, going around the flank here, trying to find some more value on the high ground. It still looks like Huntington has this fight.
Absolutely. Prozac actually going through an absolute tear, ensuring all of the warriors have taken their medicine today. It's going to be Doxic running on the wall rides as we see, and that's 70% on the side of Huntington. Berkeley, ESU looking like they're playing really timid and really scared for finals.
They definitely were just not playing the aggression properly on that high ground, and Huntington sensed that. They smelled blood in the water after a couple of eliminations were found in that last fight, and then Prozac went on a god-tier flank and found 2 more picks to close that one out. Now they're stepping it up, playing incredibly aggressively. T-Brain's bomb is going to take down DH Kavka. Now there's just 7 seconds to play in our opening round of Li Jiang. I'm not sure if the Warriors recover from this.
No, the Warriors actually look like they didn't even realize the time bank that they had left, and they're not even going to make it to point in time. The Warriors need to get their head in the game going to finals. It feels like they're just a little too stiff right now, and this control maps may help them with relaxing a little bit, getting into the groove, finding their pace, because that's going to be essential going into these payload maps, Berkeley.
Yeah, and Control is a great kind of map where we were talking about kind of feeling out your opponent for their strengths and weaknesses, but it's also a good time to identify what yours might be in this matchup. So ESU on that last fight, they held a position of the map that had a potential to find a lot of value up on that high ground in Control Center, but they never really made an opportune play from it. What I'm looking for them to do here on Night Market is actually just get a little thirstier for these kills, even if it causes you some deaths, or even if it causes you the first round here. This is a best of 7. You've got a long game of Overwatch ahead of you. Just really try and find those eliminations and take the fight to Huntington. You can't be afraid in a final.
I feel as though their comp will incite more of a aggression stance, as they are going to run more of a brawl. Disabato getting extremely low and falling to the ground. T-Brain bringing the T-Pain once again. It's Huntington looking like they're going to cap this first point pretty handedly. However, as we've talked about before, Berkeley, yes, you will back up. It's the most OP thing you can do, and regroup as a roster to take this point back as soon as possible.
And they made one switch. Halbert going over to the Reaper here, opting off the Symmetra. I kind of like that move here. Just give your Brawl a little more damage up front so Huntington can't chase down kills on your front line as easily. Send Michael on a flank like it looks like they're doing, and open up some more angles on this objective.
Yeah, they've noticed that Disabato is just getting run down by this Huntington roster. They need a little bit of reinforcement for it, and having Halbert in that front line may prove valuable. That will be Disabato falling, and Halbert extremely low trying to get out. Ginger on an absolute spree with a 4K.
Oh my god, the microwave is on power level 10 right now. Ginger with that beam just gets a 5K midway through this round, and now Huntington's ult economy is looking almost unbreakable. They're going to have 6 on the board coming up in this next fight, and it's going to be very hard for ESU to get something going here at this point in the round.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that the Warriors are going to have a hard time dealing with spicy food. Ginger is not allowing any movement from the Warriors. But looking on the side of the ultimates, we're going to see a couple popped from Huntington. The Warriors do have 4 at their disposal, so this is their chance, if any, to retake this point.
Yeah, ult economy's been evened out. A nice fire strike there, scorches Doxic, and now Michael comes in the back line, gets the boop onto Prozac, and ultimates are starting to fly here for the Warriors, and they get a clean fight victory to take this objective for the first time.
Absolutely. In fact, they didn't lose a single member, it looked like, that entire fight. Maybe Deadly Pants had fallen earlier, but got to point before the fight had broken out. The Warriors actually taking that fight with 2 ultimates to spare. And that's going to be huge for defending the point, as Huntington now has 4 at their disposal walking around this corner.
Oh, I was looking at the HP that entire time, and just DH Kavka's bar was getting lower and lower. And who makes the play other than Prozac here? But countering as a barrage from Michael goes down in the works, but it looks like kills are being found for ESU. DiSabato lays down a slam, but isn't able to charge through the eliminations there. Now it's going to be Huntington speed boosting onto it and just brawling away at the ESU Warriors. And it looks like the flip is imminent here, but it's not quite final fight.
Yeah, the synergy between Doxic and Trashboat is just uncontested right now. The speed boosts are on point, and truthfully, Prozac would have taken out Michael sooner if it wasn't for the reload. And as I said, that Prozac taking out Michael in this fight, Trashboat will have the Earth Shatter and bring the hammer in this potentially final fight. But it's looking like they're not even going to need it. Huntington Esports taking this first map 2-0.
Victory.
A good start there for Huntington, and that is kind of what I expected. I did think that ESU was going to be the team in this game that had to make the adjustments if they want to start taking maps off Huntington, but I mean, this play of the game just deserves a moment of silence as Ginger fries the Warriors.
Yeah, all they see is red, and all Ginger sees is red. Blood in the eyes and spice in their throats. That's gonna sting a little bit. The ESU has to figure out what their options are going to be moving forward, Berkeley, because they have to be aggressive if they want to take these finals.
Yeah, I think aggression is going to be very important for them. Of course, it's hard to play that mistake-free kind of Overwatch when you have to amp up your aggression, but kills have to be found. It looked like ESU did a good job there when they had a ton of ultimates to burn on that one fight that they won on Night Market, but you got to find a way to win those mid-fights without using 3 or 4 ultimates, or else you're going to be relying on an ult economy that isn't going to come around enough for you to actually close out these maps in the long run.
Absolutely. And I think that they kind of showed their hand a little bit in terms of what comps they wanted to play. They ran that Sigma Diva at the very, very beginning of Control Center. Truthfully, I don't know if that was the best play because that now shows a little bit that that was weak going into these other maps. And it shows that Huntington can just run this brawl comp and run it straight through them.
Yeah, and I mean, that Sigma composition as well, it's a lot of frontline pokes, so you really have to coordinate when your Sigma is going to be throwing up and dropping that shield, because Prozac, that's precision damage dealing that he is doing on the Cole Cassidy. I mean, those Peacekeeper shots are coming through the front line and hitting those squishies in the back line fairly easily, it looks like. So a little more coordination on the tank and cooldowns to make sure that those windows are getting smaller and smaller for Huntington to actually feed damage through. So ESU, they've got a few adjustments they could make. I do like how they're trying to run a pharmacy against a very good hit scan that shows that they are at least not afraid. They were playing a little timid in Li Jiang, but I think that hero pick alone shows that that's really not the team they are. So I'm looking for them to amp it up here going into our next map.
I believe they will as well. We are, of course, waiting on the bans. If you are just now tuning in, which it's finals, why would you just now be tuning in? But if you are, there is a pick ban system going with these maps, and it looks like they will be going on to the same sides as we move into the next map, but that is still to be determined.
It actually looks like just now Huntington banned Junkertown, which I love to see because that's my least favorite map in Overwatch. I don't want to see Double Shield Bastion on a payload at all tonight. This is the finals. Give us some flair. And we're actually going to be going over to Route 66. Still could have a Bastion pirate ship, but I think we're going to be going with a lot more heroes that have a little bit more flanking potential, because I think that's what Route 66 is known for.
Absolutely. And like you said, Berkeley, I want a little bit of flair. I want both of these teams to get up, go in the kitchen, open the fridge, and show me their sauce.
Yeah, and bring it. Bring it. And for the Warriors, it is time. It's got to be spicy, because we already know Huntington, they've got so much spice on their roster. Like you were saying with the pun, Ginger bringing it. The spicy food in that first map was tough for the Warriors to swallow. But here, they're looking to right their palate, find those eliminations, be more aggressive like Nuke and I were talking about, and start taking the fight to Huntington. Play your game of Overwatch. This is a final. You got here for a reason. Trust your team to be good and just go after those eliminations.
Absolutely. I think that it's going to come down to how sweet the Warriors play and how aggressive Vanilla Jack is on this tank composition. But going into Route 66, we could see a little bit of a difference, and we are, in fact. ESU will be running a dive comp with Vanilla Jack on that Diva. Like I said, digging those sweets, looking for that sweet victory. Vanilla Jack may find it for the Warriors in this next map. And it looks like this comp runs a little bit better, Berkeley. They're going to be running the Pharmacy with a dive, which works, in my opinion, a little bit better.
I think it does too. My thing with Pharah is you've got to hit a direct rocket, and then you have to have other heroes in your composition that can just pounce onto whatever target was hit. If it's a squishy, it's going to be sitting at a nice 50 HP if your Pharah was damage boosted. So that's easy work for Disabato or Vanilla Jack to just jump in there on their dive tanks and confirm that kill. So I like this new look for the Warriors here on this more open map.
Absolutely, and Huntington switching up their comp as well. We hadn't even chatted about it, but Trashboat going to be on the Sigma, and T-Brain switching over to the Orisa. So double shield. Looks like they're running more of a poke comp with Ginger, probably trying to cause a little bit of havoc in that backline.
Yeah, and don't be too surprised if Trashboat actually ventures into the backline either. This Huntington team plays double shield at a level that not a lot of Navigators teams have played. They like to separate those two shields quite often and take off angles with their tanks, not just relying on their DPS to do all the flanking. It's a really unique style that they play.
Yeah, I think that as well, ESU, speaking of styles, maybe at a bit of a disadvantage attacking first on this map. This is what Huntington is known for. If you're just now tuning in, Huntington is absolutely known for their off-the-wall strats when it comes to these payload maps. So with them being attacking second, that allows some capabilities for some sauce that we haven't seen.
Here's an aggressive play of the nano boost onto the Winston. Disabato goes right up to the high ground, and Paparama just teleports up there as Reaper not dealt with, finding 2 eliminations, and it looks like just cleaning house here. This is the change the Warriors had to make, and they execute here on the second fight of Route 66.
It was absolutely beautiful as well. The coordination coming out from the Warriors is nothing short of what they'll need this entire series if they want the W. Great res coming out from Kavka, because that would be a long walk back for Deadly Pants, and they need to contest now, not allowing Huntington any wiggle room to get back on this payload.
And Huntington might be coming back with some ultimates too. Prozac will have that tack visor, probably looking to get up onto a high ground before they pop it, and there they are on the flank, on the high ground, gunning down DH Kafka, make it. Both backline supports are gone on the side of the Warriors, and now it's just complete off-angle setups for the Warriors, but it looks like they're starting to bounce back in this fight. A couple of ultimates expended, and this one right now is evened up. 4-4, make it 4-3, and the exclamation point, Vanilla Jack gets the payload for the Warriors with a big self-destruct.
Vanilla Jack attack with the 3K is going to lead ESU to landing that first sweet checkpoint in Route 66. Like you had said though, Berkeley, that was an absolutely beautiful play from Prozac, who's formerly on the Soldier 76, now going to switch over to the Cole Cassidy, and said, you know, as Disabato's going to dive me, I'm going to at least take out both of the supports before I go down. It was a great play indeed, but ESU was able to bind together and make it work no matter what. Prozac finding a couple of kills as ESU tries to continue this push.
This is what I've been talking about with Prozac. This guy is a stud on the Cole Cassidy. I love the switch. Off the legs, onto the Cole Cassidy, now just being aggressive right in the wings of Trashboat. Has that shield to throw up if they need to, but Prozac is a frontline brawler anytime they're on the Cole Cassidy, and Michael and DH Kafka playing 2 birds. They look like easy targets for Prozac. They've got to play the natural cover so perfectly to stay out of his line of sight.
Absolutely, and we saw that even with the tactical visor, not even just the Cole Cassidy. I think Prozac's aim is just cracked. He knows exactly what he's doing and lands those shots for this Huntington team, and you need that for the level of coordination they're about to pull. As I say this, Michael wrapping around the side, looking for maybe a cheeky play, but gonna be met with another Michael, ex-Michael, saying, get out of here.
Prozac popping the Deadeye, taking down another pair, but ESU Warriors could buy back into this fight with a big ultimate. It does look like Michael and Paparama are just poking around the backline, knowing that there's value to be found here, but instead they choose the wiser here as DH Kobka goes down. They're going to regroup.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle having Michaels on both sides. looking at
I was thinking that.
Yeah, I was also thinking that. I was like, man, this is going to be a little tough, but definitely worth it. These teams have punched their ticket to this finals, and all of the players are deserving. Now, looking at this ult economy on both sides, Huntington at a bit of a disadvantage going into this fight. ESU has bode their time well and waited for the right opportunity. This could be it. Paparama going and dropping the Death Blossom. Fields of Flowers are flourishing, and ESU taking down 4, count them, maybe 5, as they're going to continue this push and keep Huntington on the back foot.
I want to point out a big difference in the Warriors composition this time around, and it is Deadly Pants on the Ana. As we noticed, Prozac here just doing a little bit of sneaky stuff here. Might get this kill on the Paparama, does indeed, but now ESU might be hunting for Prozac, and it looks like that is the case here. But back to the point I was making, hopefully before this next fight transpires, is the nano boosts for Deadly Pants have been huge. They've won them 2 fights, both times that ultimate has been used, and honestly, that's the kind of change they needed to amp up their aggression.
Oh no, it's Prozac versus the Pharmacy. Is Prozac going to be able to do it? Yeah, it looks like he's going to get out of the way, and it looks like Huntington is going to squeeze past that, pushes T-Brain, going to take out DH Kavka, and that's going to be ESU in a really comparable situation.
Yeah, that puts them with just 45 seconds left here, and what Prozac did there was played spacing perfectly. I mean, you get that elimination there onto Paparama early in that fight, and you've got such a large bounty on your head. Everyone on ESU was turned around looking for that Cole Cassidy, and they weren't focused on the 5 members of Huntington coming out of spawn. That made that an easy fight victory. Now ESU has a tall task of taking this point. They've only got 20 seconds to do it.
With Michael having Barrage still online, as is Kavka, this may be the only chance they get to utilize it. They have held this since the beginning of the first point touch, so I'm a little concerned as to whether or not they're going to find value. There's the ultimate now. Paparama will find 2 with the stick headshots. Trash Boat responding with a Gravitic Flux on point, but it's looking like ESU coming out on top. The 4v3 situation. Ginger trying to get out as much damage as possible before falling. Overtime is ticking, and ESU has 4 on the payload. Will Huntington make it back in time, Berkeley?
I don't think they're going to. Again, what I want to point out is a nano boost was used in that fight and the Warriors won it. So what Huntington has to do is realize that that's coming to play, and they have to find a way to shut down DeSabato, because that nano boost is going onto the Winston every single time it's used, and it's finding massive value. I mean, that main tank is jumping right into the Huntington backline and finding kills onto squishies.
Absolutely, and it's so fast. They're not ready for it. Whoa, wait. Hold up. We're seeing a massive switch in the ESU composition as Vanilla Jack has decided to switch over to the Sigma, and DeSabato has opted for the Roadhog.
Yeah, this is something they must have done in scrims here. They changed it up due to the point that they're playing here. This fight right now is actually a 5v5 as 2 supports were taken down on both sides, but it looks like the Warriors are coming out on top, but Ginger on the side of Huntington trying to make a clutch play. And with a little bit of help from Prozac there, they're evening this fight out, but it looks like Huntington still has to retreat.
Yeah, they did get the res off, which puts them in a little bit of a better position because they have more players. Huntington realizes if they get staggered here, that could be the map. So they will group up behind the Reinhardt Trash Boat, trying to throw out a fire strike, but it will be met by the Sigma Suck, and it will get eaten up. Prozac and Ginger opening up the fight with 2 picks. The Deadeye to top it off, taking out Michael in the backline. Prozac looking for the Angel and gonna find it in the heavens. ESU getting taken out by Huntington, but making it just shy of that 3rd point, Berkeley.
Yeah, Nuke, that is a lot more success than they had on Lijiang Tower for sure, and you love to see this map not end short like before 2nd point, because ESU, they were in trouble there. They hit a major speed bump when Huntington came out on that fight that Prozac went on that crazy flank, right? So it looked like they were actually going to lose this map and put themselves in such a very poor position after that attack, but here, 57 meters after 2nd point, that's a pretty good win condition you set yourself up for. As long as you can play solid defense, and that's what the Warriors are known for, you can steal a map away from Huntington and even up this series.
Absolutely, but what did Huntington do that made them made the Warriors fall short at the end there?
I think they backed up, Nuke, and they went to that high ground with that American flag truck.
You're darn right they did, Berkeley. That's exactly what I want to see in this series. Now, Huntington, Gonna opt for a more traditional composition on their push, which leads me to believe there's not gonna be any cheeky behavior coming out from this roster yet. Let me say yet. Now, that's not to say as we get later into the map, they may not pull something out, but while ESU, their strong suit is their defense, as we've said, Berkeley, Huntington's strong suit is their offense. So it's going to be an immovable object versus an unstoppable force on this Route 66 push.
And that's exactly why I've anticipated this match all week long. I was really hoping we would be the casters for it because I feel like we know this Huntington team so well. And of course, we've casted ESU twice along this season, so we know what they're bringing to the table. And it really is just the ultimate proving grounds for Huntington in their first NECC semester. If they could cap off a perfect season by winning this championship, I mean, there is no greater feeling than that going into summer break. And let's just skip over finals because we don't want to think about those right now. Let's just think about the championship and then summer.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. Thinking about it as well, Michael, thinking about keeping that team alive. Gonna pop the Immortality Field, which will get taken out by Michael on the side of ESU. T-Brain trying to create some value and bring the pain to Huntington Esports. This is a pretty even fight thus far as we have one pick on either side.
Yeah, ESU, they've got to get involved here and go on some flanks, get back up on those high grounds. Right now they're pushed all the way to the low ground on the far side of Big Earls, and Huntington send in the dive composition. I know they're running some brawl tanks, but a speed boost will turn anything into a dive, and Trash Boat just goes swinging for the fences into a backline. But still though, ESU, they're hanging in this fight. If Proper Armor can get this Death Blossom online in the last 3 meters, this could be a very clutch play.
Yeah, Paparama gonna go for it, but that's gonna be Trash Boat taking out the garbage and putting Paparama in it, saying, get out of here, you're not defending this. Michael trying to hold the defense, and that will be Doxic falling on payload. Huntington will take it now with 4 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock. They have plenty of time to go at their own pace.
And what they did on that first point that worked so well for them is they just brought that brawl comp right underneath Big Earls where ESU were holding on top of. You can't shoot if there's a roof between your team and the team you're trying to attack. So great movement there by Huntington. Let's see how they carve up point number 2 as there's another great couple of buildings they could use to their advantage.
Also notice, Berkeley, Huntington didn't use any ultimates on that first push whatsoever, which leads me to believe they're going to steamroll this second point. Ginger getting high up in a position, Kavka going inside, recognizing the Diva Bomb is dropping, and some ultimates will follow suit. Michael dying before the Tactical Visor can come out, and that will be the Death Blossom Fields of Flowers coming out as well. The sound barrier will drop from Doxic, trying to keep the rest of the team alive as Paparama trying to put a stop to this Huntington push.
And I love it here from Paparama, the substitute coming in for this ESU Warriors team, making a difference in their very first map. Of course, they did come in for Halbert here and playing an entirely different hero. I think the Reaper adds a lot of potential to their composition, especially in this matchup against Huntington.
And I love that they have specialists on their roster. We talk about this a lot in collegiate, but if you're going to have someone sit on the bench, let them play the heroes that your starters are not going to play so that you have that capability to switch out subs and a lot more flexibility to utilize the entirety of the Overwatch roster.
Talk about utilizing the entire Overwatch roster. Right now, Huntington has about 5 ultimates that they could use. And it looks like they're going to start here. The Ant Matrix coming out from X Michael. The big slam from Trash Boat, laying down the tanks, and the follow-up is there. They've still got 10 meters left to push this payload to its destination on second point, but it looks like that might be easy pickings, Nuke.
Yeah, and with 3 minutes on the board, Huntington putting themselves in a nice position. ESU has to find this bunker comp that they need to hold it down. And I say bunker comp, I don't actually mean, you know, with the Bastion and the Arisa. I just mean an actual composition that is going to offset this offense that Huntington is throwing down, because the synergy between Trash Bro and T-Brain and Doxic is just unreal. X Michael keeping the team alive, and obviously Prozac and Ginger taking these flanks are keeping ESU on their tootsies, and unfortunately on that back foot.
ESU doing a good job here playing the back of this objective, just staying up on these high grounds, using those long sight lines. That's a good adjustment that they can make as that brawl comp Huntington is running has to close the distance. So if you're playing your distance well, you're giving yourself a good chance in the mid fight here. But now Ginger is just eyeing a Death Blossom. Could use it at any moment here. Spots some squishies over on the left side, but gets gunned down by a number of warriors. Still though, this fight evened out as X Michael shoots down Michael. I love it. The battle between the Michaels. Got to be talking about it all night long. Couldn't ask for a better duel between two Mikes. And now ultimates are starting to get expended. The self-destruct takes down DH Kafka, but the carry Prozac falls in this fight, and Huntington have got to find a way fast to step up, and the sound barrier could be the go.
Oh no, and we are going to hear the Deadeye get popped as well. There's the Death Blossom from Ginger to close it out. Huntington Esports taking the second map as well. I'm sorry, is this finals or is this the premiere of Like Mike 3? Because like you said, it is the battle of the Michaels. But stealing the show will be Vanilla Jack with the sweet Diva self-destruct for the play of the game.
I believe this is the one that finds 3 kills and the objective here, so anytime your off tank is going to drop a big ultimate like that, it's going to put smiles on all your team's faces because it's pretty easy to find success after a self-destruct gets 3, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's you take out half the team. I mean, you just push in, you throw everything you have at them. And with Huntington being an offensive style team, that should be a walk in the park.
Yeah, and we saw that offense on full display there as that payload was only stopped a couple of times by the ESU defense, but our next map is going to be a hybrid of some sorts. After this short break, we'll find out what it is. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the action. It is the NECC Overwatch Finals. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined here by Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens. And this just in, there's a tragedy on site. It seems as though ESU has opted to go to Hollywood for the next map. And while I won't give any spoilers, nor will Berkeley, we'll see what that means for Huntington and ESU in this next map. Berkeley, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like we've been saying all night long, is that Huntington is one of the most creative teams that can carve up a map in ways that no one else really can in Navigator's Division. I think this is the first map we're going to see of the set where they actually have the potential to bring those strats, lay them down on the table, and see if ESU brought their forks and knives because they might be eating a meal. They might be just going home starving today. Huntington, even though this wasn't their map pick, they could easily be up 3-0 after this because this is one of their strongest maps.
Absolutely. And Huntington banned Noombani, which left ESU to choose between Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Hollywood, or Kings Row. And I would say they picked the worst of the bunch. Now, they may feel this is a good map for them on defense, and I surely hope that they bring the defense in this second round, because that's really going to be the main determiner of this map. Huntington will be defending first. ESU will be attacking first. The sides are the same, ESU in red, Huntington in blue. And it looks like ESU will be opting for more of that dive composition, while Huntington will be going for a double shield.
And I feel like we were talking down a little bit on ESU right there, talking about why this map is just favoring Huntington. But honestly, the way Route 66 worked, what the Warriors had click for them is the nano-boosted Winston. I think Hollywood is a great map for that strength to be even stronger than it was on Route 66. So having Noombani banned, I'm sure Huntington banned that because of the nano Winston being so strong on that map. So honestly, this pick looks pretty good for the Warriors. We just know after the matches we've already seen from Huntington just how good their strats are on it.
Absolutely. There's some side effects, the cheekiness that we may see in Prozac's play on this map. Same with Doxic. Doxic being a little toxic with how he can go around and maneuver these walls. But like you said, I love seeing ESU on this dive composition. I think that Hollywood is one of the better maps for it, especially on the second push. You have a lot of high ground capabilities, and that Winston can really drop from anywhere. Looking at it though, Deadly Pants will be the first person on the map to get their ultimate online. That nano boost is now their availability, and it's all but time for ESU to get on the point. Paparama will touch and find himself on the other end of justice. Prozac will get the headshot.
Yeah, and what the Warriors were trying to do in that first engagement, even though it was just a lot of poke, was take some damage so Deadly Pants could farm up this nano incredibly fast. That flank that Paparama went on and got caught out there wasted a little bit too much time in my eyes. I think Deadly Pants was ready to go in this next fight, send the nano like they're about to do, and just start popping off. And I think that's what we're about to see here as they just line it up, but still need a couple more resources here, it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to drop the shield, try to get the team in a little bit quicker up onto this, inside of this hotel. Looks like they're waiting for the nano boost. They're spending a lot of time doing it, though. They're waiting for just the right moment. There it is. Disabato going in, going to get stunned immediately, but they are going to take out the immortality field, which is wasted to try to keep them off of this high ground. The high ground will get dropped anyway, and a beautiful Symmetra wall will get dropped by Ginger. That's going to be Prozac on the high ground, taking out both of the supports from the ESU Warriors, and that push may be all but not. That's going to be a full sweep from Huntington, holding the defense on this first point.
And what Huntington did so well right there is they sensed that ESU was trying to set up a play, and they really only had one play to set up. They knew the Nano Winston was coming, and it took quite a long time to actually make that play for the Warriors. Prozac used that time to just go on the farthest high ground away from the fight that they could, pop that Deadeye from the heavens, and rain in 2 kills. DH Kafka's sound barrier was almost useless there because the High Noon had so much time to charge up that damage. And now the Warriors are looking at a minute 20 seconds left with a different comp, no ultimates online. This is just a speed bump if you've ever seen one.
Yeah, they may be able to do it. They recognize they need to get in close, so they are going to opt for that double shielding composition to try to get them in. Not to mention, the Flux and the Earth Shatter could do a lot for the Warriors. They're going to take this high ground. Michael will fall. The Prozac, unfortunately. Oh no, that's going to be Ginger on the Symmetra, laying down these turrets and putting out the damage and putting ESU in the danger zone. That's going to be X-Michael finding the kill on Vanilla Jack. They are going to have to Vanilla back up if they want to make it to point.
And right now, Huntington is just not even using ultimates to win these fights and find these elims. That is the first one we've seen from them as T-Brain pops the supercharger down. That's a 20-second long ultimate that's going to be keeping them at bay with so much amped up damage on the side of Huntington. There's going to be 10 seconds left by the time the Warriors can make a move, and it is going to be out of desperation into 5 ultimates.
Not even just a good play to expend one ultimate, but that adds the ult charge to get up for everyone else on Huntington for this final fight. So that was a T-brain play for you. Big brain play. Gravitic Flux coming out. That's going to be Disabato finding the charge on T-brain. T-brain will fall. Doxic going in for a very risky res. They're going to find it though. Prozac getting the kill, and Huntington looking to be on top right now.
It looks like they might do it. The full hold achieved for Huntington. They are just 33% away if they're able to cap it here on the first objective of Hollywood to find themselves on a match point in a championship game.
Trash Boat doing the do and getting these chores done. You know, you could say the wash cycle is going through and the spin is about to come out as Huntington will either take this point swiftly and end this third map, or maybe ESU has some defense in store that we are not expecting, Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, this was their map pick, so I'm sure they've got some strategies here for the first point in mind, but I really think they chose it because they were going to attack with a nano-boosted Winston, and Huntington just did such a good job dealing with that engagement where it happened. I think the ESU Warriors right now, they've got a different composition, so this shows me that they do have a strat here. Paparama going to be on the May. They've got double shields. Michael on a hit scan that can just run around these high grounds. So I like this new look for the Warriors. It shows me that they've got a strat here, but I think they were relying so heavily on the Nano Winston on their attack, and it just kind of hit him in the rear end, Nuke.
Yep, and based on this comp, I think our predictions are gonna come to fruition, Berkeley.
Yeah. Maywall Sim, top turnbuckle, prepare to be rushed on the high ground ESU. I hope you're looking top left where you've never looked before on a defense here, because that's where Huntington are
Oh
coming from.
no, D Sabato is so incredibly out of position and doesn't even realize it. Here we go, the Huntington strats coming out, everyone, and get
Pain.
some popcorn because this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, they're going to set up a Maywall here up top. Already running away from that high ground are the Warriors. They know what's coming, and it looks like Huntington kind of scrapped that strategy early, and they go at this with a more standard teleport, and Trash Boat actually gets caught up there. One elimination found, T-Brain able to take down Paparama, but this one still looks like the Warriors had such a good retreat in that opening engagement that they might actually win this out.
Yeah, the Warriors did a great job of defending that. They recognized that they were going to the high ground. They dropped to the low ground, and they just met them there. Not to mention, I loved the movement coming out from Kavka on that point, getting up and down around that cafe, using Michael as an anchor to fly to in that fight. That was a beautiful defensive play from the Warriors, and I think neither of us were expecting that level of defense to come out.
And here Huntington goes again, just rushing down this opening high ground, and they're going to be dueling off the Warriors here as they retreat to the backside of the point. Sabato has this Earth Shatter online here, looking for an opportune time to pop it, but gets frozen there, chooses to lay it down, but that stun doesn't actually land, and it is Huntington coming away with the kills. They only need a couple more percentage points here to take Hollywood and be on match point, and there is nothing in their way to stop them. Huntington are on match point.
That was the biggest boop in Doxic's entire career. Pushing back the Reinhardt at the very last second and not allowing that shatter to go off paved the way for Huntington to take the third map of the series. So now, folks, we have ourselves a sweep or reverse sweep situation. Either Huntington will take this 4-0 or will the Warriors come back and start making their progress taking these maps, because this is a 7-game series. This is grand finals. And an interesting point I want to bring up, Berkeley, is Overwatch 2. The beta just dropped earlier this week. This could be a lot of these players' final cap, final momentous moment for their Overwatch 1 career.
Yeah, tonight is definitely the send-off for Overwatch 1 for a lot of these teams, which makes it all that much more exciting because synergy is going to be changing. These teams like Huntington that come in there with such great synergy with two tanks, they're going to have to adapt as the fall rolls around and we're on a new game. So I'm looking to see just what the final Overwatch meta looks like at all ranks. That's the greatest part about NECC is we've got all these divisions to give you a look at all different levels of competition at all these different esports. But tonight, Nuke, it is all about Overwatch 1. Huntington looking to just wrap up this game with a perfect golden bow and come away with a trophy, head on to Nationals and take on their next opponent for Navigators Division. But Nuke, we're going to be heading back over to a payload map for map number 4. And what is left on the table? Picks and bans haven't come in, but is there anything on your mind that ESU could pick that might actually favor them?
So obviously Route 66 is off the board, right? So we got Dorado, we got Havana, we got Junkertown, which has already been banned, so likely they don't want to go there. We have Rialto and we have Watchpoint Gibraltar. I think out of those maps, it's most likely that we're going to see Havana or Dorado. We've seen those maps played quite a bit this season. Rialto is an option as well. Watchpoint, surprisingly not played as much, at least in the matches that I've watched and casted this season, as previous seasons here in the NECC.
Yeah, that is a map that we really haven't seen too much, and it was actually banned here by Huntington, and it will be ESU picking Dorado. So, good job. You found out that they're going to play to their strengths over in Mexico, see what they can do. I think they probably go right back at it with a Nano Boost Winston kind of style of play because that does seem like it's been the only engagement tool that's really worked for the Warriors. But my worry for them is if that's your only tool that's worked tonight, you've got to find something else because you can't just rely on winning fights when one ultimate in particular comes online. You've got to find some more value in a deeper hero pool.
I think they've been opting for that Reaper a lot more. And I think if they feign these nanos and utilize a little bit more of a cheeky strategy of who is the Ana gonna nano, then it may allow them that unexpected nudge that they need to really take these fights. Because if it looks like the nano is going to jump, the Ana's gonna nano the Winston, then the Winston jumps in and dies, and then a Reaper falls from the heavens with a spin to win. That could be pretty big for ESU and how they engage these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, the Reaper has worked for them a lot. Ever since that substitute came in, it seemed like that's been the hero that they've realized if this is in our DPS lineup, we've got a better chance at beating Huntington. I kind of think that is one of the changes they needed, just adding some burst damage, adding an ultimate that can really have the potential to eliminate 2 or more members of the Huntington squad, because it is so hard for this ESU team to find elimination. So you've got to rely on ultimates that can find a few in fights, because Huntington, they do a good job of going down a couple members, having a couple of their own teammates picked off in a fight, but staying strong and rallying and winning fights late.
Yeah, they do a great job of that, Berkeley. I think ESU also does a fantastic job of that, playing around the synergy of just having 2 to 3 members on your roster. That is quintessential to this level of Overwatch, regardless of what division you're in. We're in the finals, and if you cannot synergize, you probably shouldn't be in the finals, just because teams that have the synergy are going to edge that out. Looking at this roster, it's exactly as we predicted. Paparama this time will be on the Soldier 76, but ESU opting for this dive composition, and they will be attacking first. Huntington, Trash Boat this time will not be on the Reinhardt. Instead, will be on the Sigma, and T-Brain will be on the Reinhardt.
Nuke, I didn't even think about it, but this is another one of those maps for Huntington where we casted them and they pulled out some insane strats. There's actually a clip of it on Twitter where we just lose our mind when they complete it. It was just a crazy sim TP on this first point. I hope they end up doing it so we can just see that level of creativity that they brought in their regular season here to the finals.
That would be a beautiful culmination of their season, win or lose, if they pull out all of the strats that we've seen game to game, week to week.
Yeah, I would like that a lot. Right now, ESU just trying to buy some distance on this payload as it makes its way under the archway corner, as Huntington still just defends this high ground. And it looks like Hitscan set up far away for the Warriors. They've got to find a better positioning here, as it looks like Michael wants to go in, but you can't 1v6 Huntington, so they've got to find another way to get in this ground.
Yeah, Michael doing a great job of just showing his presence and forcing them onto the low ground and getting a little bit of movement around this payload, getting it underneath this area, but that's exactly where Huntington wants the payload. Massive anti coming out from from Doxic. Deadly Pants trying to get as much healing off as possible for the Warriors. Vanilla Jack falling extremely low. That's going to be a second massive anti-nade, keeping all of ESU at bay.
And you got to pop this nano and go in. Now is the time to send the Winston into the backline, and it looks like that is the plan as DeSabato goes in, rolling, trying to find these kills onto the tanks, but Doxic with another huge anti-nade sits down that play from the Warriors, and Huntington will continue to hold at this archway.
Huntington said, nice play. We're going to do it, but with a hammer.
I love it, too. What Huntington has done this game, just here on Dorado, is just had Doxic carry them through these engagements with just an anti-nade. Every time it's going to either chew off like 8 seconds of the Warriors' attack as they regroup, or like that fight where Doxic threw that nade in the mid-fight, it just won them that engagement, completely countered the Nano Winston. Now the Warriors are on a different composition again, and Sigma Diva has not worked for them tonight.
It hasn't worked for them, but it could work on this point. There is a lot of flexibility to get in and around this high ground, and I think if any map is going to work on this Sigma Diva, it may be here that works for them. T-Brain falling exceptionally low. Kavka trying to keep Michael alive, but Michael's going to fall to Prozac, and that's going to be Prozac going now to the high ground, trying to take out Vanilla Jack, keeping him back. This could be close, Berkeley. Huntington now has almost 5 ultimates online. ESU has done a great job of peppering out that damage and getting 4 ultimates almost online now, as Michael will make the switch over to Farah, and they're going to try out a couple of these different comps. I think now is the time to do it. Massive self-destruct coming out from Vanilla Jack, taking out 5 members from Huntington and opening up this first point. It's exactly as I said, Berkeley. Making these swaps was what they needed. Sure, it hurt their ult economy, but in the end, it got them this first point.
I don't know if it got them the first point. There's a few meters to go, and Huntington like to ball out right at the buzzer, but it doesn't look like they're going to be making that aggressive play as T-Brain backs off that choke there and chooses the wiser. Huntington are playing with 6 ultimates right now, so I like the kind of restrained play that T-Brain showed right there, not to just try and win this defense right there and maybe compromise their ult economy. They're just going to play this second objective and try and lock it down as long as they can.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the ultimates would have actually helped them get to point in a good way. Deadly Pants with a beautiful super wall coming out. Sorry, and that's going to actually hit both sides of this payload, both sides of this wall, and add a lot of value for this warrior roster.
I would like everyone for the rest of their life to call Ant Matrix Super Wall, because that is a perfect name for that ultimate. As the Flux comes out here from DeSabato, slams down the carry and Prozac, and now Paparama trying to pop up on the high ground, but it will be X-Michael sitting down the Soldier 76 on the side of the Warriors, but still, Nuke, this payload continues to remain in drive.
Yeah, T-Pain, T-Brain, gonna back up and make sure that they can regroup for the second touch. Yeah, I wanted to say Supercharger. I knew that was wrong. My brain was just, you know, falling short at that moment. And that's what just came out, Super Wall. But yes, you're right, Amplification Matrix came in clutch for the Warriors as they got a full wipe there. And this fight could dictate the rest of the pace of the entire map. Michael throwing out a massive ult, taking out 3 on the side of Huntington. And this could be the push needed to get to this final point.
Yeah, it took the Warriors a lot of time to actually click here on Dorado, but after that first fight victory that they were able to get because of Vanilla Jack's self-destruct, they really have kept the momentum this entire time. They're going into third point with 3 minutes on the clock for a time bank of theirs, and honestly, that's more than enough time for them to take it, and this has to be the first map that they're able to complete because their backs are up against the wall. Their season is on the line here in Dorado.
If there's anything Warriors know, it's to look for the chinks in the armor. And that is exactly what the Warriors have done in this set against Huntington, finding their weaknesses and exploiting them with the compositions that they've chosen. Sure, you have Prozac peppering the skies, but is it enough when half of the roster is in the air most of the time?
Yeah, it's very tough to focus fire down when a team has 2 flying heroes on their side, but right now it looks like the Warriors kind of playing well under pressure here. They've got to get a rotation to this right side high ground and challenge Prozac up there because just way too much value is being found by that Cassidy up on this catwalk. But now, kicked off is Prozac, and there's a little bit of wiggle room here for the Warriors to make a play. They've got some ultimates online as the self-destruct flies in. That one takes down Prozac, but not before they find the kill onto DH Kavka. And now the Flux comes out. DeSabato trying to find more, staying hungry in this fight. Eliminations will be found here. All ultimates invested. The Warriors want this point, and Nuke, it looks like they've finally got one.
With 1 minute and 40 left on the clock, this is the biggest advantage the Warriors have found themselves in all finals series. And this could be the first map that they take. That was a beautiful round. Actually, both sides of the rosters acknowledging it there. I think what really set the pace for that final push was the rocket barrage in that final turn coming out from Michael. Did a fantastic job of just offsetting Huntington, staggering them a bit, and then pushing into that final point. That amplification matrix coming out from Deadly Pants on the corner narrowly pushed Huntington back onto that final bit. And then as soon as they were backed up in that area, Vanilla Jack just threw the self-destruct back there, allowing them a lot of space. That is what I'm loving from the Warriors right now. This roster and how they're playing it is just forcing space off of the payload. And Huntington, playing this brawl comp, have no choice but to back up.
Attackers incoming in 30
Yeah, and the Warriors there, to your point, just did a very good job of keeping their momentum up. It was the first time all night we've seen them finally win a fight here. They were awfully slow getting that first objective that we're spectating right now, but once they got it with that self-destruct from Vanilla Jack, they did not stop. I don't think they lost a fight from there. There were a couple small regroups that they had to make, but there was no outright fight that was won by Huntington. ESU was in complete control once they got first point, and now they've got the momentum here to keep defending. But Huntington, this is where their strat comes in, Nuke, and I am just eyeing it.
Yeah, they have the roster for it too. They're gonna go around the backside. They're gonna pop the Sim TP up top, and they're gonna meet them on the high ground. ESU probably like, where are they? You can even see they don't even know.
No.
They don't know.
Oh no, they're doing it
again. Deadly Pants are doing the thing.
They're doing the thing indeed, and it's Doxic in the feed. The speed boost amps up the Huntington side, and they roll in. They take the high ground. They're on defense now, and once again, Huntington are looking so esports ready here. The Warriors are in such a tough position where it's going to be so difficult to respond.
Yeah, they had no clue what was coming there. These are the strats we were talking about going into this series. This is why Huntington has remained a staple team. And ESU, unfortunately, finding themselves now on the receiving end of that. Ginger will fall, though. Will it be enough? It won't. Huntington takes his first point with 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the shot clock.
And what an opening strat like that does is it adds 1 minute and 30 seconds to your initial time. You start a round of Overwatch with 4 minutes, but if you're able to capture that first objective quick, you're suddenly playing with 5.5 minutes to do the rest of the map. So Huntington put themselves in, honestly, a position where you can't even think about it, because you're looking on defense to hold an objective down for 4 minutes. Now you've got to hold down second point for over 5. It's just so difficult. What an advantage made.
And arguably the second point is one of the harder points to hold. But ESU does have the composition for it. The Gravitic Flux coming out, going to catch 3 in the air. Doxic will be there at the bottom, as will X-Michael. X-Michael flamed on the Immortality field and just allowing the Huntington Esports roster to fall into the cradle of his own.
And everyone in chat was probably expecting a sound barrier there from Doxic to respond to that Flux, but now they've got that ultimate for a future engagement. This team is so good at using their ult economy. As Michael pops the barrage from the skies, it will be dealt with by Prozac with this fight evened out. 5 members aside now, as Paparema is able to take down the main tank in trash mode. Prozac goes as well. Paparema finally finding a lot of hit scan value up on this high ground. Loving the positioning from the Warrior soldier.
Yeah, the Warriors finally finding their footing after all map kind of being stuck on that back foot, and Paparama popping those shots off in that back line. There's no shield that will save you when you have shots going in and around it. As Huntington Esports is finding out, this may not be as easy as what they preliminary thought.
No, 100 seconds have gone by in this second point effort, but Huntington have not used an ultimate in that entire time. So right now they could be going with some more sim strats. Looks like they're going to be teleporting top right here and just running down an onslaught of ultimates onto the Warriors. Once again, the Warriors, it's going to be tough for them to keep those resources in this fight, as ultimates are just going to not stop coming.
Oh, notice this Huntington going around the right side, and they're gonna pop their ultimates, but that's gonna be Prozac taking the flank and finding 3, including the pharmacy and Paparama. That's gonna leave ESU in shambles for the moment, and they are going to put out everything they can to defend this point. DeSabato throwing out, Vanilla Jack throwing the self-destruct, gonna knock Doxic off of her heels. And Trash Boat
it's still winnable.
Charge in the front. It is still winnable for the Warriors, as Paparama has now made it back. Huntington were not able to find the fell swoop they were looking for to continue that push. ESU had a finger hanging on the cliff and pulled themselves back up with the 3 they had.
And now they are halfway through that big time bank that Huntington started with. And let's not forget, ESU has time on the clock after third point. They've got 1 minute and 40, so they're still set up so well to come ahead in this opening round, even if Huntington captured that third objective and finish the map. But right now, Huntington is struggling like we have not seen them do all night long. The Warriors are finally keeping their momentum through the entire course of a match. They've got 2 minutes to go here, Nuke.
This may be the first time all season Huntington has approached a point with all of their ultimate and was not able to capture it. And that goes to show you just the level of defense coming out from this ESU roster and how well they play it.
Yeah, and we've said that it is an unstoppable force against an immovable object, and right there ESU was immovable with just 3 meters to go on the second point. But right now the objective is being threatened by Huntington. Kills are traded as both DPS on both sides go down, but one will come back into the fight here as the resurrect from DH Kafka comes through. DeSabato now making a stand on the objective, but a big slam and a bomb only takes down the immortality field, but the Warriors' health is looking awfully low. Michael able to find an elimination off of this, and now another self-destruct from Jack, but that one finds no kills. Instead, it's going to be Paparama finding kills in the backline with the visor, taking down the supports, and Huntington once more unsuccessful in taking second point.
Paparama and Michael needed to pop the tag visor and the death blossom to keep themselves alive there. And that was a great flank coming from both of their sides. You're like, oh, the tactical visor's coming from behind us. You take care of it. And as soon as it's done, the Death Blossom hits and falls from the skies. Huntington, as we just said, finding themselves in an incomparable position with only a few meters left to go. ESU may hold this first point, or the second point. Huntington making a massive switch and looking for more of a dive composition here.
Holy damage. 2 super walls come out on both sides of the high ground, Nuke. And it looks like only one elimination is going to be found here, but Michael actually able to take down Ginger as well. Only 30 seconds to play here. Huntington will get another attack at this second point, but it will be last fight, certainly. And right now, Nuke, they're only going to be playing with 1 Dragon Strike if Prozac can farm it up quick.
Oh no. They just got staggered so hard as well. ESU first killing Doxic, then finding the pick on Michael, demecking T-Brain, keeping that baby diva alive for, say, 5 seconds, then knocking them out. Huntington will not be able to contest as a 5 here. I think Ginger's play here will be everything, and that will be the stun coming out, stopping Ginger from making any massive plays. DeSabato throwing out the flux just off of point. Paparata hitting the rockets on Prozac. This could be it, Berkeley.
Yeah, the Warriors trying to hang on here and not get thoroughly swept by Huntington, and it looks like they will be able to do it. Taking down DPS early in that fight as overtime begins. The Warriors still have a little bit of light left in the lantern.
Wow. ESU doing the do, taking Huntington back for their first map and potentially looking for 2.
Prozac here with a consolation prize, gets the play of the game here, and
This was beautiful.
what a flashy one it was on a very hard flank here. When a high ground duel was going on across the map, Prozac says, I'll make my own space. Pops a Deadeye, finds 3 kills, but still, that was one of the miracle fights where the Warriors came out on top. They responded to that play of the game with a fight victory, so this defense for ESU is starting to come alive. It's a scary thing for Huntington right now. Huntington will have their first map pick since our opening control map. We'll see how it does for them, Nuke.
I couldn't agree more, Berkeley. I think it's going to be a great finals either way. They're finding their pace now, and we're going to see just how fast they can get right after this short break. Welcome back to the action chat. It's playoffs time, and it's currently 3-1 as we're seeing ASU start the reverse sweep in the series. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined here by Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens. Berkeley, what are we seeing coming ahead in the next control map?
Yeah, Nuke, what lies ahead is Busan and another good map for Huntington just because they're a good team on control. They won our opening map here of Lijiang Tower 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion. ESU only won one fight, but what's interesting now is ESU has all the momentum in this game. They looked almost unstoppable, unbreakable on their offense and defense on Dorado. If they can keep that going, anything is possible. This could be a very long, full-length best of 7, but here we're going to be going into Busan. Another control map, Nuke, where there's a lot of hero diversity we could see throughout the points.
Absolutely, and in Lijiang, we saw a little bit more of a brawl focus coming out from Huntington, but with this being Busan, I think that Huntington played into ESU's cards because this is going to be a lot more focused on on the dive composition, whether or not they're able to get around. As I say that, Caster's Curse will kick in, chat, and both sides will be running a brawl comp. ESU running that double shield, Huntington going for a more I want to say traditional brawl, but that is a Doomfist.
Yeah, I don't know if Prozac sticks on this. We haven't seen a lot of the Prozac Doomfist, but it looks like that is the move. So Huntington comes into this fight with a very sharp tip to their spear. Prozac going to be going very aggressive, trying to find an early pick in this first fight. We'll see if ESU is ready for this crazy pick that we really don't see much of. And they're not.
There it is.
Boom. There you go. Right hook to the chin. Michael gets knocked out, but luckily Kafka is there with the resurrect. And once again, Prozac comes back in 4 seconds later. Michael into the ropes. Prozac pays for it this time.
Prozac attack with the straight right hook, like you said it. Throwing that punch in a massive United States smash to follow up Disabato, shaking the quaking, earth shatter dropping, ESU taking this first point and sending a message over to Huntington.
Yeah, Huntington must be scratching their heads right now because they probably thought that first fight was a lock. Prozac set him up very well. 2 opening picks, picked off Michael. Michael got rezzed. Picked off Michael again. And Huntington ended up losing that fight because Disabato just stepped up, never stopped swinging, used that second shield in their comp, and was able to charge a massive Earth Shatter in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that Earth Shatter is what caused the Warriors to take the first point. But Huntington is not going to allow it to just happen like that. Oh no, falling off the map is going to be Michael. Losing the footing a little bit is going to go a long while. Huntington now on the advantage. Paparama trying to pop the tack visor and get some value for the Warriors, but Huntington will flip the script and take the point for the first time.
And now Huntington are going to have a pretty good ult economy to work with compared to ESU, where they still have a little bit of time before they come online with about 3 ultimates of their own, but they'd like to get out of this early choke way quick because this Huntington composition can just be so aggressive in these small doorways, Nuke.
Yeah, they are being super aggressive. Oh no, and that's not what you want to hear. The Gravitic Flux on the other side of the wall will get dropped. The hammer will follow suit. And ESU finding 2 so far, demecking the Diva, taking out Ginger, Doxic following as well. And that is a full sweep from ESU, taking back the point, with Huntington only getting another 3% ahead of ESU.
We are finally seeing the Warriors just put away that timid gameplay. Their tanks are stepping up and being the Warriors that their team needs. They're holding aggressive on this choke here despite not really having much ult economy. Huntington is coming in with all their bells and whistles ready to let loose on this fight. Trashboat just trying to buy the team some space on their first engagement here, and Ginger looking to go into the backline here with the Blossom, trying to let one loose. As long as they don't get stunned, it's going to be so many eliminations. Make it 2, 3 with the self-destruct. T-Brain comes in with that ultimate to find the third. Now countering Michael, trying to make a play, but everyone on Huntington spaced away.
That was a great position coming out from Michael, trying to get a couple of kills and allowing just a little bit more time for them to have that, or have the control point. Huntington popping back around. Trashboat will have the Earth Shatter. I'm definitely looking for it in this doorway. They are going to pop the Matrix and the Earth Shatter following suit. That's going to be a Doomfist ult to follow suit, hidden in the back line. And the Warriors now finding themselves on the back foot. I gotta say, I was a little concerned, Berkeley. Huntington loves to hold the ultimates, and they just do not have that luxury on this map. They have to use these ultimates like they typically don't. They like to hold them and use them all at once, but the Warriors making a lot of value just off of a little.
Yeah, both these teams are just trading fight victories like crazy on this point, and right now it looks like ESU are stepping into another one here as the tack visor through the window connects with a kill onto Trash Boat, but down goes DH Kafka, and now it's still anyone's game here. Chat, don't forget the stakes. Huntington is on championship point here. They've got a 3-1 lead over the Warriors, and the Warriors have to respond with something quick.
Yeah, the Warriors have to get back to point here. They could lose this first point. Now, they do have 3 for control. We are going to see the sound barrier dropped. Kavka trying to stay alive, not sure where to go. Doxic killing the enemy Reinhardt with a melee attack. Prozac taking out Kavka, and it's not looking good right now for the Warriors. We are going to see a blizzard popped, and that could be what they need. But Prozac on a rip and tear, punching Michael out and showing that this Doomfist is that back pocket pick that none of us were expecting.
Score.
Yeah, and Mecha Base is one of those very few maps where that pick can actually come out from Huntington. I don't think we're going to see it here on the rest of Busan, but the damage was done, the value was found. Prozac likely switching off, but might actually just test the waters here, see if they can get it to work on this second point. If not, we already know how deep that hero pool is for Prozac. They've got so many hit scans and other damage dealers they could switch to, where ESU, first they've got to answer the Doomfist, and then, I mean, they just have to answer one of the best Cole Cassidys in all of Navigators, but it looks like right now, Nuke, Ginger's actually on that for the first time tonight.
Yeah, Ginger is making the swap over to Reaper.
Oh, back they go.
Yeah, back to Reaper. That's what I was saying. They're making the swap over to the Reaper, so it's pretty similar to what they ran last round. The Warriors keeping it pretty simple to what they've ran before too, and I don't think we're going to see any crazy picks after this. Prozac will fall early to Vanilla Jack. Michael gonna get to payload with Kavka, the pocket, putting him out, getting on that back line, taking it to X Michael, and winning the Battle of the Michaels for Busan thus far.
The Battle of the Michaels, a story as old as 5 maps now, but it will be the DPS dealing Michael on the side of the Warriors that the victor of this last engagement. We do see Prozac go over to the Cole Cassidy here to probably counter Michael's pick on the Pharah, but you know,
they need it. They need it, man. They Michael is what won the Warriors that first initial take, and they had nothing to counter that Pharmacy, which is a very prevalent pick on this map.
Coming up here as the brawl comes in for Huntington. They've got the speed boost ready to go, but the barrage on the side of the Warriors finds 2 before getting gunned down by the Hellfire shotguns from Ginger. It still looks like the Warriors have a 1-member advantage in this fight, but now making some plays are the DPS on the side of Huntington. They come in with the kill on to Kafka. Prozac finds 2 more. Prozac, the last one standing on the objective. This man.
Mad Lad absolutely showing the bad side of it and backing it up. Taking one out. Vanilla Jack gonna die in Baby Diva form. Michael making it back to point. And I think the big transition here, Berkeley, the big turn of events will be whether or not Michael reigns supreme over Prozac in this map, and who's able to get the damage out.
It's going to be so difficult for Michael too. Of course, you have the Mercy to pocket you a little bit, but still, the skies are very open. Natural cover is hard to come by here. Ultimates get used. Prozac's Deadeye takes down Kafka. Now there's no pocket for the Pharah up in the skies. Could be easy pickings here for the hit scan on the side of Huntington, but in the front line, it's a different story. ESU damage dealers come in. They've got 2 kills. The tanks come in to confirm a 4th and a 5th, and this is the flip taken by the Warriors again, Nuke.
Yeah, unfortunately, T-Brain trying to get out. Michael gonna put him out of the misery pretty soon and just allow that reset to come through. ESU now at 50% and not slowing down anytime soon. Huntington struggling a little bit as we're now downtown. And you know what that means. If ESU take this map, they're gonna have to make some prayers because Sanctuary will be next.
And that's such a difficult map because I don't think it really has a favorite in either of these teams. It's just such long sight lines, such little cover where it's not like any of the maps we've had in our pool so far, so neither team really has a good set strategy going into it besides just what they've practiced in scrims. There's not a lot of info to go off of.
Exactly. ESU, Michael, has this barrage, and if Michael hits this barrage and staggers Huntington, this could be map.
Could be map. They're at 85%, just about 10 seconds remaining here as Huntington rotates around the coast side of the map, but they're on the low ground. It could be a kill zone for them. Paparama up on the high ground. Michael popping the barrage to take down Prozac. Now the Pharah free to rule the skies without a hit-scan counter, but back into the fight here is Prozac. Has a chance to make a play here. Helix is down Kavka, and now this one is still in anyone's hands as Prozac comes around the outside. Huntington has the flip, and they're looking to continue to hold.
Yeah, Huntington methodically taking apart this fight bit by bit, and it's on the back of X Michael, doing a great job of getting the res off on Prozac, realizing the win condition for the fight. Prozac takes out Kavka and then follows suit on Paparama, realizing Michael's just a bird in the sky with no pocket, turning to them and pushing them off of point. They have no choice but to back up. Just a beautiful play overall from Huntington.
And we're getting close here. Huntington, again, on a match point. If they win here on downtown of Busan, they are going to be your Navigators champions.
Yeah, but Disabato has this gravitic flux, and they have 4 ultimates coming online for the side of ESU. Huntington has 4 of their own, so we'll see how this works. They're going to pair 2 of them. We are going to see the gravitic flux come out with the self-destruct and a massive tactical visor in the backline. Paparama popping off and taking out this Huntington roster for ESU to have some time to flip it, and this may be map. I don't think Huntington's going to have time to touch.
Great final fight win from the Warriors. Again, just keeping their season going. Just one more point of Busan. Just staying in this game 1 inch at a time. They are locked in. They're not thinking ahead, and they made all the right moves there to even this one up on Busan.
Absolutely, Berkeley. I noticed that this was going to go to a map 3. I just felt it in my bones. I drank my milk this morning. I'm jittering. I'm jiving. And I'm ready for a game 8. Throw it to me. Get me there. Because I feel like ESU has hit the gas station and put it all in the tank for this series. They were just, waiting to get it into gear.
And it's so hard not to be a little bit mentally defeated when all your games of the season are a best of 5. The first 3 map wins is the victor, and then you go down 3-0 in a set. It feels like you lost because that's how the regular season is, but here in the championships, they rallied after going down 3, and they're still in this one. It's really something to behold.
Absolutely. I mean, I was not expecting, I don't think either of us were expecting them to put up the fight that they have, but they're doing such an amazing job on this final point. To your point, saying being down 3, it almost seemed like it was all but not, but ESU staying true and doing everything they can to stay alive in this series and pull it back in their favor, and showing it took them a bit of time to come online, but once they're online, they're a strong defensive roster.
They're coming back in here in this fight from that drum side high ground, finding eliminations, and it is just the Disabato show with a little help here from Michael in terms of damage dealing, but a quick flip gets the point back, not even 20% taken in Huntington's opening capture.
Yeah, and that will be Michael with the barrage online, realizing that Huntington doesn't have any ultimates to really withstand it. If they get a cheeky play here, they could reset Huntington and get a massive stagger.
Yeah, that barrage for Michael has been good tonight. Have to find opportune time to use it here as Huntington open with X Michael's Ant Matrix to engage this fight, but no eliminations found just yet. Deadly Pants pops that Ant Matrix on the other side of this drum, and Paparama actually finds the opening elim of the fight, but rezzed right back in is Trash Boat, and now it looks like Huntington might be rotating to point and get the flip here, and they do. It's still 6v6. That was pretty cheeky, Nuke.
Ooh, that was a bit cheeky, but tongue and mouth not enough. Trash Boat finding the kill on Kavka. Paparama popping the tack visor and taking out T-Brain. Prozac is on the receiving end of that tactical visor. And that will be a flip back to ESU. Look at how even these control maps have gotten, Berkeley. They have flipped these points back and forth after roughly the same percentage every time. And I am just amazed at the level of competition coming out from both sides of these rosters.
Yeah, ever since Mecha Base Nuke, it has just been trading punches here. Just two heavyweights finally coming into the fight here. ESU finally showing that they belong in this game, and that is a wombo combo for the ages. But X Michael's Immortality Field is able to keep most of the team alive, but it's going to matter not. Here's the backline still ends up falling. Just so much damage from those Warrior tank ultimates.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, I'm just amazed at what's going on right now. It's so back and forth.
It's crazy. It's just every single fight. What's going to happen? It's going to flip. What's going to happen this next fight? I think Huntington take it back. I don't know.
ESU did a great job of eliminating Doxic and Michael out of the fight very early, so Huntington had no legs to stand on. They had no choice but to regroup. So Huntington now finding themselves needing to get this point because it is 90% on the clock, and ESU have blood in their eyes.
Yeah, and right now, Trash Boat stepping up. There's no pharmacy in the sky, so Huntington able to just step into that next fight, and it was pretty free space they were able to gain without the threat of Michael up there, and like we said, it was going to flip back. Huntington was going to take it. This next fight, I just got a hunch. ESU takes it back, and right now they're sitting at about 92%, so this could be final fight if they get it. Huntington need to finally end this trade war we've got going on and just lock this objective down if they want to win the championship here.
Yeah, the amplification matrix coming out from both sides of the roster. Michael trying to find a play in the background. Does have the barrage online, but that's Prozac as well with a tactical visor. This is going to be a sneaky play for finals. We are going to hear it popped off, and that's going to take out Michael early. And now they're going on a rip and tear. Prozac trying to end this.
Man, Prozac just stepping in with a massive visor here. There's so little time on the clock. Huntington could have it done here. And I mean, what a season they've had if they end it with perfection. Just 2 seconds to go. A final contest from Paparama, but nobody has flair like Huntington. It's their first season of competition, and they make history. Perfection is a hell of an introduction, Nuke. Huntington are your 2022 champions.
Only losing one map in grand finals to the Warriors, but man, I would have loved to see this series played back if the Warriors played with the same vitriol that they did in map 3 back in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, this one was just back and forth. Once we got to Dorado, it really turned into anyone's game, and Huntington had to just claw their way to victory there, especially on Busan, where it was just a trade war. Both the teams, like you were saying, going back and forth. No clear favorite. That wasn't the story in our early maps. It was all Huntington, but ESU finally made a stand. They had a very notable performance up against one of the greatest Navigators division teams we've ever seen.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a Navigators finals for the books. I feel like either of these teams could be punching up in a division up and be doing just fine, just based off of how they synergize, how they play together, their communication, their mentality, and those strats, those big brain strats.
Yeah, I mean, the creativity is something that we just have not seen. We got to see it a little bit there on Dorado, and it worked for them. That is their famous flank strat. Nick, before we end up going to a quick break and we get Huntington in here for a congratulatory interview, did you have a player of the game in mind?
Absolutely. I've been thinking about this all series, Berkeley, because I feel like the finals, the player of the match has to be someone who really held the team together, was the cohesion that the team needed to make it through. And for me, there's no one else that stands out than Huntington's own Doxic. She did everything possible to keep that team alive while also being a menace to everyone on the side of ESU, whether it be on the side of Lucio, getting those big brain boops on Di Sabato and not allowing that earth shatter on Hollywood. And even later on when we were on Dorado, getting those anti-grenades in that backline of the first point, just holding ESU back constantly and keeping the rest of Huntington alive. For me, it's without a doubt going over to the support on the side of Huntington, Doxic.
Yeah, Doxic, she played great tonight. I could totally agree with her as the player of the game. There's a few honorable mentions I have, like Prozac being the hit scan that had to counter Michael on Pharah for a lot of this game, when Pharah was one of the only DPS where they were able to get a lot of value as a team. And obviously, He's the captain, leads the team great, but tonight Doxic just kind of showed up and did a lot of things a lot of Lucio players don't do in this division, and on Ana as well on Dorado with those anti-nades on first point. Of course, they didn't win that map. I think the stellar play was when they were on Lucio, holding sound barriers, keeping their alt economy in check, speed boosting at the right time. Really like you were saying, Nuke, that cohesion. I gotta say, Toxic was the glue tonight that held them together. That's the player of the game for the final. Stick around, chat. We're going to be right back with Huntington for a post-game interview with our commissioner.
It's a true pleasure now to be joined by Doxic. I'm Jacob and I'm the commissioner of the NECC. And Doxic, first of all, congratulations on the championship victory. Outstanding performance tonight.
Thank you so much.
Talk about this for me, completion of a perfect season, obviously extremely special. But what was the difference for you tonight? Obviously getting off to a great start gave you some confidence early on.
We've prepared constantly throughout the entire season to really prepare for this moment. I'd say we've done so much research as well as so much practice leading up to it, and we've really worked on synergy, and we knew that this was going to be a tough game, but it would be super rewarding. So we were really pumped going into it.
Obviously, the end of the semester, the end of the year, you talk about that coming together as a team. Just walk me through sort of that bonding as a group and coming together and capping it off, with a title here in late April.
We put a lot of emphasis on, staying calm and collected, and really coming together to just mentally support each other. If we start to feel overwhelmed, we'll all calm each other down, and I feel the team synergy there the most. I'd say us, that big family of success and support.
Well, and I love that concept, that synergy. You keep talking about that family element. Walk me through that, because this is a true team, and you guys showed that throughout the course of the year. A perfect season. You were a top seed. You went 9-0 during the regular season in your conference play, and obviously capping it off with a title. So obviously that bond is very special to your group.
Oh, for sure. It's very, very special to us, especially with the amount of work we put in. We came into the season we're gonna do so much research. We're gonna learn each of our heroes. We're gonna learn so many new comps. We're gonna practice them, and we're gonna learn each player's strengths and weaknesses, even outside of their heroes, so we can really figure out what works best for us. And so, yeah, that's like I kind of said before, that's really where the family comes into play, because we our captain would look up oh, here's this really cool workshop mode that this person can use, or these are some videos that you can watch, and so things like that really contributed to the family, I'd say.
Well, it's a pleasure to watch. Obviously, on behalf of everybody here at the NECC, I just want to congratulate you, our first champion this spring, and it couldn't come in finer fashion as you guys cap off a perfect season with a championship here tonight. Congratulations, Doxic. Awesome to watch. Congratulations
Thank you so much.
to you and your team.
It's incredible. Thank you.
Awesome. We will take a timeout, get set for our next matchup here tonight. That's Doxic from Huntington. They cap off a perfect season with a championship here tonight in our Navigators Yellow. Congratulations, guys. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
And we continue through our championship day here at NECC Overwatch. My name is Jeff. I'm here with Corbeck as we're going to go into the Emergence Division to crown a champion. And, well, we've got a good one lined up for you, friends.
We do indeed. King's College facing off against Hood. And at first, it looks like a bit of an interesting matchup. Two mid-table teams here, Bullskunk 3 and 4 seed respectively overall in this division. But don't count either of them out. They're both very strong squads. They both had very impressive seasons and a pretty impressive sort of progress to get here as well, Bullskunk. This has all the interesting factors shaping up to be a very exciting match.
Very exciting indeed. And Hood, well, I mean, they come on off of a reverse sweep against Howard CC. That was undefeated going into the, well, last week. I mean, they had a complete perfect regular season, made to semifinals, and then your number 4 seed, Hood College, come through and complete a reverse sweep after being down in map 3. Map 5 goes the distance with multiple overtimes. It was as close as it gets. And, well, that's one of the reasons I have got Hood to win today. I think the Blazers are going to come out on top, Corbeck.
I think they very well could come out on top too. You were telling me earlier you'd been talking to the team over there. They've spent hours. I mean, I think you said like 30 hours in practice this week.
45.
They've been 45. There you 45. Go. They've been gaming it out. They've been watching footage. They have a strategy here going up against Kings. They're looking to curtail kind of the star DPS players over there. So that's something to really look out for. And any team that puts in that much prep work, I think, is in a really good position. That's why I picked them as well, or at least part of my decision there. I think they've got that scrappy spirit. That being said, you cannot count Kings out of it. A very talented squad, some very good players. We know that they didn't do the same amount of prep work, but their confidence, I think, was oozing off of them during their conversation with you.
And as we take a look at our bracket, you will see why, as they were able to take down New England College in a very clean 3-0. It was dominant. It wasn't one of those 3-0s where you're like, it doesn't tell the story. No, that tells the story. It was a very one-sided performance. Kings came out and absolutely just mopped the floor with NEC to solidify their spot here in the grand finals. And, well, these two teams, Hood and Kings College, faced off against each other for our very first stream of the season in Emergence Yellow, now come together for our last stream of the season. Kings College took that week 1 matchup in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and King's College has never lost a 3-0. They've never been blown out. I think actually all of their losses this season, all 3 of them have been 2-3. So they've come close in every single matchup. They're a team that is capable of going the distance, and that's something that I think is going to serve them really well here in this matchup, because I know that Hood is also a team that prides themselves on their ability to take these long maps and to just have the kind of stubbornness and fortitude to push through a long match. And there's nothing like, a potentially 7 map series to be a long map, Bullskunk. But let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters here, get an idea of the players that we'll have on deck, starting with, I believe that's King's College over there.
It is indeed.
Yep. Look out in particular for the DPS, Virgio and Faintest, a freshman, actually. Also the team captain, and as far as we can tell, also the shot caller for the squad. So an incredibly critical player right there. And then, of course, Virgio, a junior, a very talented player in and of themselves. The key to watch for there on Virgio, if he pulls out the Reaper, ladies and gentlemen, that means he's getting real serious. That means he's getting frustrated. He ain't getting beat. He's just getting mad at that point in time.
In the best possible way, Corbeck. You see that Reaper, you know you're in trouble coming out of Virgio. And alongside the Captain Fane is definitely going to be the driving force behind this King's College squad. This team really likes to enable their DPS doing, knowing the talent that they have, and try to set this whole squad up for success. But let's look at their opponents here. The Blazers coming out of Frederick, Maryland. Hood College. This is a well-rounded squad, and really the support line. The support line is something I'm really keeping my eye on today from this squad. You've got Prioria is the team captain here, and they really... Well, when I talked to Coach Cardboard, called the support line the Enforcers alongside Fushi, the senior and junior listed at the top of your screen right now. Really a driving force here. Another one that caught my eye that we may see at some point today is Fushi, actually. Fushi's the shot caller for this squad and really the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah, indeed. That's exactly what she said to me in the break as well. And, you know, the interesting thing here, to the one more player you should watch out for, Percival, there on the DPS. I think he was specifically mentioned. He's a kind of player maybe needs a little bit of a motivation, something to jab him into action, right? But when they get out and when they start playing, they are very talented and very dangerous in that DPS role. And they will be important for curtailing their opposite numbers over on the other side.
Looks like we did get a last-second substitution, so we're going to have the Plague in the support role here for our first map of the day, as opposed to Pyoria. So a very, very strong support in their own right. Both seniors, both the kind of leaders of the squad. So you know they have that mentality going in. But let's talk about where. We've talked about the who. Let's talk about the where now, Corback, as we go into our first map in this pick ban system.
It will be Nepal, I believe, to start us off. Classic, you know, King of the Hill map. Not a lot, I think, that really we can add to the discussion of Nepal as a map. It's got 3 very distinct stages. It's one of these maps that benefits certain maybe flyers, certain aggro playstyles. You should expect perhaps to be seeing a little bit of brawl here coming out from both of these sides. It would not surprise me at all if you saw maybe more of a double shield look, a more stationary comp as we go inside. I like Nepal. It's one of my favorite Koth maps. I think it always provides a really interesting set of options for teams. And at a micro level, Bullskunk, this is a map that demands that you respect terrain and you use it wisely. For example, the scene you're looking at right now there in Sanctum, control of that high ground can be so critical to whether or not a team can actually achieve victory. That's probably the first place we'll be looking at here. Well, no, I mean, if we get to that map, I guess I should say, because the first place we'll be looking at here is Village itself.
Yeah, and both of our teams showing us a little Reinhardt right out of the gate. Creed Light here for Hood College, one of the newer players to Overwatch and one of the most improved from Hood College, leading the charge. We're going to get a Symmetra to get out of spawn. Faintus is pulling out that Pharah. Virgio starting on the Reaper right out of the gate.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. That means he's serious. It's worth pointing out, you talked about most improved. This entire Hood's College squad went off a huge losing streak before coming in and starting to look really serious this season. So that's an even more important game for them here as that Maywall comes up to really get things started.
Gonna force a rotation. Link's gonna land the hook, and Creed Light, well, able to get healed up and a nice immortality field, but Skyfire on the other side does get picked off. Percival going all the way out to try to find the kills, does manage to burn down Link in the process. You gotta watch out for that Pharah, though. Fanus is gonna find that pick. EMC falls. It is an absolute back and forth. The res, the difference maker here for King's College, as their Reinhardt is back on the battlefield, looking to push in alongside Virgio to steal this point away. Hood College already with cap building percentage, but they've lost their main tank. Creed Light falls. Now an early barrage will take Fushi out of the fight as well, and King's College are going to flip this thing right back over.
Oh, it's a bit of a haphazard fight here, to be honest, Bullskunk. I mean, I think the biggest mistake right there was the one that we saw, which was Percival sort of peeling out there on that Symmetra. The character is meant for the close-range brawl, right? You probably shouldn't be on your own trying to hunt down Pharah. I mean, you can do it a little bit better with Cassidy here, which is what they're trying to do right now, but really that's just applying pressure. They have to get into a position where they can force kind of Faintus down on the ground like they had a tendency to do and sort of take him out of the equation. So that's what they should really be looking for.
And Faintus already halfway to another barrage. That's barrage number 2. Make that 3/4 as spam damage continues to pour in the front door. Now with an Ant Matrix up, the College are going to struggle, and they're standing around. Virgio comes in with a Death Blossom, able to pick up one of the supports, follows it up with a kill on Fushi as well. King's College with a definitive fight win.
Yeah, it was really well played by Virgio there. Perfect timing, by the way, to bait out the flashbang. I don't know if you saw that, but that's the key Cassidy stun, right? You hold that just for such a situation in which the Reaper might try to ult, and unfortunately Percival felt that they were kind of forced to use it in that situation, perhaps to get the pick, and instead it worked out against them. Faintus now back on deck with that ult, by the way, could do some serious damage with the barrage unless they've got a good mark on it, and they're trying, I think, to shut Faintus down, but they're struggling.
Young Snail's got their head on a swivel, but there's just so many targets to try to neutralize. Fergio in the back, and then Fanus up front. Shatter comes through, he's going to pick up 2, and both tanks very low here. Link able to take a breather, but PMC does not have such a cooldown. Reinhardt out of this fight, and Creed turns their attention to the back line, but Fanus drops the barrage, finds 3 on the point before finally getting clipped by Percival. Percival's going to pick up another one on a Mojo Jojo as well. Denies the res, but gets taken down by Link, and it's just one lone Reinhardt left on this point.
Just wasting time at that point. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to be able to recontest this. It looks like we will get one more fight out of this, but somebody's going to have to touch here.
Plague looking to make it in. The contest is there. Soundbarrier at the ready, coming out immediately. Nicely timed. Virgil gets booped back as well. Still manages to take Fushi out of the fight. Oh man, the Plague did everything right on that one. Creed throws out a Shatter, trying to bring this thing back, and Creed got one right out of the beginning, but now in a world of hurt as the pressure comes through. Fanison over the top with the rockets, still uncontested here. Percival, after a Tracer swap to get back, trying to do what they can, but Fanus just dominating here on Village and King's College in prime position to take this thing 100-21.
Interesting ending fight right there. A little bit of a salvage almost. We saw, I think, particularly Percival doing much better on that Tracer, just applying general pressure. But the things that are really killing Hood College right here, Bullskunk, are just sort of, I don't want to call it timidness, because I don't think that's what it is, but there's a little bit of analysis paralysis going on, perhaps. We saw them sort of dithering at the gate right there before pushing onto the point, taking a lot of damage, allowing Virgio to set up plays that they really shouldn't be getting away with. That and kind of the lack of coordination, the lack of togetherness almost from the team, I think are the two biggest things they can overcome. Classic example, that second to last fight where the barrage came out from Faintest, Creedlight was off fighting on their own. And that's just not something you really want to give up. If anything, King's College giving you a little bit of an opening here, Bullskunk, because they're running this Roadhog. I don't think he's the best tank partner for a Reinhardt, so that should be something you should be able to use.
Hook in immediately, but hits Young Snail again. An early immortality field forced out. PMC under a lot of pressure at the moment as Skyfire has come in with a Reaper of their own. PMC will eventually fall, but that's both Reinhardts off the battlefield. Skyfire picking up one as we go back to the battle in the sky. Reapers dueling out as well. And it's the DPS from Hood who are able to come out on top in both instances.
This is an interesting development. Percival coming out on the Pharah actually seems to have, distracted Faintest. Faintest got so caught up. It's a classic problem when you play Pharah, because you get the other Pharah, they start shooting rockets at you. You want to shoot rockets back. It's all aerial dogfight from there on in. But in doing so, they took away the key damage lever for the team there for Kings, and that really opened up the ground for Skyfire to do some damage. But Skyfire dying first here.
But TPN goes down, which means there's not enough sustain for the tanks. PMC, keenly aware of that one at the moment. Res comes through, and they do manage to get it off. All right, PMC's back in this fight. King's College back with a chance to flip this thing back over. Onto the flank. Fanus is looping around from the outside. Gets checked a little bit. Link able to get one hook in. Finishes off Fushi. Into the... Well, Virgil comes through with the Death Blossom and going into the back. Barrage unleashed from the other side. And this has just been tit for tat, blow for blow from each of these squads as the Death Blossom from Skyfire finds 2, gives the edge over, and Hood College maintain control.
Oh, they're going for another res, though. It's not quite over just yet. They bring Virgio back in on the Reaper, but it's just a cleanup maneuver right there. A very solid performance from Hood College, by the way. If I was Hood College, I'd be doing everything, right, to get Skyfire into a position to do damage, because that Reaper seems to be punching King College right in the mouth right now. They've got 2 tank ults they can use right here, and they're double hit scan swapping, so clearly they feel that Percival's Pharah is a threat that they really need to mitigate. That might be pressure coming out from the support line.
It's going to be a split. Nice Shatter's going to interrupt the whole hog, but here comes PMC with one of their own. Self-destruct finds Link, though, and there's not much follow-up. PMC with 16 health with that pin, and indeed, Skyfire coming through with some very important damage, this time onto the Reinhardt, follow-up onto the Mercy as well, as Young Snail's going to shut down Fanus on the south side.
An interesting final fight right there. I appreciate Young Snail getting the kill at the end. Why not? Put the boot in a little bit. But I appreciate kind of the strategy that PMC had right there, right? It was a good tactical thought. They rotated around the outside. The Shatter was already out. There wasn't anything they could do about it. And they dropped a Shatter to the Arl. And the problem was the timing of the bomb, Bullskunk, just terrible. It's just the worst possible time to drop the Shatter because you can't follow up on it. And the amount of time that it takes for the bomb to detonate, you yourself don't have the option to charge in right there and secure the kill that you really need to turn that fight around. So two very interesting stages back to back. Both of these teams showing some serious chops right here. Neither of them, by the way, laying off of these kind of brawl, almost damage-oriented comps. They will not switch over to double shield. Looks like they're going to go right back in for the guts again.
Which means, as opposed to the high ground that we normally see on Sanctum, both these teams probably going to go close quarters where their heroes perform best. King's College with a huge rotation. Maywall doesn't catch anybody. Immortality Field up, and King's College trying to maintain their aggression. They are rewarded with a pair of kills right out of the gate. It's going to be a D-Mech as onto a Young Snail, courtesy of a hook, and King's College with a definitive first fight.
They need to get more value out of Percival's Pharah here if they're going to run this. That's a good kill onto Link. When you really look at it, that's what, 600 HP points that just got taken off the board. This is a bit of a misplay right here. A huge overextension from Vergio. Vergio will escape. Not through lack of trying. Vergio nearly dead. Skyfire trades for it. The Shatter comes in over the top as well. PMC.
What a fat Shatter. Oh, that was looking a little desperate there for King's College, but PMC brings it back. Oh, fantastic work out of that main tank, and now Phaetus has a Death Blossom to work with.
Ooh, that was a big save right there by PMC. That was looking a little ugly. I appreciate Skyfire's utter dedication to securing the kill right there, but I don't necessarily know if the overextension on the opposite end was worth it. This is a good attack angle, though. It's going to put a little bit of uncomfortable pressure here on the side of Kings. They're actually just going to bypass it entirely and go for the point. That's a really smart decision for Hood College. Bring this fight back to the objective. That'll only benefit you.
Oh, they've got the pharmacy duel waiting at the front door. So now that King's College has turned around, here comes Percival in with the barrage. Excuse me, that was a Death Blossom, though. Cuts off the tether and Plague falls. Phaetus takes down Percival as well, while PMC cleans up with the hammer.
Another huge individual play there, making all the difference for King College. In that particular circumstance, it was Faintest who didn't rotate with the rest of the team by design or by accident. I'm not entirely sure, but being able to shut down that Pharah was massive. Percival, I don't think, ever used their barrage before switching over to the Cassidy.
Now it's just right up the gut. Nothing fancy here. Trying to focus down Phaetus. PMC with another Shatter. The first one was monstrous. The second one is just as big. Skyfire does get the Death Blossom off, though, but it's all PMC from here. Even with Vergio's Blizzard getting eaten up, there's still just an overwhelming amount of damage. And this is going to be King's College taking map 1, 100-0 here on Sanctum, and an early lead in our grand finals.
An early lead indeed, and another interesting map. That went 100-0. I think that there was some really good play coming out of Kings right there. Just sort of almost anticipatory Bullskunk is how I would call that. Expecting certain things to develop the way they were, and then being able to use these really good individual plays like what you're about to see right now to make a huge difference. I mean, PMC in particular, absolutely dominant on that final Sanctum stage.
What a bait. PMC just falls back. King's College is down in the fight, and PMC draws the entirety of Hood into that narrow archway, that narrow doorway with the stairs. And that is a picturesque Shatter. Phenomenal stuff and great individual effort. And then I can't help but go back to the big rotation from Hood on Sanctum. Drew the entirety of Kings out of that main choke to open up that front door and left the pharmacy combo sitting back there ready to pounce from behind with a barrage. But Phaetus was all over it, read it like a book, and shuts down both the Pharah and the Mercy, and allows the rest, the front line of King's College, to take a 5v4 and go win it out on the point. Brilliant read. King's College starting off strong here.
Yeah, like I said, just good sort of tactical precognition, basically, to see that one developing, and to be in a position to do something about it and be skilled enough, right, to do something about it, to not be slowed down right there. They did invest the ult, but I mean, it was a worthy investment, all things considered. I think there's very valuable lessons here for both of these teams to take into consideration. I think that overarching objective we talked about for Hood right at the start of this, which was curtail the DPS, shut down the DPS. Yeah. I think that's a very good idea, and I think that's something that they want to stick to, but I don't think they should be pursuing it to the detriment of the team as a whole, and I think that's something we saw right there on Sanctum when Vergio fell back on the Mei. I can almost imagine, right, that Skyfire had it in their brain, kill Mei, shut down DPS, kill Mei, and you ended up kind of setting up an unfortunate situation for the team. What I want to see out of Hood is more rotations like what we saw right there, more clever plays, right, to try and destabilize Kings, make them face fights that they don't want to take as much in places that they're not as happy to take them.
Or moving on to map 2, your winner gets to ban out one of our escort maps, and that was Junkertown that Kings banned out. Hood, taking us to Rialto for map number 2. Going to try to utilize some long sight lines, although this is the spot where Kings put up a big full hold and was the point of victory in their semifinals match against NEC, so this one might come back to bite Hood.
It could do. We haven't seen enough hit scan play, I think, from the side of Hood for me to make a accurate assessment on how deadly maybe an Ashe would be, or even a Widowmaker if that was something that they chose to brought along to this specific party. What I will say is that on paper, theoretically, this is a rougher map to get a lot of value out of a Reaper, right? Just because you're using a lot longer distances, especially on first point, and that might be something that is at least processing through the brain over there. I don't know if it's the 100% taking into account the entire strategic picture of what we've seen so far tonight, but maybe they might be looking to remove some of that tool. They know that they had a usefulness coming out of Percival on the Pharah on the last map as well, Bull Skunk. So it might be that they're looking towards Rialto to kind of minimize what their enemy's successful DPS is while maximizing their own.
Well, and particularly on Shrine, where we saw Percival get the better end of Fanus in the air duel. So if both teams choose to run with the Pharah, Percival was looking really good in that head-to-head matchup. And I agree with you completely. I think there is a certain amount of try to devalue what Reaper can accomplish, knowing that that is Vergio's strongest pick.
I think that has to be a strategic consideration, right? Like the Reaper was a serious issue. Vergio was making really big plays. You weren't doing a very good job of mitigating kind of what was coming out of Vergio on the last map. So you've got to try and take steps, I guess, to control them. And I mean, when it comes down to sort of picking the lesser evil, Rialto might just be that. Something that wouldn't surprise me, by the way, is if we saw Kings attempt maybe kind of a close hold. They clearly felt very comfortable with that Reinhardt Roadhog composition, which again, I'm going to say I don't think Roadhog is the best partner for Reinhardt, but credit to Kings. They were making it work. Those hooks were obviously very annoying, and it's a lot of HP to burn through on the front line right there.
And I can't help but wonder if, they try to force a swap. I mean, if Hood has to come off of the Baptiste to perhaps bring on in to deal with the Roadhog, then Kings are starting to dictate the compositions. So, and otherwise, I mean, Link was just kind of having a field day, with the Roadhog and was getting a lot of work done indeed. Definitely very impactful.
Yeah, it's true. You made a good point right there too about forcing swaps. I mean, that's one of those little like mini games, right, in competitive Overwatch, where you're always trying to. There's so many levels of kind of things that you have to pay attention to, and one of them is dictating or trying to dictate, basically what your opponent's choices are, right, in any given situation. So something to think about right there. Personally, I like Rialto a lot. I do think I agree with you in sentiment. It is a risky map pick, Bull Skunk, because it is so easy to get hung up here, and something that Hood College is going to have to be wary of. And now I know they're a team that's here for the long game, but when you put in a ton of prep hours, right, when you put in a ton of time, sometimes that backfires, because if you put in 30 hours of prep and it's not working, you can get into a different, that can be a morale issue at that point in time, because you begin to think, wow, we prepared so much for this and we still can't do anything. Oh my God, maybe our opponents are just inhuman. And that's something that some teams could get caught up in. Hopefully not the case for Hood. I love this composition that they're starting us off with here.
And they've brought in Kaijin in the DPS role, subbing in for Skyfire. Kaijin known for their Pharah. So I do not expect this composition to change. Usually, you don't want to talk about the attackers before they come out of spawn, but I'm fairly confident Hood is sold on what they are showing us right now. Now, let's look at the defense a little bit. Virgio is not dissuaded off of this Reaper.
Nope, he's not, and I gotta wonder if that's going to be a bit of a handicap. That, like I said, this first point not particularly great for Reaper. Virgio's got a good position here, but this is such a disparate composition from Hood that I think they're going to have a hard time leveraging the full value of those Reaper shotguns. And what a huge initial play from Kaijin!
Kaijin picks up 3 right out of the gate. Now it's just 2 lone tanks, aka ult batteries here for Kaijin to start working on that barrage.
This is what I mean about the Reaper, though. There's nothing that they can do in that situation. The minute you lose your hit scan player, Faintness is taken off of the board. I mean, what is Virgio going to do, right? They're just kind of stuck there watching that go by, and now you're in a really difficult situation here if you're Kings, because you've got to recontest, but this is a massive sightline for Kaijin to play off of.
And utilizing the top, going up over the roof, and then dropping down and putting shots from low. I love this movement out of the Pharah player. And King's College now just questioning. They have to keep their eyes in the sky. Virgil makes a swap. Nice move. Wow. The concussion blast right onto Fatus. That was ridiculous. Now in the back, Virgil's in trouble. Jojo's going to fall. Virgil follows right behind. And Kaijin has another 3-piece to start off this fight. Barrage is going to take out the tanks. Oh my. This is the Kaijin show.
I would love to know what Kaijin's hours are on Pharah. Like, legitimately, this is a person who knows how to play Pharah. You can tell because they're doing things like getting above the target and dropping down onto them to get the damage in. I say that and they immediately get murked. But that kind of play style, by the way, that's how you're supposed to play Pharah. The standoffish, damage from a distance play style isn't bad necessarily, but Pharah is really effective when you use her like a kind of a hunting hawk almost to drop in on top of people. Good bomb, by the way.
Oh, and a good pulse as well. A lot of explosions favoring Hood College right now, but Fainus pulls it back, finds both supports with the Deadeye. Punishment comes through from Kaijin, and I see a lot of red jerseys down here, so despite missing their sustain, Hood College continue to press forward.
That pulse bomb was not the bomb that I was talking about. That would have been some good fortune telling right there. Pulled that one out like, oh, good bomb, boom, right on time. But no, if they can get Kaijin through this sort of anti-aircraft network, I think that Pharah is an absolute devastating threat, and they're doing it right now.
King's College looking to recontest, but they can't get there in time. They even invest support ults as well as a whole hog to try to make it happen, and just cannot close the distance on the cart. So 2 points on the board for a Hood. They've got the wind at their backs.
To use another military metaphor, I mean, this is shock and awe coming out from Kaijin. Just pure air support at this point in time. Long range, that's bold.
I mean, you managed to get one with it, and it's enabled the rest of the team to push through. King's College have to spend so many cooldowns just to survive that, and Hood muscle their way right up the gut with eyes turned to the sky, and now Kaijin's back in this fight. Kaijin picks up another one, PNC, taking down, self-destruct finds too. Hood are absolutely unstoppable on this map, Corbeck.
They are unstoppable. I guess this was a good map choice, all things considered, because they look like a completely different squad. Maybe it's the ball composition. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's really interesting to me, actually. And to, bring it back down to more serious look, they are playing the faint sort of like distraction game so well, because sometimes it's Kaijin who's the distraction. Case in point, kind of the second to last fight we saw here, or basically the last fight, Kaijin comes up over the top, drops the barrage. Everybody obviously pays attention to the barraging Pharah. They want the kill. They don't want to die. And at the same time, then the rest of Hood's College, like you said, they just come charging straight up the gut. They did something similar with the ball previously, where they would kind of roll the ball in. They've got Young Snail in there. It's all very distracting. And then suddenly Kaijin just sort of plummets out of the sky on top of the DPS and takes them out. So very, very good. I like it a lot. I really like to see an effective sort of Pharah play style like this.
Attackers incoming.
Very effective indeed. Kaijin made their presence known immediately. First 2 fights, I mean, just right out of the gate. Very first thing we saw happen was Kaijin get a 2K with a concussion blast, knocking 2 into the river. I mean, that was how Hood College started this map, and it was, just all Hood all the way. The Blazers with a smoking fast time, now heading on to the defense. Kaijin continuing with the Pharah.
Faintest is coming out of the Pharah here too as well, so it's be interesting actually to see if Kaijin gets caught up in the duel with Faintest or whether they make a different choice here. Sigma being brought out by Link as well, so finally a change coming to the tank lineup, and that answers my question. It looks like it's dogfight o'clock here at Rialto. These two Pharahs effectively removing themselves from the fight along with their supports.
And both have landed a couple of directs, but neither able to land 2 in a row, required to get past the healing of the Mercy. So it looks like both Pharahs just going to retreat to the respective angles. Vergio finds the pocket, but PMC goes down. They just needs to get some work done immediately if they want to pull this thing through, but no, they'll get the wings clip. Percival able to land the shots into the sky. Ooh. Nice headshot to follow up onto Link as well.
Nice headshot indeed. Fight not quite over yet. You see Vergio trying to reposition to the high ground. This is solid positioning, but again, I don't know that Vergio is going to be able to duel Kaijin by themselves. If they can get Faintest into a position to bring about an ambush, that would be great, but that's an excellent kill to start things off.
And considering Fushi had Nano, I mean, a high priority target indeed. Percival has a Deadeye, which could be used to take down this Pharmacy duo, but Percival's got to find safety first. Percival has 1 health, finally finished off. Young Snail is able to get the return kill, but nobody is there to deny Rez, and Famous is right back in this battle. Kaijin has Barrage. The Nano goes on to the Mercy. Oh, I'm guessing that was anticipated for the Pharah, and the Mercy got in the way. A terrible turn here for Hood College, and their plans start to crumble.
Both of these teams playing a very fast, very aggressive play style. They need to sort of back up here. They can't get caught out on too much of a delay at this point, but it looks like it might be inevitable at this point in time. Faintest just trying to find a target.
Has Percival right in front of them. I think knows Percival has this Deadeye attack. Visor finds both supports. Vergio from the bridge, but it's the Shatter to answer back. Green Light with 1 health and a dream, finally taken out by an Accretion Rock, but really put a stop to this progress over the bridge. Another good conk blast from Kaijin.
Yeah, Kaijin's got a handle on those, man. I'm telling you, they know how to play Pharah. If they know anything, it's how to play Pharah. But Vergio here coming back in, that's the easiest kill they're going to get. And Faintest, again, taking advantage of the kind of detraction of numbers here. Look at this play from Vergio, by the way, just picking him off.
And, I mean, yeah, you got the Pharah back in, but Kaijin is that much weaker. Barrage is going to pick up 1. Kaijin's going to take him out of the sky, and now drops a Barrage of their own. Finds the Mercy, denies Rez. A lot of pressure down onto PMC, and they just got to back up. They cannot find safety. Young Snail's going to sacrifice their mech to take PMC out of the fight. Still 3 members of King's College left on this objective, but Kaijin is waiting above them. And here comes Percival on the flank. They combine to take Vergio out of this fight. They're looking to finish this one off now here.
How often is it you see a Pharah drop on top of someone and punch him? Oh, there's a good gravitic flux coming out right here. Drops the rest of the team. The follow-up not quite there, though.
No, Fushi with a great immortality field. Pharah's now staring at each other above. Kaijin's able to land 1, but can't get that second follow-up. PMC returning to this fight with a Shatter of their own, ready to go. Up to the air,
Big
Mojo Jojo.
Extension.
Huge.
Big extension here.
And I mean, they're claiming so much ground around this corner, and the Coalescence is forcing Hood College back. Shatter's going to pick up 1 around the shield of Creed Light, but Creed Light is there to fend him off. Percival with the Deadeye takes Mojo Jojo out of the sky, and the Ant Matrix keeps King's College at bay while Hood push forward and allow the DPS to move in and find some picks.
Wow, good amplification matrix. Actually, good timing on both of these support ults to kind of keep the team alive here. PMC, though, getting a critical kill takes the Diva out of this, at least temporarily. But with these stagger kills coming in here, Hood should be relatively capable of resetting the alignment, and it looks like they will do so. Watch for Vergio, though. He's got the tack visor again here, pushing up to the high ground in the Opera House, and that's something they need to be very concerned about.
Yeah, the first attack visor was critical. Pops it early, tries to run up, but has no time left. Oops. Barely gets any shots off, no targets. And that ultimate falls to waste. Now Kaijin coming into the back, knowing that ult is gone. Shatter comes through in the front. Link goes down. Famous Barrage over the top. Finds Kaijin with that one. PMC wings the Reinhardt battle. Plague able to get Kaijin back in this fight. And Hood now have some weapons of their own. 2-3 under Kaijin's belt, and Hood College aren't going anywhere.
Careful, Kaijin. Don't get too excited. Like, you've done great, but that's a fight that I don't know that you're gonna win without support. So a wise decision to fall back right there. Wow, what a great fight. What an impactful, bold res from Plague to get Kaijin back online. You can almost imagine Kaijin being like, I have Barrage, get me up, and managed to make something really big out of it. Kaijin has been the X factor here for this Hood College side throughout all these fights, and I continue to see that being the case, but a bomb and a high noon both online here.
Oh, Kaijin's able to get one. Can they deny res? They can! Over the top, Kaijin finds the kill after Purcell puts in some damage. TPN just getting aggressive with the Moira. Just go with DPS Moira with the Coalescence. Just trying to make a play happen. But Hood College, they have all of their angles covered.
They really do. Good little gunfight there from Faintest. I mean, these two DPS players continue to be sort of stars at the moment. And look, Vergio's going in for another pick, but they're wise to it, Bullskunk. They don't let him get by with that same trick again.
No, Creedlight steps in with the shield at just the last moment and able to protect that res. Faintest does get one after making the swap to Tracer. Just opts out of the Pharah duel. Is going to try to put more pressure on the front line. Speaking of, Link's going to throw down a Gravitic Flux to start off this fight, but Mojo Jojo falls to a Deadeye. Kaijin into the back. Barrage ready to go as Percival gets kills up front. Kaijin comes through. There has to be a attack visor pop just to make sure Kaijin can't close this distance. But it means Virgil gets no value out of it, and Kaijin still finds that kill and another 2K Barrage.
Well, I think that's probably done it. I can't imagine them getting somebody back in. They might get a brief contest here, but they'll never get the numbers they need, which means that, again, good kill from Percival, by the way, to round it out. Man, Kaijin, the absolute X factor in that fight. And if you ever needed a better illustration of how impactful that Pharah was, look back to Faintest on the Tracer. We saw a brief moment a little bit earlier. Just kind of looking up, looking to the left, looking to the right, like constantly focusing on the positioning of that Pharah. And it's because of plays like this, Bullskunk, that you cannot forget about Pharah. And it's so impactful from Kaijin. Really good stuff.
Oh, I mean, Hood had to be feeling good. That was the first 15 seconds of the map that we saw as the play of the game. You know, Hood's morale just went through the roof coming off that tough loss in Nepal. The momentum was immediately back in their favor, courtesy of Kaijin and that Pharah in the sky. Outstanding work from Hood College to tie up our grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. Ties it up. That's the key thing. Hood College getting some good reward for their work right there, Bullskunk. I think, to me, that's the big takeaway from this, is that they've done a really good job of bringing this one back around.
All right, well, we're going to throw it to a quick break and get set up for our third map. It's going to be King's College map pick when we return. We're going to head to Hybrid here. We'll see back more of our grand finals in NECC Emergence Division. Hood College battling their way back in on their map pick of Rialto and largely at the back of Kaizen, the FAR player. Kaizen, relatively new to PC Overwatch quarterback, and in fact still plays on a controller. All that fantastic gameplay we saw, that was on a controller.
Yeah, it's a wizard on the sticks, really. That's good. You like to see it. Some stick gameplay there for you. Did a great job on the last map. Was a very decisive factor on that Pharah. But an interesting choice being made here in the lineup. Kaijin is being taken back out. So they brought him in. He's the ace for that Rialto map, and they swapped him out here for this next one.
Yeah, I've got to keep that ace in your pocket. You know, don't want to overshow your hand, I suppose. And one of the big reasons behind that was the map selection. So Blizzard World was banned out by Hood College and then King's College. Well, an apropos pick, as they're going to take us on over to jolly old England. And
they are.
We're headed to King's Row. So that's why we're not going to see the Pharah come out from Hood, at least not in a one-trick fashion. The Pharah can be good on attack, on point A and B, but not so great on defense or in the Foundry whatsoever.
That is very true. And it's something, though, that I do have to say I'm slightly worried, right? Because in the sort of head-to-head matchup with the Brawls, King's College did look to be the superior team, right? Thinking specifically of sort of Vergio's ability to work the Reaper in particular, there wasn't a particularly good answer on the side of Hood. The thing that seemed to be benefiting Hood, one of the big points, I think, of Kaijin's success was splitting the view, right? Keeping King's College looking at a lot of different angles, keeping them nervous, keeping them unfocused, preventing them from essentially balling up into the team that they wanted to be. Not as easy to do that in this setup. Interesting, though, even though you've taken Kaijin out, Percival is still showing us a Pharah to start, so I wonder if they're going to stick with that. But even more interesting is Faintus picking up the Bastion. I mean, usually I don't put a lot of stock in Bastion picks in early rounds, but I think he might be out of spawn already. No, he might have gone back. No, he is. Ooh,
no, Faintus loves his pick.
That's an interesting choice. That's a high risk, high reward strategy right there to pull out the Bastion.
And talking to Faintus and Butternubs, the coach of King's College prior to this match, they pride themselves on their versatility and adaptability and making these kind of calls in the moment. But Percival continuing to roll out with the Pharah. finds first blood, and that's going to take the teleporter out and really limit the mobility. And you can see Famous is in trouble, gets elevated just to get taken down off that pedestal. Into the back goes Percival. This is going to be a one and done on point A.
Yeah, that's not very useful. That was about as good as dropping an ice cube into a volcano right there to cool it down. It just never. The problem is, and this remains the problem with Bastion, right? Is you rely on the enemy team to walk into your sightlines, right, or fly, as the case may be with Percival. Percival was not obliging. They did not walk into the sightlines, and as a result, you know, even though you can teleport to do different locations, you're never able to bring the full firepower of the Bastion into play. There's a reason they redesigned this character for Overwatch 2, is all I'll say on that matter. Vergio making a much more sensible swap, Faintus making a sensible swap too, double hit scans on the deck.
They're trying to do what Percival is. This far will be very strong. You can get over these rooftops here. Nice shatter from Creed. That's going to find 3. Vergio goes down immediately. And Hood College just playing picturesque Overwatch at the moment.
Split focus. It's the same issue again. They're dividing their forces, but the bigger side of the divide is impacting Kings. That was a really good example. You've got your soldier pulled off up on the high ground, more concerned with the Pharah than anything else. Vergio looking for the same thing, and much like you saw in Rialto, we in the enemy team is distracted by the threat from above. Just run it down the gut. Creed hits the shatter. The rest of the team follows up, and Kings College getting another round of the shock and awe treatment here.
And Maywall is just going to slow them down to try to get to the cart. DMC does make it there to contest with just 0.67, but there's a barrage over the top after taking down the Pharah. That removes PMC from the fight. No res available. 2 points on the board.
Oh boy, this is not looking particularly good for Kings. They're not doing very well to adapting to Pharah play. Now, Kaijin, I think, was a very gifted Pharah player, and I don't know that I would rank Percival as high, but to be fair, Percival's putting on a pretty good show right here, and the fact that they've got Faintest up in the air on Pharah is pretty worrying to me because, again, aerial duels between Pharahs are not really the best strategy right here, and the advantage seems to be resting with Percival regardless.
Oh, and you can tell King is a little mad. They pulled out the Reaper, Vergio on the Edgelord, but they gotta survive this Graviton Surge first, and there's just so much damage. What a combo between Skyfire's Blizzard, Young Snell with a beautiful grab, and Hood College just moved completely uncontested through King's Row. This is gonna be a 5-minute time bank. Even with a little bit of change on the back of it, they won every single team fight, Corbeck.
Good golly, Miss Molly, right there. Good Lord, I don't even know. There's not like enough. There's not enough idioms to sum up what I just saw. I mean, again, it has all the shades of what we saw in Rialto. It was a little bit. I think it didn't feel as pacey, but it felt very similar. You just sort of saw King's College get hit really hard at the beginning. I think that Bastion and the resulting need to swap really hurt them, but they're not able to curtail this Pharah without taking hits somewhere else. And I mean, it's something that I've experienced personally, and I know that a lot of teams struggle with this, right? This is one of the huge advantages of Pharah in general, is she is that dual threat. She does force split perspective, but you would also expect, a team that is quite good, like King's College, to be able to overcome that a little bit easier. That said, going into the attack, 5-minute time bank, that's pretty scary, but at least you're back on, I think, characters that you feel a little bit more comfortable with. Interesting, though, that Vergio is coming out here on the May, and Faintest is bringing out the Reaper. So a little bit of swap of positions there, because we know that Vergio's comfort pick is the Reaper, but you're back with the Roadhog Reinhardt tank line. That's something that I think they like. And you've got a lot of healing in this comp as well. So a real proper death ball being shown here.
I feel like Hood College have read this well, though, and it's indicated by Plague on the Ana. One good bio nade, and Link is just going to get deleted so fast. King's College moving in around Statue. Trying to find good use of this Maywall. Creed Light not stepping it too far, and Percival finds first blood. Taking the Reaper out of the fight as Faintus is overstepped and there's no res available. Now it is on to Link. And Hood College pressing all the way forward, using an immortality field to ensure that they can get aggressive on the back of these early picks, and they're going to find some exit picks as well.
I'd honestly, if I was on the side of King's College, I'd seriously be considering bringing a Lucio to this party. just to get the speed boost, because as long as you've got this Junkrat combo here with the Cassidy, the longer it takes for you to really push forward, the more damage you're going to take. Now you have the healing to slow down and kind of absorb a lot of these hits, but what you don't have the shield presence, and you don't have the speed to close. You can't just indefinitely stand here getting shot up. I mean, this is good rotation to take him out of the sight line, but it's not going to solve the problem forever.
No, it's certainly not. They're trying to force Skyfire off of that high ground where they were sitting. Young Snail doing a good job of peeling. But an Ant Matrix now up here for King's College. They put pressure down. Skyfire gets this tire up, and everybody's bunched up. Maywall to try to block it. Tire can't quite climb it. Finds over the top. The Reinhardt, and PNC is down. Now an Ant Matrix is up for the defending Hood College, and utilizing it well. They're going to find a couple picks, and they even have a couple of stragglers caught in a really bad position.
Ooh, yeah, Cassidy all the way in the back line trying to get out, getting hunted down here by Skyfire with a little bit of assistance here from the Diva, and that's left 2 members of King's College deep behind enemy lines with no real way to get back to it. You see the Roadhog swap coming in. Very valid to get the Sigma down the action. More shields, more damage absorption. Good Blizzard.
Oh, and the Maywall prevents Creed from being able to pin out. Now the Shatter ends. Going to pick up 2. Coalescence on the back of that. And the cleanup is there. But Percival, it does pick up a pair of their own and limiting the amount of people left on this point. Time for a recontest. Hood's going to invest in self-destruct, but Young Snail cannot get back in the mech. Nano Boost out on to Skyfire, who's on the point, already close to another tire, but Famous with the Deadeye is going to shut that down. The Sleep Dart lands, but it's not quite in time.
Can they get the Reinhardt back? Oh, good Maywall, though, to shut it down. I don't think they can at this point. The 2 remaining members of Hood College need to be a little bit cautious here. They don't want to get cut off by a Maywall. They will fall back in good order. Great call right there to use that Blizzard in that way, and a little bit of a letting off the gas here from Hood. They should have really been aware that that was a potentiality, Bullskunk.
Oh, and Creed falls on the front line with the Earth Shatter ready to go. This is going to open up a lot of space for King's College to push forward. They're coming in with an Ant Matrix, which is going to buy even more of this map, get some more map control, and could force Hood all the way back. But Skyfire with yet another tire coming in out of the back. And the result is Tire gets nothing. Immortality Field there to protect it as Mojo Jojo is able to keep the team alive and standing. And King's College still at a full 6 as they push around this S corner. Ant Matrix now up from the defense of the Shatter comes down. Shatter found Link, and the kills are there on the back of it. Famous on the high ground, drops the Deadeye, gets swept out of it. Beautiful shot from Plague. And Hood College make a stand at the bookstore.
Oh, Hood College, that could have gotten really ugly right there. We saw kind of a microcosm issue of they're not really paying full attention to the battlefield with what happened to Percival, but luckily they were able to cancel out a lot of the best ults that King's College could bring to bear. Just that Blizzard to watch out for, and Faintest coming out now on the Pharah does give them a lot of options to play with. Junkrat, a Pharah's natural prey, honestly.
Yeah, we still got to watch out for Percival. Self-destruct coming in. Maywall and shield used. Nice Maywall. It means the shield doesn't get cracked and continue to push forward. King's College now unleash that Blizzard. In a lot of trouble. That's a lot of people frozen up. The Blizzard is huge from Virgio as they get that right in the bulk of Hood College's defense. And the follow-up is there. The kills come through, and King's College have their eyes on the Foundry.
Virgio again doing good work on the DPS. That's exactly what they need from their top level players, right? Just those kind of plays. Both of the Blizzards have been absolutely deadly here for the May. You will get a recontest here, I think, from Hood. I don't know if this is going to be the one, but it's going to be an attempt.
Immortality Field's up. PMC's down to a tire. Famous is sitting on the high ground, 85 to Barrage. Percival looking to put those shots down. Famous is able to get out. Coalescence coming through from Kings, trying to force him in, despite the fact that they're missing a Reinhardt, but they take Creed down. Young Snail, D-Mac, Barrage finds Fushi in the back. Rez comes through. Famous back in this fight. Percival with the Deadeye from the outside. Picks up one. Gets aircraft with the flashbang. Looking to shoot down Famous as well. And somehow, Hood College are still in this thing and is dwindled down to a 1v1 on this point. No, there's PMC returning on the Reinhardt. Able to take Skyfire out of this fight. Follows it up with a kill. And King's College will push this thing in. It's just a matter of how long it takes.
Well, that was awkward. Now, Hood College needs to be really careful they don't lose too much here on the runaround. They'll take good advantage of that Maywall to get back. A good individual play there from Fuzi, who just needs to keep falling back. You don't want to stay in that general area. Unfortunately, you surrendered a lot of ground there in that stagger attempt, so I think most of the time they bought in that last couple of seconds got made up here. Faintest trying to get very aggressive on the high ground, pushed down almost immediately.
Well, he has the Nano ready to go, and 2 kills already in the defensive Hood's favor. Punish and Mojo Jojo, they're going to release a tire to try to clean up. There was only 2 members alive as the pharmacy duo had already been dealt with, so a bit of a wasted tire, but hey, you're going to buy more time, and that's something Kings doesn't have a whole lot of.
It's not. I mean, 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock is nothing compared to the 5 minutes on the other side, but the tire is a great ult. You hate to see it used that way, especially because Virgio now has a Blizzard in pocket, and we know how scary that is. So that's something to keep a big eye on. You've also got the Gravitic Flux in play here as well, so another powerful ult. Ult first, Hood, if you want to win.
Yeah, and if Link can get the Immortality Field out early, that could be the ticket right there. We see Faintest go to the high ground, but drops the Percival's Deadeye. The Blizzard does come out, and the Nano is throwing on to Creedlight to keep him at bay. The follow-up isn't there. The Reinhardt up front is able to just stem any aggression and stymie King's College completely. Excellent Nano boost coming out of Plague. And Hood College, hang on.
I don't know what Kings has left in the tank here. They've got maybe a Shatter if it's good enough. They probably can get a Coalescence. That said, not a lot in the side of Hood either, but they still have the defensive advantage. You're getting close, perilously close to one fight territory. I think by the time that they've regrouped and pushed in Bullskunk, you're going to get one shot at this, so it better be particularly spectacular.
Link making a
That's
swap.
not a good way to start.
Oh, the sub that came in for this map goes down at the most inopportune time. Shatters trade back and forth, each picking up 1 apiece, but there's an Ant Matrix there for the defense. Immortality Field has been used from both sides, as a matter of fact, and Skyfire continues to put in hurt from this high ground, just completely uncontested. So much spam damage, and they're so accurate with these bombs. Skyfire has been an absolute menace as they take aircraft down for the 2nd time in this fight. 2 seconds remaining. Nobody from Kings left on this point. And Hood College are going to take a 2nd map in a row after a little bit of cleanup. There it is. Done and dusted. Hood College go up 2-1 in our series.
A good Kings Row, a very good Kings Row from Hood College. I think that what we saw there at the tail end, Skyfire uncontested on the high ground, just raining grenades down. I mean, that was sort of the summary of the match. I don't think it was perfect by Hood College. I think they made a fair amount of mistakes, things that admittedly I think were quite punishable at various times, but Kings College was never really able to take too much advantage of it. And as a result, you know, you get plays like that. The downside here, or at least what I'm thinking is the downside overall, Bullskunk, for the side of Kings, is they're not showing a lot of tactical flexibility, or they're showing tactical flexibility, but none of the solutions are really working. So it's just the same as being tactically inflexible at the end of the day, which just made me wonder, I mean, what do you do at this point in time, right? Your DPS are getting curtailed. This is the thing that you were worried about. They're not getting enough value. You're allowing the enemy DPS to get a ton of value. There's got to be some counterplay here to slow this down. It's just not coming out.
And we talked about King's adaptations early, and you know, the high risk, high reward of bringing out the Sim Bastion on their very first defense, and well, they didn't find any of the reward. That risk ended up being severely punished, and Hood College move in with a full head of steam to put up that monstrous time bank, and then bringing Percival back in, putting Percival on the far. It was Skyfire who subbed in for Kaijin, but you know, in that attack, you might have been wondering, okay, so why did you bring in a sub and put your Pharah expert on the bench if you were just going to play Pharah anyways? We saw it there on the defense, and we saw it there in that play of the game. Percival has a little bit of that wider pool, that hero pool, and the Cassidy was so sharp. Those accurate shots, I mean, taking a pharmacy duo out like they did there on point C, just immaculate work. And Hood College are making all of those little plays. They're reading the defense, and they're making the right substitutions. And right now, they are rewarded. They're the ones who have the 2-1 lead here in our grand finals.
The part of the problem too is just target focus, I think, has been a little off the mark here for the side of King's College. They're playing compositions that entail more of the rush down brawl play style, right? You pick a target, you kill them as quickly as possible, you move on to the next target. That's something that I think that they need to do, and they've not really been able to do it. Case in point, like you were saying, Percival on the Pharah, what did it do? It did what I talked about. It split the focus, and nobody's dying in that situation, which is almost worse than kind of focusing one person and maybe not killing them. You're splitting your attention and still nobody's dying. It's a disaster. So that's something that they need to overcome. And I do worry, and again, I don't know for sure as we go into Dorado here, our next map, if it is a matter of having a DPS player as a shot caller, one of the hardest parts of being a DPS shot caller for a whole team is target focus, because it's very hard to have a wide perspective of the fight when you're playing a DPS role, which is why usually supports and tanks are the people who play that function. So could be a strategic issue they're running into.
Well, King's College need to do something to bounce back here. This is their map pick. They are taking us to Dorado. And they've got to enable the 2 DPS. It's whatever the issue is, it's a matter of getting Faintus and getting Virgio into this fight where they can have maximum impact. It's how they're able to win Nepal. And I mean, if they want to bounce back in this series, they've got to get them more involved. Now, I will say we're having some swaps. Now, with that said, PMC is going into the DPS role. And Virgio, the Reaper fanatic, is moving into the tank role. So we're getting some swaps here. We're also TPN, who was playing Moira there in the last map, coming back out. And we're getting, TPN is going back in. And we're getting the sub back out. I believe that was PMC. So a lot of substitutes.
And Kaijin is coming back in for Skyfire as well. And that, the bell had already kind of rung, but it rings even harder when I look at this, because it is a Pharah map in a lot of ways. Pharah players like this map. So bringing Kaijin back in indicates to me that you are running with a Pharah first strategy. But looking over to the side of Kings, swapping your DPS and your tank players around, that's not a good thing. That's not a good sign, usually, I think is what I should say. To me, that smacks of, I don't know if that's an internal argument or maybe some squabbling or desperation. None of those options looking particularly good, whatever the case may be. And if you're getting into a point where you feel the need to off-roll, I do worry about your overall effectiveness as a team.
And how it affects your synergy as well.
That too. That too.
I mean, you get used to a particular play style from your tanks in particular. So when you start swapping that around, and we're seeing, Virgio move into the tank role and PMC coming down to the DPS. It was Aircraft who was subbed out earlier, by the way. Quick correction in my own right. I don't know why my brain froze there earlier. But King's College are going to have to work with Virgio, who's pulling in the Roadhog on the defense. Hood College, once again, choosing to go on the attack. It served them very well on King's Row, and they're going to come out on the offense to start things off on Dorado.
This is very jumbled on the side of Kings, though, because Link was the guy you had playing the Roadhog. Now he's on Sigma. Okay, fine. Virgio's on Roadhog. I guess there's a little bit of translation between DPS and a Roadhog. I guess I could see it. Basically, you're going to use Roadhog as a glorified DPS. But I mean, immediately, look at this. This is a risky play right out the bat. Like, that's something that if an enemy team is wise, they can separate you and do some serious damage. And it looks like a lot of members of King's College are quite separated out right now.
And with eyes in the sky, Hood College are going to be able to scout this out. And you still have Virgio sitting down low. There was a Sigma shield down there. I believe Link dropped as well, but that just leaves your high ground vulnerable. Greenlight able to take advantage of that. Hood College looks spectacular on these ball comps in previous maps on Rialto. And it's looking good here so far as they've got opening pick, and they're going to make a way around the first corner. Kaijin moves in, takes care of Mojo Jojo and the Ash, now circling around back behind the defense of Kings.
Yeah, whatever the game plan was here, Bullskunk, I don't know that it's necessarily worked out at all. Virgio got an ult very fast, but it meant absolutely nothing, and it was thrown away effectively right there as well. So I don't know if you switch that Roadhog up, but I mean, this is the disparate playstyle that we saw at Hood College when they absolutely barnstormed it on Kings Row and on Rialto. You need to be very cautious here if you're in Kings College's spot.
Head College are burning the barns down. What a stick! Oh my! Percival lobs that one from downtown and hits the mark. Special delivery as Hood College win this fight before it even really gets going.
Oh man, Ventus bringing out the Sombra now. Vergio kind of isolated. I guess the two tanks are at least together. But it's not doing them a heck of a lot of good right now either, as this follow-up from Creed is just so solid. Again, it's showing signs of sort of desperation and strategic, like kind of not knowing what to do, basically.
And perhaps that shot calling that you're talking about, focus fire more specifically. And Percival for this map has been on the Tracer as well. That is one more flanker to worry about. Another direction where you're just looking all around 360 degrees and not knowing who to focus down. Self-destruct coming in from Young Snail is going to force King College back. Hood trying to push forward. Manual hack onto Kaijin. At least get him out of the sky for a moment. But Percival is able to win the war down low against Link. Putting a lot of hurt onto Vergio as well. Take a breather already used. Vergio not able to get out of there alive. Link does get res back up. But the barrage over the top. Take it down. PMC finds the majority of the damage with the attack visor. The finish comes through. And the DPS starting to pull this back as the EMP finds the Tracer and the Mercy. I mean, that's actually a 5-player EMP, but there's just not enough people left to follow up on it.
Oh, such a valuable ult, Bull Skunk. I'm sure you heard my audible no, but that's because it's such a valuable ult to put into a situation like that. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Vergio, by the way, trying to do everything themselves on this Roadhog is just feeding the ult tank of Hood College. It's the least desirable style of Roadhog play because you just can't win a 6v1 as Roadhog. You can't do it. All you're going to do is just give ult charge back to the other team.
I mean, you found one kill on a Young Snail, and that's immediately rezzed back up, and Hood College are no worse for wear. Pulse Bomb out, doesn't land this time for Percival, who's got to sit back after a manual hack. Mines coming out over the front of this corner, and Faint just gets caught in it, and there's a 3K coming out of Kaijin. Oh my goodness, just so many weapons on the battlefield. Hood College are a Swiss Army knife of an Overwatch team right now.
Vergio is so out of sync with the rest of the team. You see it right there too. They were forced to take an engagement before they could refill their numbers, and they're just getting punished for it in the time bank. Kaijin nearly back on another ult here, able to fly up high in the pyramid and drop down pretty much at will with this barrage. Probably going to be a big one, Bull Skunk, and it's something that they need to be actively prepared for.
And Mortati Field's already used. There's nothing to block this thing. Direct onto Mojo Jojo to start. It's going to be Gravitic Flux into the back line, trying to punish, trying to cut Hood College off the knees. Oh, and a great hook. It finishes off Kaijin, denies the barrage, but there's still just so much damage coming through. Rez is successful. No! Play gets interrupted at the very last moment, but still, Percival is here just dominating anybody who dares approach this cart. PMC now going on over to the Reaper. Percival misses on the stick, but PMC still in a lot of trouble as Fushi has a coalescence over the back at this point, and Hood College are in control. King's College still scrambling for any resemblance of stabilization and are not finding it at all. Vergio puts out another whole hog but has no life left. Hood College, they still have reinforcements on this point. PMC is going to come back out. Reaper, that's a 5v1. PMC has no fade. That's not going to last long. Link comes out, fortifying on the Orisa. Has to use those cooldowns early, which means now they're taken out of the fight. Hood College have an answer every step of the way.
They do, and I mean a final effort there from Vergio, and I don't want to be too much of a negative Nancy, so I'm gonna hold off. But it's not a good performance from Kings. Not what I would expect from them either at this stage. Not good. Meanwhile, looking over at the side of Hood, like you said, a very strong play from them, like a Swiss Army knife, an answer for everything. Nothing getting kind of up in their craw. They're able to respond to every threat in an effective manner. They're staggering their ult usage in order to ensure effectiveness, and they're cleaning up kills. I mean, that's the biggest point right there. In that long-term contest situation, they were cleaning the kills up just as they needed to do. So a very good run from Hood as opposed to King's College with a not very good run at all.
And now staring down the barrel of another daunting
massive time bank.
Yeah. Hood College coming out on the defense. Kaijin, the sophomore out of the Middle East, of course, pulling out that far. We would expect no less. Has been an absolute X factor here today. Percival is going to pull out the Cassidy. By the way, can I highlight that Percival, I believe, is a Critical Role reference, playing the Cassidy who is voiced by Matthew Mercer, who is the DM of Critical Role. Like, there's this awesome synergy going on just within this pick, and I had to point it out.
What's Percival in Critical Role? What class is Percival?
No.
What class is Percival? He's a gunslinger.
He's a gunslinger.
It all works. It's a tapestry that they've woven for us here. Oh my! Faintest, by the way, coming out there on the Widowmaker. I didn't twig that. Good pickup, by the way. I never thought of that as a Critical Role reference. But Faintest here coming out on the Widowmaker. I think just trying to even the odds up, maybe shut down one of the aerial flyers. But this can be a surprisingly difficult role for a Widow. Good kill on the Percival early on, and a good kill on the Plague to follow up.
This is exactly what King's College needed. You had to imagine morale was getting low, and to come out and find 2 key picks like that, they're not done with this thing just yet. We know this is a squad of never give up, and their tenacity is on display, but you still have Kaizen in the sky. And that is 2 quick picks. Percival able to come back on the Widowmaker and get one of their own. Hood College stabilizing in the courtyard.
Percival coming out of the Widowmaker. It's like, if you want a Widowmaker duel, we'll give you a Widowmaker duel. Percival not going to back down from that one at all.
Oh man, can we just call it the bad news right now? Like, is Percival wielding the bad news?
I think
that's happening. Yeah, that was the sniper rifle from Critical Role. For those of you who have not watched it.
We're deep into the fandom.
Oh, seriously, sorry. It's I can't help it. It's good stuff. It is good stuff. So's Hood College defense so far, showing up well, despite losing some players early. They still are making it work as Percival finds the kill on the Mojo Jojo. And so that's going to be a no nano boost available, and wins the Widow duel against Faintest. Percival is absolutely hot with the Widowmaker right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent pickup here from Link, but I don't think it's going to be enough to shift the tide of this fight. Kaijin trying to get a kill here over the top. Won't fight. Backs off the other way. And here comes Vergio right in the front line with the old meat grinder ultimate there, trying to make something happen. Torbjorn managing to secure a kill in the midst of all of this madness, but the Diva Bomb coming down the other way. That's not particularly good at all. Only gets the turret, but it might be enough to break the general center here of this King's College line. Huge shatter coming out from Creedlight. He comes surging forward right into the mix, but again, not able to win a decisive victory.
There's so much healing. Vergio has taken a breather. There's a Moira orb, a Mercy pocket. Like, Vergio is just not going down in that moment. But Hood College are happy to just buy more time off the clock. They're forcing out cooldowns and taking away King's College ability to push forward. Now Faintest is on a Genji. We have a Genji Torb attack line coming out of King's College right now.
Yeah, they're continuing to put this pressure down the middle, and the healing's holding them, but I just wonder for how long.
It's a good opening pick. Percival's in trouble, does get finished off. And King's College finally able to get some purchase on point A. The cart looks close enough. I don't think there's going to be a contest, particularly with the late stagger onto Young Snail.
A fair amount of time burned off right there, and I think that's the biggest sort of takeaway. Faint's swap to Genji is certainly interesting, but I think it wasn't a bad one, all things considered, with the Widowmaker in play, and that's probably why we see Percival switching over to Soldier 76. The Widow duel is now over, at least temporarily, but Kaijin has another barrage in the tank, and we know just how deadly these are, especially when there's no real direct hit scan play.
Well, and the Diva is already taken off the battlefield, so there's nothing to eat up this barrage as Kaijin comes in over the top. Looking for it, just going to take the direct onto Mojo Jojo. No barrage necessary for Kaijin to find these picks as they take down Faintest as well.
Such a good play from Kaijin. I wish I could go back and kind of break that down at a micro level. Kaijin definitely considered using the barrage. They saw that the hook was out from Vergio, but they realized that they could secure those kills with rockets alone, so they held on to it. Really, really wisely played because the threat remains.
Here comes the blade. Speaking of threats, Faintest already taking some damage. Immortality field keeping Fuji alive. Eventually they are chopped down. And Faintest coming through with a crazy swap onto the Genji, really making it work and throwing a wrench into Hood College defense.
Yeah, it was a good blade. It was a good blade combined with the coalescence right there. Vergio, meanwhile, trying to clear the unfriendly skies is a bit of an interesting prospect for a Roadhog player, but they seem to be doing a good job of at least shifting that Pharah into a less fortunate position. Amplification Matrix coming down, though. This could be big.
Yeah, with attack visor to boot, Earth Shatter thrown into the mix, and Hood College come back and make a stand on the back of point B. This is going to be such a long walk back for King's College. I mean, this is going to be 1.5 fights at best.
When was the last time you saw a Pharah punch a Genji to death? There's a good question
True.
for you.
Mark that one off your bingo card.
Yeah, that's one of the really difficult squares to get. Just want to point out, highlight a play here. We haven't talked a ton about the off tanks, the tanks in general, but Young Snail right there absolutely saving the day with a perfectly timed defensive matrix there onto Percival, because the hook came in from Vergio. It was a good hook, and Young Snail saved their life and kept that attack visor going.
And now has a self-destruct for this matchup, and Kaiser does a long-distance barrage. No chance for Mojo Jojo. No chance to get hooked either. Now the self-destruct invested in, but this one coming from King's College, and they're able to find Fushi with it. So the bulk of the sustain now absent from this Hood College defense. Nice hook. Finds Kaijin out of the sky as Vergio finally able to deal with that pesky far and force back the remainder of the defense.
Well, it was a good completion there from Kings, but no matter how this works out now with these remaining time banks, they'll have less time. I appreciate the aggression that they're putting on right here, though. They're not giving Hood College the opportunity to get a full reset in, but Hood College might force the issue. Now that Reaper's out, well, this is an interesting play by Faintest as well, just trying to find an opening and really exploit it.
Vergio is able to get one in. Plague is thinking about that res, but Vergio is protecting the body and not going to allow Plague to get in there. Self-destruct thrown from Young Snail, but here comes the Death Blossom out. Death Blossom is going to pick up one. Defense Matrix covers the rest, but Vergio is able to find yet another key pick, and the Roadhog finally starting to come to life. But every kill from Hood College is a massive impact. Res comes through from Mojo Jojo, gets Vergio back into this thing. Percival with the flank around back, picks up one, gets hooked out of it, and Vergio takes them down. Vergio follows up to interrupt the barrage as well. Both DPS ults taken down by Vergio, who is not going quietly into the night, pressing all the way up to the spawn doors to try to enable King's College another shot at this thing. They will get it. 3 points on the board, but it's less than half the time bank.
A poorly executed kind of third stage there from the team of Hood College. I don't know what I really want to make of that, Bullskunk, to be honest, because the thing is, right, you're probably not going to get back there again. So I think it's unlikely that you're going to see King's College get the advantage of a poorly executed defense. If you look at the first 2 points, which will be probably the primary location of an overtime struggle, I think it's undeniable that Hood College looked a lot better on those first 2 sets. That was just a particularly bad bit of play. They allowed themselves to get pinned back by the spawn doors. They never got very aggressive. They kind of got caught in the transition. All big advantages for Kings that are hard to replicate, right, on that first stage.
And I mean, Vergio, really kind of coming to life there on point C as well. 2 really important ult shutdowns with the Roadhog. So, I mean, some quality play there. And I liked the aggression we saw out of Kings to force that issue, to force Hood into that uncomfortable position on point C. So, I certainly don't want to take anything away from the decision making of Kings, as that one paid off, and we've seen a lot of high risk, high reward type of approaches coming out of King's College. They're able to reap the rewards there on Dorado for now, but now, I mean, we'll head into extra innings. They will be attacking first, and we'll see what they can do with it. But I'd like to echo your point. It's true. I mean, Hood looks so much better on point A and point B. King's College still have their work cut out for them.
You get the vibe, too, that Kings is succeeding on pretty slender margins on some of these points. Pretty good ult usage, I think, is really saving them from individual players. For example, good Torbjorn ult right there to cover the point on point number 2. Faintest had, I believe, a really good Genji blade that was super necessary for getting that opening. And then, as you pointed out, Vergio doing a good job on the Roadhog there at the tail end of that point number 3. And as much as they looked good applying the aggression, I do kind of worry that maybe these individual sort of hero plays are not a sustainable format for securing future victory. That said, Faintest coming out here on the Reaper. They're keeping pretty much everything else the same. I think that this is a misplay if they bring Faintest out on the Reaper, because there's going to be nothing in this lineup bar a turret, and I guess Diva. I mean, the tanks could look to it, but there's going to be nothing hard here to slow down Kaijin on the Pharah, and I think that's going to be, you know, recipe for disaster, Bullskunk, if I'm honest.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on Link. I mean, you're not going to be able to get the kill with a Diva alone. At most, you can mitigate some of the damage coming out, but of course, that defense matrix is limited on the amount. And look at the distance Kaijin's playing from. That's going to make it so hard for Link to get up there. It also means Virgil won't get a chance to hook Kaijin out of the sky. Turret's already been dealt with. Nice sleep, and the Conch Blast sends the sleeping Link back down to the low ground. Virgil does find opening pick, though. Creed Light out of this fight, which means there's nothing to block these. Hook follows it up with a good kill on the Percival as well. So Virgil continues to find value from the Roadhog, despite it being an atypical pick.
Yeah, they're finding a lot of value here, Bullskunk, because the pressure just keeps being applied. And again, this is very similar to that third point where they just sort of kept the pressure on and never took it off. Faintest actually trying to get up into the face of the Pharah is a brave choice indeed. Percival making a swap over to the Reaper, I think, is a good call here to allow them to apply a little bit of pressure to Virgio.
I respect the effort out of Faintest. At least get up there and keep Kaijin from having free reign of this map. You can see Faintest still wants to control some of that, but Kaijin runs them off, and now the overtime is started. Nobody from King's College can get off. Well, somebody's got to be touching this point at all times, so they can't get highly aggressive on the back of some of these picks. Valkyrie out to start things off. Self-destruct coming in from Young Snail. Not going to find anything, but Kaijin is out of this fight, and it doesn't look like that res is coming through. Creed Light with the Shatter on the front. The Shatter is large. That's going to find 4. Remake kill on the TPN means the Coalescence will not be there. Res on to Percival, and the Reaper is back in this fight. Death Blossom coming out. This one from Faintest doesn't get a whole lot of value. Virgil gets 1 with the whole hog, and the Coalescence returns from TPN. King's College aren't quite done. Kaijin over the top finds 1, but Virgil will take him out of the sky.
Confirmed a critical kill there onto the Moira, though, taking that sustained healing out of the fight. Plague taken down as well.
Virgio really just being a huge difference maker, and it looks like this individual effort strategy is paying off for King's College. If they're all clicking like that, then I don't see why they won't continue to find success. They've already made enough time to where I think that 253 timing for Hood is looking a little less intimidating.
It is, but look, here comes this aggressive re-engagement. Bullskunk, and they've got an ult of their own, and it's huge! Oh, I was just gonna say, the individual playstyle works until it doesn't. As stupid and John Madden-esque as that sounds, it works until it doesn't. And in that case, the individual players cannot account for every other player on the board. And that's exactly what happened right there. They could not account for a play like that. You just don't have that kind of coverage. And if your individual player that you're relying on, your Roadhog or whatever, isn't in a position to shut down the Reaper, that's the end result. So a very good play by Hood College to stop the bleeding. They just have to be able to get to that point again. I think they can do it, Bullskunk, but definitely King's College looking better on that attack than they did, you know, for most of this map.
Oh my. King's College go back on the defense and continue with this risky approach, as we're going to get PMC on the Hanzo. Faintest back on the Bastion.
Well, the other big point of note, though, is that they're running that dispersive comp again, and this is where Hood College have looked their absolute best, right? So you're taking a gamble here with the Bastion, and it's going to be able to slow down Hood College long enough, right? That's what you want. You want it to slow down Hood College long enough that the time bank comes into consideration. I don't know that that's going to happen because, again, the damage drop off on the Bastion, the ability for Pharah to kind of peek and poke, I think the advantage lies with Hood College here.
And hitting a Pharah with a Hanzo can be so difficult, just in the nature of the projectile-based arrows that Hanzo puts out. Faintest eating a couple of rockets, but Young Snail gets demeched immediately. Kaijin did work around to the outside, while King's College tanks are going to move indoors to protect themselves from Kaijin, who's moved around back. And so far, so good for this defense, particularly with that kill on the Kaijin.
It's a good shoot and scoot that we're seeing here out of Faintest. I mean, this is exactly what they were hoping for, that it's just going to buy them enough time and really shut Kaijin down. And if it keeps going on this trajectory, it will do so. I just don't know if they maintain it.
Faintest gets another quick pick. This one on to Creedlight. The teammate comes through, so there's no more tanks here for Hood College. As they engage into just so much damage. That's a point-blank shot. A mortar from Faintest sends Percival back to spawn. And Hood College have eaten up quite a bit of time. Or, excuse me, King's College eating up some time.
Again, I mean, it's good positioning. Good shot, by the way, from PMC right there. But it's good positioning from Faintest. He's doing kind of what he failed to do on King's Row, which is just setting up a lot of different angles and lines, and is paying off.
Yeah, and rotating around to, never knowing, Hood College never know where to expect the Bastion to be shooting from. And the Pharmacy duo get caught out in that one. Percival trying to teleport up top, but gets found out, has to Wraith form out with, sub 20 health. Creedlight under a lot of pressure, and Hoodlight have yet to adapt.
No, they haven't adapted at all. Now TPN here using the 2 ults actually thrown out right there, which is a lot of investment. You still have the whole hog in the pocket. There's not a lot for Hood to use, though, on the reverse side of this. And so far, Kaijin hasn't been able to get the better of that Bastion, and that's been kind of the critical fight here between these two sides. If they can take this Bastion out of consideration, they should break this point open. That's exactly what they needed. Stop the res. Oh! There we go.
Oh, that's a worthwhile barrage if I've ever seen one. That was a twofer coming out of Kaijin, as you get double the value in interrupting that res. And now Kaijin comes in angry, finds the other DPS, and Kaijin starting to take over this map once again. Going to separate out TPN. What a great Conk Blast, followed up with a direct. And the Flora has been unleashed. The sophomore from the Middle East has done some work, and Hood now have sight set on the courtyard. Running out of time, though. Only 5 seconds on the clock. Faintest back in this. Has that same configuration. Takes Percival out of the fight early. Mojo Jojo is going to Valk top and everybody off nicely. Hood College rotating around. Tanks not wanting to get too far in front. Don't want to give too much free damage over to that Bastion. But slowly but surely, they're working their way in, and they put the 4th point on the board. We are in overtime, so no extra time bonus added to the clock. Overtime will continue to go, as King's College now have to defend point B if they want to tie up this series.
They did a great job with the shoot and scoot stall right there. They burned a lot of time off the bank. It's exactly what they wanted. Can they keep doing it, though? That's going to be the real question. Now more ults are coming online here for Hood College. More tools in the toolbox, right, for them to use to break this setup. And this is when things are going to get really dangerous, because Bastion isn't able to reposition as well on this point. You see him going up to the high ground. That's a very bad choice, because it allows for that.
Then Nano Boost onto Kaijin as well. Now diving in, swooping in, finds the Mercy. Shatter from Creedlight down the front line, and it's the 2-prong attack once again from Hood. They've executed this beautifully all day long, and this one was no different. Overtime started before they even hit point B, but Hood College will not be denied their prize. They are going to move up to championship point over King's College here in the Emergence Yellow Division. Dorado under their belt, and they now have a 3-1 lead in the series.
I'll give credit where credit is due, Polskirk. It was a very creative strategy. It was very well played from Kings. And Vergio, did great on the Roadhog, exactly what they needed out of him. But Bastion compositions are brittle. I mean, that's the end result. The Bastion compositions are brittle, because if the Bastion gets taken down and the Mercy gets taken down with the Bastion, instantaneously a 6v4, and you've lost your main source of damage. And the 2 times that happened in the most critical fashion are the 2 fights they couldn't afford to lose, and we see the end result.
It was close, though. It was close.
It was very
not
close.
Nearly as one-sided. So I'm happy to see King's College fighting their way back into it. Sure, they weren't quite able to take Dorado, but they're still alive in this series, and you can just see their heart on the battlefield. Hood College, though, seemed to have that answer. The Swiss Army knife has not been dulled just yet, and now only 1 map away from claiming their 2nd championship in a row. We're going to take a quick intermission, let them decide on our next map. We're headed to Control when we return. Hood College continue to dominate, but we saw Kings start to fight their way back into it on Dorado. And Corbeck, last time these two teams met, Kings College was down and managed to put 3 back-to-back to complete a reverse sweep.
Yes, they did. That said, 3 back-to-back wouldn't win them this, so that's something to keep in mind. And they're down 3 now as well, so the situation a little bit different, but I think you're making a really valid point, which is that this team as a whole is more than capable of the long fight, right? This is a squad that will drag it out and knock it down as long as it needs to go. They're going to Oasis next, though, and we were just talking about this in the break. This is another map that favors Pharah, and so far, Pharah has favored Hood, not Kings. So that's something to keep in mind right there. They did a little bit a better job, I think, on the second half of Dorado, curtailing the effectiveness of Kaigen's Pharah, but as soon as Kaigen got a breakaway, like a moment where they were actually free to really go to work, it was business as usual. So you might see Kaigen swap out here. I know that I think Percival is coming back in, or Skyfire is coming back in for Kaigen.
Correct. Yeah,
correct.
We are
Okay.
going to see that swap. Yeah, because, I mean, and far really good here on City Center, the map we're currently on your screen. Also fairly good in Gardens, but it's University. University is not strong for the Pharah. So Skyfire, as we mentioned earlier, has a little bit wider hero pool, can pull out some, the Cassidy and some of these other characters. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see a little bit of Pharah on this map. Percival, was pretty darn good with it. Skyfire showing us the Junkrat, so we're getting a bit of double spam. Back on Kings, we're getting PMC back into the tank role. Virgio headed back to the DPS. So Kings College going back to their original lineup here, and I like the swap. It doesn't reek of as much desperation. This feels more calculated.
I think they feel a little bit more comfortable on the control map right now as well. Double flyer composition too, which is interesting. I'm assuming we're going to see a Skyfire swap. I doubt they'll stick on that Junkrat for very long, given how prey he is to these kind of flying compositions.
Percival right now trying to eliminate at least half of the Air Force coming out of Kings College. And you have PMC getting up in Percival's face. Everybody looking at the far. No, it's the Mercy that was the attention. Phaetus lands that focusing beam. And the tether has been cut, significantly weakening Percival's effectiveness. With that, Hood College are just backing out. They're yielding first control.
They are. They're going to have to change things up, I think. Percival is the one who makes the initial swap, and there's that tactical flexibility. Moving into the double flyers now with double hit scan on the other side. A very interesting choice, a brave choice even. I don't know if it'll necessarily give them the control that they desire, but certainly it's going to make life a little bit harder for those flyers.
Well, if Hood College can get this control and then they're defending, then, you've got Skyfire Percival in position, but it's going to be very difficult without their Baptiste. As Virgio finds that priority kill right out of the gate, which means no sustain. Creed Light's going to fall, and it's going to be another fight win here for Kings.
Yeah, this is a good slowdown here from Kings. They've really put kind of the thumb screws here on Hood College, and then these continued picks here in the sort of midterm are just slowing this down even more. This reminds me actually quite a little bit of Nepal. It looks a lot like the setup we saw there, where they just sort of bled, kind of Kings College bled Hood for as long as they needed to secure these favorable time banks. An interesting prospect indeed.
Hood College rotating around, trying to get these double hit scans up onto some high ground, but there's a barrage waiting for him. Oh my goodness. Greetings, Virgio, with the welcome mat maelstrom coming out over the top. And Hood College now caught in a very bad spot with a duplicate self-destruct thrown into the back. Creedlight has to turn around. Young Snail gets flattened. That's a Goomba stomp coming out of Faintus with a big fight win.
And again, they're looking for more kills in this kind of mid phase, the regroup phase, basically, to try and slow down this counterattack. 85% now, final fight territory here for Hood College. And Hood College, they look stupefied, Bullskunk. They've been hypnotized by this double flyer composition. They don't have the answers, and Skyfire on the leading edge again.
Yeah, try with a bold rotation, but the defense matrix is there to protect Mojo Jojo. Faintus gets the follow-up kill. Now self-destruct coming in from Young Snail, feeling like, oh, what? Oh my gosh!
No.
That's a 3K remake! Oh, no, I don't believe it! What did I just witness?
My God, I've never seen it. Young Snail, man, drop the Titan on top of all of them right there. Titanfall, that was beautiful. And the best part was Faintest looked over, saw the diva, and I think they thought it was PMC. And then the mech just dropped out and killed all of them. That's bonkers. Clip it and ship it.
What a way for this map to turn around. Oh my goodness. And now we've got the 2 hit scan in position, or at least Percival still on the hit scan. Skyfire's made a swap. Shatter comes through, though there's no shield to protect. Both tanks hit the dirt. And now back in spawn, the Reaper finding some value in Virgil's Barrage. Not enough to turn the tide.
Still thinking about the triple mech kill. Anyway, I just can't move past it. It's like a mental block. But taking a really quick look here at Hood College, they've got a distinct ult advantage they can play with. They're going to have both supports online, and they're going to have the High Noon here, the Deadeye, but they cannot lose a fight. That's the real challenge here. You cannot bleed early. You must get the initial picks. These kind of dangerous angles with a high damage character is something they really need to watch out for because of that.
Yeah, Virgil's going to find that opening pick, and Skyfire was in a lot of trouble. The Deadeye is out, but a nice concussion blast sends Percival back, and they don't get LOS. Now a duplicate onto the Reinhardt. The Shatter delayed just long enough for the 180 to come through. Creed and Young Snail find themselves in a corner. King's College find themselves in control of the point. And moving on to our second sub-map with a 1-0 lead on Oasis.
Just like I said, you can't afford the early loss right there. And it was a critical loss as well because it was Fuzi on the Baptiste, you know, the central component of your healing and the central component of your survivability. Say what you want about the Moira, she didn't have the immortality field at the end of the day. I mean, it was a good recontest, a good fight back at the tail end there from Hood. I mean, obviously it was predicated on kind of a bananas play with the mech kills, but at the same point in time, it demonstrated, as if it needed to be demonstrated, that Hood has teeth, that they're not completely dismasted here on these control maps. They're going to stick with the double flyer composition on the side of King's College. I don't disagree with that. The real problem here is Plague. That's a very vulnerable character in a double flyer setup. Zenyatta's a big hitbox and he doesn't move very fast. So I'm really curious to see how they manage to maintain Plague's life while getting value out of the damage orbs.
The 2 flyers heading around to the outside, and that Discord is already there, and Plague is already down. Plague did not last long in this fight at all as Virgil lands a concussion blast to send them into the waters below. And a quick answer has been found. Malphanus finds the other support, and King's College in the driver's seat as kills just light up in their favor.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, though. The Zenyatta is very vulnerable, and that's just the long and short of it. Playing as Zenyatta in the modern version of Overwatch, this current world that we're kind of ending the Overwatch saga, you know, for now before we go to Overwatch 2, you have to be so careful. It's like playing a character made out of glass, basically, with the high damage characters that can come at you. And that was a perfect illustration. So play it, but play it cautiously.
Which is why we often see a Brig, a company, just to protect. But look at all those low health bars. Immortality field has to come out from Hood College just to make sure nobody goes down. And now there's a free barrage over the top. That's going to pick up 1. Hood College are forced back. Have an Amp Matrix to work with and try to get back to this thing, see if they can overcome the deficit, but they're struggling to get through these doors. There's so much damage coming through from Phaetus and Virgio. Now Phaetus has the duplicate to move in and finish this off if they want. All the while, King's College are building up percentage. Phaetus and Rest of Kings giving up a little bit of space, just enough to make them feel comfortable. Now they can move in with this duplicate. Phaetus is going to throw down the Shatter, finds 2 with that. Virgio takes 1 out of the fight. Immortality field, excuse me, it was the Amp Matrix, goes completely to waste as Hood College are decimated under these 2 DPS.
Yeah, the Zenyatta is turning out to be a bit of an unforced error right here. Look at this aggression, too, from Kings. That's how confident they feel right now, that they're stepping out with an amplification matrix. And Virgio, meanwhile, just going to town here on the Pharah.
But King's College doing a great job of enabling those DPS. Nice block from Link, initiates the kill. And only 15% remaining for King's College to pick up. And Hood College don't even have their Reinhardt on the battlefield right now.
They don't. Percival here trying to cause some havoc in the back line, but this is it, the last fight, and that's not how it starts. Skyfire falling off the edge of the map.
And Virgil is going to take Young Snail out of the fight. It's a 4v6. Transcendence has to be used in desperation, but can't save anybody. King's College are all over it. The focus fire is coming through as King's College are fighting their way back from the bottom. They're going to take a 100-0 on University and get their second map win of the day. After Hood College pick up 3 in a row, Kings are able to answer back with an incredibly emphatic performance here on Oasis.
I'll be honest. I gotta be this. I gotta say it's a good round from King's College. They looked great. Virgio was on fire. I do think the Zenyatta was a self-inflicted wound, especially in hindsight. I think we can say Zenyatta was a mistake. But surely this double flyer composition looked pretty darn good. I mean, you're seeing it in action right here. It's just brutal, the amount of damage that they were able to output. And I think that was one of the reasons why it was so hard to play the Zenyatta. They simply didn't have the healing they needed to push through some of those gaps.
I mean,
I hate to be the. Oh, go ahead.
No,
I'll be
no,
pessimistic
you're
after you're finished. I was gonna be. I hate to be kind of the albatross around the neck of collected King's College fans, though. But remember, the first time we saw a control map, it was very decisively in favor. I mean, it wasn't very decisively, but it was pretty decisively in favor of King's College. And then the next map, it was like a completely different team from Hood. I urge caution. Get excited, but I'm not too excited. You got a long road to go, a long road to hoe if you want to pull this through.
I'm going to be the yin to your yang, sir, because King's College, they come through with some wonderful focus fire, something that was noticeably lacking in our hybrid and escort maps, and you could see it there as it was Phantus and Virgil are able to start focusing down the same targets with that overwhelming amount of damage coming out of the Pharah, and the Echo and the coordination looked so much better. I agree, Control seems to be King's best map type, but this is how you battle your way back. This is how you start would be a pseudo reverse sweep, not an entire reverse sweep, but King's College have some momentum now. So I agree with being cautious, but I still think there's some optimism to be had for fans of the Monarchs out there.
I think that's fair. It looked good. You're right. The coordination looked better than I think it had for a while, right? They look like they were playing together. The two DPS certainly seemed to be in sync with what they were doing. I think that there weren't a lot of good answers coming out of the side from Hood as to what to do about that double flyer situation in particular. It just was kind of like, we're getting hit from every different angle at once. There were some great individual plays from Hood that kind of kept them a little bit alive. But if you go back to that University map in particular, that was just stuffed. They could not get through that doorway. The flip side of that, though, and I gotta again be a little bit of the albatross here, is that King's College has shown not particularly good tactical adaptability, flexibility. I think that Hood has shown a lot of tactical adaptability. They made a poor call there on the second half of Oasis. I don't know that they keep making poor calls. And as you see Eichenwald coming up next on the map, that's another Pharah flyer map. We might get a chance to see whose flyer, like, is this double flyer comp better, or is the individual Pharah of, say, like a Kaijin particularly better when push comes to shove?
And it wouldn't surprise me to see Kaijin come back into the battle. And yes, indeed, just got confirmation on that. So we will be seeing the Pharah coming out from Hood College as Kaijin will sub in for Skyfire here in map number 6. 5. Map 5, excuse me.
5.
Wait, no, it is 6. We can count, I swear. We can count. It's 3-2 right now. It's 3-2 right now. This is why casters don't do math on screen.
Yeah. There's a reason we're casting, not working for NASA.
Yes. My accountant mother would be so disappointed, but that is okay. Point being, back to my original point. I know it took me a while to get there, but Kaijin is going to come back into this battle. And we're also getting a bit of a swap. So we're going to see King's College start us off on the attack, a choice that they made for the first time here tonight.
Is it really? I guess it is. Yeah. That's interesting. I'll be honest. I mean, Hood College, Kaijin is the strongest Pharah player that exists in this lobby right now, right? Like, I think that's a pretty fair assessment to make, despite what we saw in the last map, which was a very solid performance from Virgio on the Pharah. I think they benefited a lot from circumstance right there. Kaijin has been consistently a high performer. I don't know how Kaijin is going to react if they are given the dual threat of the Echo and the Pharah. I think that's something that could be very complicated. We've seen that Kaijin's instinct when they're faced with another flyer is to go for those aerial duels, kind of come hell or high water. And now you're dueling two flyers, one of which I think has certain advantages over Pharah in those specific situations. So that's a very potentially difficult and prickly scenario that Kaijin is going to have to navigate. And the rest of the team is going to have to take that into account as well. All of that, of course, Will Skunk, is predicated on the idea that they come out with the double flyers again, which I don't think is necessarily guaranteed. But looking at what King's College is showing us, that will be what we see.
Of course, they do still have 30 seconds to change their mind on that, but I'm inclined to agree with you. They had such success with it on Oasis. I would not be in the least bit surprised to see Feintess and Vergio roll out with this same DPS duo. Looking at the defense, of course, the Kaijin pick on the Pharah was to be expected, but Percival coming out on the Soldier and Creedlight on a Sigma. So technically double off-take coming out from both of these squads.
Yeah, double off-tank compositions on both sides and mirrored compositions nonetheless. I think that's a wise choice. I think that the Reinhardt was struggling a little bit in the face of these very aggressive flyer setups. So we'll see if that's a good recovery here from Hood or whether they're dooming themselves. But wow, Feintess got target focused, got completely locked in on trying to kill the Pharah and died as a result.
Yeah, that was a bit of horse blinders coming out from Feintess. And while that res is coming through, the front line of Hood College are able to push in and win out this fight. Now, they do lose their Mercy along the way, so there could be an opportunity for a quick re-engage from Kings.
They have to be quick about it. I think they could actually make some serious hay here if they're really quick in this re-engage, because Plague is such an essential part of this, but they're playing it a little too slow right now. I don't think they're going to get all the pieces in place in time.
Well, and Kaijin can fly over the wall to taxi back. Oh, but Vergio with a great pick start things off. The Baptiste is gone, so the front line of Hood College could struggle a little bit. Percival hiding behind the back wall, but Vergio just goes right over the top, lands one direct onto the Mercy, almost hits the second one. The res will not be denied. Hood College back at full strength. King's College starting to get through and break the ranks of this front line. Hood have to fall back inside the small house. Now starting to emerge, throwing out Defense Matrix and Accretion to buy some space back as Young Snail has the Self-Destruct ready to go. D-Mech comes through. Self-Destruct will be used just to get Young Snail back into their mech. And they even managed to get a pick onto Link while they're at it.
Good combo, by the way, from Hood College to throw the Gravitic Flux in. That didn't seem planned. I think that might have been a heads-up read from Creedlight right there to pull that off. But I guess we found out the answer of the double flyer composition right there, which is this sort of bend, not break defense of Hood College was enough to overcome it. That said, Vergio's got the barrage. They've got tools here on the side of King's College, and Vergio is not a bad Pharah player by any sense of the word. So if they can find the right position, this could be quite impactful.
And King's making the swap over to the Reaper. It's actually Feintess pulling out the Reaper. So Vergio can use that barrage. Tech Visor out first from the defense, just forces Vergio back behind the corner. Now Vergio going in. Eats some big damage. Percival's going to take him out of the sky. But Fushi does go down. Res available? No. They do get it. They do get it. Plague is going to fall, and it's not going to matter at the end of the day as Feintess and Link were able to move in and clean up on the back of this and get this car on the road.
They had to use both their support ults to make that happen, but Vergio managed to hold on to the barrage, which I think was a decisive play. Feintess here coming up on an ult as well has buried themselves inside the castle like many a spooky ghost-like character has done in the past. They've also got a bomb to play with here, which I think is a useful tool. So again, I mean, King's College has the chances to make something happen here. They just can't, get caught in an overextension. They can't get too blinded by focusing on one particular target. Good high ground control to start them off.
As everybody from King's College is able to move up there, and they focus down Kaijin. Now Vergil go and throw it in the barrage. That's going to find a D-Mech. Death Blossom out's going to take out the Mercy as well. The stun comes through from Creedlight, but it's just a touch too late to save the Mercy. And now they're trying to back out, but there's no cooldowns to do it with, as Fane just picks up a pair on the back end of the fight.
Well, Hood College getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here. That split focus now really betraying them in this particular scenario because they're caught between the rockets from Vergio and Faintest right here. That's a very bold attempt at an ambush of the Flyer. It works. I can't even believe it.
Oh, no. Res denied. PMC goes through the window to take down Plague. And Percival's out of this fight as well. So down to 3. Hood College have no choice but just to back up.
Great DPS play. I mean, it was perfectly illustrated, so I don't think I need to break it down that much. It was just really well done. Now you're getting into the interior, though, and this is where the Pharas are going to become less useful, but the Reapers are going to become more devastating. Keep an eye on it.
Self-destruct finds Link right out of the gate. Nice play on the front line as Young Snail is looking to keep Famous at bay, and Kaijin finds that kill. And King's College back all the way out. Percival finds some exit frags along the way.
Interesting. This feels to me, this has some decisive kind of feel to it, honestly, in this fight. I think if King's College gets a pretty good attack in here, we might see a very discombobulated Hood on the other side. Keep an eye on this ult differential. 4 ults in the tank for Kings, only 2. Now one still in response for Hood.
Yeah, as Hood uses both support ults just to hold this corner. They're starting to fade, and now King's College are going to respond. Self-destruct finds 3 in the back. Rabbinic Flux used. That's going to take down the tank as well. And King College use half of their ults to win this fight and still have 2 to work with to finish off this map.
They do have 2, but Kaijin has an ult as well. Hasn't been getting as much value on the Pharah, but combined with a slam, might be able to make something happen. Good swap over to the Tracer, and these are interesting plays coming out here. Huge play from the Pharah. Kaijin trying to equal it out, won't find it as the Death Blossom comes the other way. Kaijin still fighting, gets brought down, and now it's just Link dancing on top of the point, and that will be enough. A good time bank from King's College.
Best they've looked on a hybrid or payload style map all day long. It was Creed Light falling with that shatter. The barrage is preemptive coming out of Vergio, able to get the main tank out of the fight, and Hood College never had a chance to set up that combo that you were talking about. Kings taking matters into their own hands and taking their fate into their own hands with a wonderful attack and are on par to tie up this series, now heading on to the defense.
Aggression was the name of the game there for Kings. This is shades of kind of what we saw from them on other stages, thinking maybe back to first stage Rialto, where they just really pushed that aggro button and really kept Hood College kind of on the ropes. A couple of very clever plays thrown in there as well to kind of take the teeth out of this Hood College lineup. That said, I think that they did a good job of curtailing Kaijin, but Hood College might be flexible enough to respond to this in a more effective manner. I don't think what I'm seeing from Kings is necessarily complete dominance. It's a good time bank, but there are ways to pick this lock. It's just whether or not Hood College has the tools and the opportunity and the motive to do so.
Got to make sure that proficiency is nice and high.
Yep.
Get a good roll here out of Hood College and their lock picking.
Not 20. That's what you're looking for.
That's what we're looking for here. We'll see if these rogues can get the job done. As Hood College come out of the gate, Creed going back over to the Reinhardt for this attack. Percival coming out on the Ashe.
Percival having kind of a couple of swaps right there. Didn't feel particularly comfortable, but Faintest in a dangerous spot.
Faintest.
Huge early kill.
Oh, the ambush comes through, but it's a little late as Kaijin's already taken down 2 on the other side, including the Baptiste, and Kaijin making magic happen here on Eichenwalde, as they have done all series long.
They got to deal with these remaining defenders quick,
Oh,
though.
nice
And Kaijin making it look easy. Just plucks the wings of Vergio right there, and that was exactly what they needed on the opening attack. That's completely sent King's College back on their heels. And a huge time bank, 5 minutes and 43 seconds, I think was what it was, Bullskunk. Don't see that very often. And now Kaijin's just going to go into poke mode here for a moment.
Kaijin playing on a controller. Let me remind you, friends, the King of the Sticks right now and King of the Skies. Kaijin 77% towards a barrage and a big part of this huge time bank and a one and done attack on point A. Now moving into point B. It's going to be a battle for the low ground The Mortality Field out early here for Kings, and Hood moving in. It means Kaijin could have a free barrage. Lands that direct, drops the barrage in over the top. Mojo Jojo down to 1, gets taken out. Now the follow-up is the directs fly in onto the Baptiste. Baptiste is done. Kaijin is hunting supports. Nobody from Kings College is safe. The Reaper teleports up top, gets shot between the eyes.
Gonna need a young priest, an old priest, and some holy water because, man, Kaijin is absolute demon on that Pharah. That's terrifying. I'm scared I'm not even in the game. He's really come alive. It's electric.
Oh! That was
even
disgusting.
when he misses, he gets the kills.
That was disgusting. Percival and Kaijin combined to simultaneously take out the pharmacy duo. Oh my, that was nasty. And Hood College are battering their way into the fortress.
6 minutes. Almost 6 minutes in the time bank. Percival's got Bob. Yeah, throw him in there. Percival, annihilation.
Faintus, after swapping to the Echo, just has no chance to even get some shots off. Nice Bionade onto PMC to self-destruct in the back. That's going to be dangerous. Triple kill for Young Snail. And Hood College storming the castle with ferocity.
What am I watching? This is insane. This is some of the most, like, just pure action Overwatch I've seen in a long time. They're shattering at the doors. That's gotta be it. Good Diva Bomb to contest.
It's going to pick up 2, but there's only 2 left on this point, and the barrage out from Kaijin will find both of those kills. Oh, man, it was a great attack from Kings, but Hood more than double the time bank.
It's just spectacular.
Spectacular.
I don't know where Hood College found that. They, like, dug deep inside themselves and went Super Saiyan or whatever they're on now in Dragon Ball. I don't know. Super Saiyan 10 or something. But that was insane. Just craziness. And the DPS coordination was there. Percival firing on all cylinders, quite literally. Kaijin coming in over the top. And from minute 1 of that attack, King's College looked like they were reeling. And there was never a minute where they were in control right there. That was like they got picked up by Hood College and swung around like so much dead weight. I mean, okay, I'm not going to take it away from King's College. They're not a bad team. But whatever, magic water they give Hood College there on that attack was just too much. I'm going to say King's College could still make this happen, but this is a very big mountain to climb. This is not going to be easy at all. I don't necessarily know, if I was sitting in the position of Kings, what I would recommend to solve this problem, but I don't know that Link on the Hog is the answer, because that's just a Pharah ult battery.
It's, again, we see it time and time again. High risk, high reward from Kings. If Link can land some hooks, particularly onto Kaijin, then they can make it work, but that is a big ask. Kaijin knows how to play their distance right against the Roadhog. We saw that demonstrated earlier. When Hood College are just going to lock down this corner right behind the tower. Sleep goes down onto Link, and a good read from Fushi means there's an on the battlefield. There's antis you have to worry about. The hook misses. The Bionade lands onto Creed Light. They're going to get topped off, and kills start coming through as Kaijin and Percival once again showing up big time here for Hood College. Kaijin with a pair already. King's College are pushing into this, and they're severely down in this fight.
They are severely down TPN, though. I mean, they're still trying to keep it alive. Kaijin comes sailing over the top. It's Kaijin all the way. Kaijin's got a lot of enemies here, but he's got even more friends, and that was exactly what he needed. Percival making the big moves and a very decisive fight there from King's College. Less than a minute left here on the side of the attackers, Bullskunk, and I just don't know. I don't see how they win this one out with only 40 seconds.
All right, Hood College can put up a defense here. They are in a great spot to take this championship in Emergence Yellow. Kaijin with the barrage, nano boost online and ready to go. A deadly combination that finds 4, and Kaijin with the exclamation point of the series right there. That feels like it is going to be it. Of course, we still have Hood College to attack. It's not quite done, but oh my goodness, the writing is on the wall, Corbeck.
Oh, Kaijin's down, though. You've just lost the Titan. No, Percival's here to cover. He's got the backup Titan status to hold this alive. He's got Bob as well. Everybody's favorite robot butler should be making, yep, there it is, a very immediate appearance. The coach gun coming out for a split second. The bomb over the top. That's the end of Link. There's the bomb to clean up, and Percival sees what Kaijin is doing and rises to the occasion in fine fashion right there, and a decisive statement from Hood College on championship point. They want this victory.
Oh, we were talking about the strength of King's College DPS line. Percival and Kaijin with Skyfire as well, who's currently on the bench. This trio has been phenomenal all day long. We see it there. Kaijin taken out, and Percival steps up to the plate, get the big kills there in the final moments of Hood College defense and extra innings. Now they just need 33% of this point A, and they have more time to do it with than when they first started.
Yeah, they've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, technically. We'll give them that little +1 there. It'd be hard to lose. I'm not going to rule it out of the realm of impossibility. Oft the possible, the impossible is made possible. That can happen. It's going to be hard, though. Percival and Kaijin seem to have kind of hit some sort of mystical or nirvana for DPS and Overwatch. And the rest of the team, I mean, give credit to Young Snail and Creed Light and the supports as well. They're all in on the act. It's not just the two of them, even though they're appearing in the kill feed. It's working in synchronicity, the whole machine. King's College, absolutely. It's going to take some huge kind of backbone to pull this together. And, I got to say, even if they can't pull it together at this stage, I don't hold that against them. This is hard. This is about as hard sledding as you're ever going to get in Overwatch. This is ice skating up Everest sort of territory.
Vanus and Virgio need the map of their career as they pull out the double flyers. It worked so well for them on Oasis. Can they shut down this star-studded team from Hood College? A good start from Virgio is they're able to pick up one, but they cannot deny Rez, and Hood College are right back on track to start pushing in and get the 33% they need to claim the championship.
You've got time, Bullskunk. That's the thing. You've got plenty of time to work with here if you're Hood. You just need one breakthrough. Theoretically, you can play this as cautiously as you need to as long as you're generating ults for consideration, and it'll probably be enough.
Nice dynamite there. Mojo Jojo was in trouble and just narrowly avoids disaster, but TPN cannot. The Moira is gone. Res available here from Mojo Jojo. No, Kaijin takes him down. That's going to do it. Kaijin picks up 3, and Hood College are going to move on to this point and claim their crown. The Blazers out of Frederick, Maryland will be your champions in the Emergence Division. It is all blue and gray here today. Hood College stand alone on top of the pack with a dominant 4-2 victory here in the grand finals.
45 hours of practice this week, Bullskunk. 45 hours well spent. They secure the victory in a very fine fashion. Lots of credit to them. I'm not going to take it away from King's College. They're a good team. They showed us some fantastic moments, but Hood College just looking so decisive, so dominant. And I mean, rallying around their DPS players, putting them in the position they needed to be, knowing when to go. Perfect illustration, that last fight on Eichenwald. All it took was one pick. As soon as the Moira was down, the critical death right there, they just followed it up. They knew exactly what they needed to do. A very, very good squad and a very well-deserved win.
I mean, and fans of the Monarchs should be proud. King's College, in their first season here in NECC, they make it to the grand finals. They overcome some odds and beat difficult opponents to get here, and definitely have a lot to be proud of. But it is Hood College who are standing tall on top of the podium right now, able to put up 2 back-to-back championships after going 0-42 in spring of 2021. They claim the championship in in Navigators in fall, and then step up and take the championship here in the Emergence Division. After a slow start to the season, Hood College really get it together and push all the way. And wow, they are celebrating right now. Big props to this squad. Everybody looks so good. I mean, that's the prep that immense amount of prep is rewarded. I mean, and I got to give a little tip of the hat over to Coach Cardboard, because it seemed like they had the right answers. They had the drive and the insight to really guide these young players to victory here today. Congratulations, a huge congratulations is in order here for Hood College. I salute them wholeheartedly. What a performance.
100%. Couldn't have said it better myself, Bull Skunk. They never, I was going to say they never, but there were only a handful of moments where they looked like they didn't know what was up. They looked like a well-drilled, well-oiled machine. They made the plays that they needed to make exactly when they needed them. And I can't help but feel that does come down to practice. I mean, practice makes perfect. The saying stands. And I think a perfect demonstration here from Hood tonight.
Oh my, what a treat, what a treat. We're going to have one more treat coming up again here before we move on to our next series. We're going to get an interview here from the winning squad. I believe we're going to take a quick intermission, get that set up for you, but I'm anxious to hear what they have to say. We'll talk to Hood College here in a moment. We'll see you back here shortly. All right, we are here with Fushi, support extraordinaire from Hood College. Congratulations on the Grand Championship.
Thank you. We're all very excited. As we have everybody hiding in the back of my camera right now.
Yes,
The team's all back here. Oh my gosh. No, we're ecstatic. Still a little shaky from everything, but we're doing good.
Well, you have a reason to be excited. It was a fantastic series.
Oh yeah, definitely a rough one.
Well, we won't take up too much of your time. Let you go celebrate. I think Corback, why don't you start us off? I know you
Sure
got some
thing.
burning questions.
Oh yeah, burning questions always. Regular Inquisition here for you as you're still shaky. And is that League of Legends in the back? A wrong game there, boy.
We have a League of Legends flag. I have 2 Overwatch League flags in my dorm. I could have brought down, but I didn't. It's fine.
Fair enough.
We'll Photoshop it.
Yeah.
We'll do it in post.
We'll fix it. We'll fix it in post. Yeah, exactly. I guess my first question is: you guys lost to King's College on a reverse sweep, right? Earlier this season, first match actually of your season.
Yeah.
How did it feel coming back into this matchup the second time around? Were you guys a little worried about how this was going to go, or was it a lot of confidence on your end?
I think we were pretty confident with how this was gonna go. We did watch a lot of their footage from previous games that they played, and then footage from the game that we played against them. So we were pretty prepared. We knew that they had a pretty strong Reaper Hog and that their DPS in general were pretty strong. So we figured we just had to make sure we targeted them. But other than that, I think we were all pretty confident going into the game.
We heard from Coach Cardboard. I spoke with him prior to this match. I was saying, yeah, y'all did just an immense amount of prep this week.
Oh yeah,
putting in a lot of hours. Now, what do you think was the biggest benefit of that? Now, you talk about knowing you needed to shut down the DPS duo and knowing that you're going to be facing that strong Sigma Hog. What other than that, like what was some of the biggest benefits of all that work that you put in preparation for this grand finals?
probably just knowing what their tactics were and kind of what their tendencies were. So then we were better able to prepare for them and watch out for them, especially like the Reaper flanks. The Reaper TPs drove us crazy. We were always trying to watch out to make sure that we were prepared for this.
That's fair. Was there a decisive moment, right? Was there like a shatter point on any of these maps? Because going into that last map, right, you lost on control, but was there any moment where you're just like, oh, we got this? Or was it not until the very end? That's rude. Yeah, hook him off. Pull him out of there.
Well done.
But was there ever a moment that it was just decisive where you guys were just like, no, we've got this. Like, this is our game. Like, this is our match. We're going to win this.
Honestly, I think that last point on Eichenwald when it was like 4:38 to like 2 minutes, our better maps are definitely like hybrid and escort maps. Our controls are a little iffy, especially with the double flyers that they were running. There was just so much damage coming out, and we weren't able to counter it that much. But probably the second that we full held them on Eichenwald, we were like, okay, we got this. So that was probably the moment.
That was the writing on the wall. Yeah, Kaijin come in with that big 4K there at the very end.
His fire is insane.
And I heard he plays with a controller. Is that true?
Yes, he does. He's tried to do mouse and keyboard several times, but every time that he's tried, it just hasn't worked out. And he's like, okay, no, I'm going back to controller.
Oh man, that's awesome. Okay, I gotta ask about the triple remat kill. I know it was on Oasis, which is a map you didn't win, but I mean, how excited were comms when that happened? That was one of the greatest things I think I've ever seen. Just as far as a single play, that was brilliant.
We all screamed. I think my voice almost died when I screamed about the 3K. We were all pretty excited because we're like, okay, we can probably get the point back and hold a little bit stronger now. But it was control. So, but that was the one good thing that came out of the control maps.
It was pretty amazing. Hey, I mean, you've put together back-to-back championships after a rough 2021 season, from what I understood, and then you're able to take Navigators in fall, move up to Emergence, win the grand finals here in Emergence, putting up back-to-back championships. What are you going to do to celebrate now? I mean, that is an incredible feat. What do you all got planned for the night? You've got to have some good celebration in mind.
I think we're actually just going to walk to Sheets and go get some milkshakes. I don't know.
I love it.
Sounds good to me.
Celebratory milkshakes.
Exactly. But I don't know, because some of our players have classes tomorrow morning, like 8:15, which kind of suck. That's the only downfall about having games on Thursday nights. But we finished it earlier than we thought we were going to, because last time it went from like 8 to 1:30 in the morning. So
oh my,
we're just glad it did not last that long this time.
Oh, well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Coach Cardboard, freaking love him. He's done so much for us between VOD reviews and just helping us during scrims, and just everybody on the team. Because even though we like sometimes need people to get picks, it's a team effort to get everybody to set up so that they're able to do that. So just everybody on the team has done great. Our coach has been amazing. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, Coach Cardboard is very passionate. I could tell that by talking with him.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's a good coach. Y'all are lucky to have him. All right. Well, stick around on the line. We're going to bring in the commissioner of NECC, Jacob Van Ryn, come in here and give you a couple words before we let you get out of here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi there, my friend. How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, we went through this in the fall. You guys won a title. You talked about. I'm glad you brought it up. That was one of those late nights we had in the fall, a little earlier tonight, but the end result was the same. Awesome to see the excitement. Awesome to see the way you guys played, and I know it means a lot to you moving up a division, getting another NECC title. So on behalf of everyone here at the NECC, I just wanted to reach out and say congratulations. Have a great night. Enjoy sheets. Milkshakes on us.
We will.
Milkshakes on us. Enjoy them. And it's great to watch you, and we look forward to watching you in the future. Definitely, once again, thanks for competing with us.
Yep, thank you. We look forward to playing in the future.
Can't wait. Congratulations. Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
That's awesome. So we're going to take a timeout, get set for our third and final match of the night here on our A stream. We head to the champion sign division. It'll be top-seeded Ottawa against second-seeded Kansas. Hood College wins another title, their second of the academic year. Congratulations. We'll be back right after this.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to the finals for the Champion Cyan Division at NECC for Overwatch. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and tonight I am joined by Corbic. How are you doing? You had quite a match before this as well.
I did. I had a 6-mapper. It was close. Bullskunk and I working the keys there on that one. It was a good game, fun to watch. I'm looking forward to this one too because honestly, it has some of the echoes of our previous matchup here. Two teams that are pretty close together, all things considered.
That they are, and they have quite a history as well. These two teams, the Ottawa Braves and the Kansas University Esports Club or team, they are actually 20 miles apart from each other. So very close in proximity, very close in the standings as well. In fact, they played each other in week 9, and they actually did it at a LAN. That match went 3-0 in favor of the Ottawa Braves. However, they both competed in the Blizzard Collegiate Tournament as well, where KU took the Braves 2-1. So very evenly matched, Corbic.
Yeah, some definite history between these two squads, and I think that's one of the most interesting things about this. Like you said, it's about a rivalry game, basically, right? You know, two relatively local teams going at one another. They've got the established history. They've both won against one another at various times. It's worth pointing out too, this is not a LAN, right? This is an online matchup between these two squads. So make what you will of the week 9 match. It's certainly interesting, but that Blizzard competition has to be taken into account as well. And the similarities, right? And the kind of parallels between these two squads, they don't stop there. They both really like kind of fast, aggressive play styles. This is something that I know you were talking to the teams before this match. You did some great kind of like, on the ground research to get us an idea of how these teams like to play. And the end result was they like to play like one another. So I think we should expect some very fast-paced gameplay, some very aggressive gameplay coming out of both of these sides tonight.
You're absolutely right. And, I think it's all going to come down to who executes their plan and this play style better, right? It's going to come down to, I think, individual players, popping off at certain times. And in addition, I really think focus fire. I think we're going to see a lot of a wrecking ball play tonight. And whenever wrecking ball is in the mix, you're likely going to have a sense. So, can these teams follow up on discorded targets? Whichever one gets the better focus fire, I think, is going to come out ahead.
Yeah, but we can take a look here at predictions. We can see what everybody thought. And I know you picked Ottawa. I think everybody picked Ottawa except for me. I came out on the side of Kansas, and not because they share a name with a slightly above average progressive rock band, but mostly because I think that they're a team that has something to prove, right? And a team that has something to prove that already has the win on the online experience, I think does give them an edge, right? And that's something that we have to take into account here. They're going to be hungry after the 0-3 loss last week. I know that they put in a lot of prep time. You yourself said that they put in practice this week. They did VOD reviews. They have a practice scrim before this. So it's all a lot stacking up in their column, and they're the team with the most chip on their shoulder, I think, the most immediate chip on their shoulder coming into this, which I think is something very big to take into account.
I think that certainly is. Now, why don't we take a quick peek at the brackets, Corbeck, to see just how we got here. Now, something that you're not going to see here, or actually, no, take that back, you do. You're going to be able to see the scores from last week as well. Neither team with a clean sweep into these finals. Ottawa Braves had a little bit tougher time with the Toros, and, I wonder if just that extra little bit of tempering in the fire might give them an edge tonight.
Let's not pretend like that Kansas didn't have a particularly tough battle either, right? They had to face the Cougars, who were the number 3 seed, a very strong team, and I think that it's worth pointing out that the Ottawa Braves had a little bit of a hang up on the Toros, who were the number 4 seed overall. Now the Toros are a very good squad, don't take it away from them, but it is interesting that they caused as much problem as they did for the Braves. Now that actually could work out in the Braves' favor. It could sharpen the edge a little bit here, Juggle, all things considered, maybe put them into a little bit more of a different mindset coming in. But I think both of these teams, like you said, they've not had the cleanest runs through the bracket, but they're both in a pretty good position to make an impressive performance here tonight.
They certainly are. And, like we mentioned, or like I mentioned before, a lot of it could come down to individual player potential. So why don't we take a look at the rosters now and take a look at who each of these teams is going to be running out with first. Gonna start out with the Braves. Now, two names here that I really want to call attention to are Simplistic and Notzer. I think these are two players that we absolutely have to keep our eye on. Knots are going to be that off tank. So they're going to be responsible for so much. To me, the off tank is the ADHD position, right? You have to be doing a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, a little bit of scouting, a little bit of everything. So Knots are really looking forward to them. Simplistica, flex player, and wherever they find themselves, I think they typically find value.
Yeah, it's all very good observations there as well. The off tank is such a critical position for this version of Overwatch, right? And there's a reason why it was a controversial decision to kind of shuffle that role off a little bit when we look ahead to Overwatch 2. So it's also a very young squad coming out of the University of Ottawa. I think that's something worth pointing out. They have one junior on the team. That's the highest level of kind of age and experience that they have on this squad. Not that those things necessarily correlate, but when it comes to things like discipline and kind of execution, which you yourself has said is going to be so critical here tonight, age and experience matter. But let's take a look at their opponents from Kansas. Let's get an idea of what the other side is, right? And maybe the team that I'm at least staking here in this particular matchup. And a bit of an older lineup, 3 juniors and a senior coming in here. Players that I'm going to want to watch out for here from the horse's mouth. I know that they put a lot of stock in Fuwa and Ben in particular. That's Ben Crow Rules right there. That's their 2 DPS players, very strong DPS players, hit scan and projectile respectively. Gonna want to keep an eye on both of them, because if these playstyles do get kind of aggressive and sort of chaotic and individualistic, it's often DPS that kind of rise to the top of the boiling pot there.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, that synergy, I think, that we need to see between that, main support, NECC as well, with the DPS, it's going to be something to watch for, too. So my eye is going to be on them, on NECC as well. She's a fantastic player. Really looking forward to seeing what she's going to bring to the table. And yeah, if she can even potentially give KU the edge here. But Corbic, we have done a lot of talking. We have set the stage, I think, well for this matchup. Let's talk about maps now.
Yeah, let's talk about maps. We're going to cut into Busan first. That'll be the Koth map of choice to get us started here. A very distinctive map stages, I think, is one of the hallmarks of Busan, more so probably than any of the other Koth maps. You have very different play styles required. A lot of empty space when you come to the drum stage. You go into a more brawl composition and mecha base, and then finally you have the high ground control and the tight brawl style that's required by downtown. It's a map that demands tactical flexibility, the ability to swap around from teams. And I think that's going to be a really difficult test for both of these squads coming out of the gate, is how are you going to be able to adapt to each of these different stages, and how are you going to be able to change your performance to match the challenges that are being put in front of you?
It's such a good point. And in addition, which of these maps is going to favor which of these teams, right? I might give a slight edge to Ottawa if we see Sanctuary, right? Because it is a little bit more open. They like those open maps. They like having options about when and where to engage. As we move on to Mecha Base, though, or downtown, I think the edge might go over to Kansas, though, a little bit, because you can stage dives so quickly on downtown. You can rush in with a brawl as well if we go to Mecha Base. So really fascinating how each of these squads is going to adapt, what we're going to see from each of them when they roll out the doors.
I mean, by their own admittance, right, Juggle, they should be pretty good at all of these stages. They like dives and they like brawls. Okay, if you like dives and you like brawls, you're not going to get much more of that available to you than you will at Busan. I think the one stage that might pose a little bit of a problem overall is that Sanctuary stage. Now, you can run a dive composition there, but if you're the kind of team that prefers those close-up engagements, there are there are stages that kind of behoove a more I was going to say long range style, but it looks like we're already started here. They've jumped the gun on us and they're both going in for dives.
That they are. It's going to be 6-man dives coming out from both squads. So again, it's going to be down to execution here. Who is going to get the better of it? Hack coming in, point going to be unlocking here in just a couple of seconds. Each team moving onto it at the moment. It's going to be NECC keeping her team alive as best as she can. It's going to be, unfortunately, Denizen that falls first for that Kansas esports side. So without that main tank, without that initiation tool, the tip of the spear, things could be tough for him. But we're seeing a flurry of kills come in particular KU, getting a couple with their DPS. So, I apologize, Corbeck. I'm not sure if the stream is as scuffed as it is for you right now, but I am having a little trouble calling the action. Is it looking any better on your end?
It is not. I'm afraid the feed is dying for me as well, so I'm getting snippets here looking through the crowd. I'm sure that we'll be able to get a technical fix at some point in time, but it does look like the kill feed lighting up mostly blue, so the Ottawa Braves taking the advantage on the initial engagement. But what an engagement we saw right there. A really, really long fight between these two squads, and both of them running, from what I could tell, again, glimpses right here from the riverbank. Relatively equal squads in terms of their composition, and I definitely hear a Reaper ulting, but it looks like it didn't work.
No, it doesn't. But you know what? I think that Reaper ult gave an opportunity and an opening for other members of the team to really start to push things through. It is going to once again be the Ottawa Braves taking this fight. And, you know, I want to harken back to what you were saying about that first one, because it was such a knock him down, drag him out fight. Right? We really, I think, saw the potential of both these teams come to play there and just how even they are.
Saw being the operative word. Glimpse might be more accurate. Glimpse through the fog of war. A little bit of a tat right there, and it looks like they're going right back at it again. I think, you know, again, it's really hard to draw too much from what we're seeing because it's a little choppy, but from what we are, you know, able to look at here, I think it's worth pointing out that these two teams are playing very brawl, sort of aggressive styles. So they're staying true to form. There's not some big strategic shift that's happened on either of these sides, and when push comes to shove, a lot of this is probably going to be ult management and target focus are going to be things that win out at the end of the day. You've got big ults like EMP from the Sombra. Those are the kind of ults that you have to be really careful to use more effectively than your opponent uses them.
You absolutely do. And, you know, target focus, something you mentioned a little while ago. I really have to compliment Kansas Esports right there, because in the previous fight, they just crippled the Ottawa Braves at the knees, taking out both supports. Big EMP coming in from Simplistic, gonna catch out 4 members of Kansas Esports, but crucially, NECC still able to keep up with their coalescence and find some value. Kansas putting on quite a bit of progress on that point. It will eventually flip back over to the Braves, but not before Kansas gets 43% on the board.
Yeah, it was a good, valiant effort by Kansas there to fight their way back in. They've got a couple of ults coming up here in the bank as well, including that all-important EMP. They still have not used it, or if they did use it, they got it back. And it looks like they might have deployed it to great effect right there. 3 members caught, but the sound barrier still got off.
It's going to be Toki who falls first, though, and without her in the lineup, the heals are going to be left wanting. But it doesn't seem to matter because a Self-Destruct and a Death Blossom are coming in, and it's already at 90% on the board for the Ottawa Braves. Kansas has to come back big, but I'm not sure if anyone's even going to be able to touch your Corbeck.
No, 99% there at the end of the day. It's a, you know, one fight situation. A good start for Ottawa, all things considered. I mean, from what we could see, it was a good start for Ottawa. Though certainly, you know, Kansas clearly not without teeth in these setups. It looks like we will take a technical pause here to hopefully, I don't know, banish whatever gremlins are hiding in the back. It's just our producer will be chasing after him with a broom or something. He shouldn't have fed Mogwai after midnight, but that's really where we're at. Yeah, you really it's an important lesson to learn, kids. Some of you might not get that reference, but it's important to know. But, you know, it's the kind of thing where we didn't get to see too much, so there's only so many conclusions where you can draw. And I think the most important conclusion probably to take away is that 43% was on the board. So Kansas did not get rolled, right? They put up a good fight. Those fights were long as well. And when you get into those situations where it's long, sustainy fights, things like individual play, I think, do start to matter a little bit more. But the thing that matters the most is effective ult use, because that's how you break the stalemate, right? That's how you overcome the healing, the support kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, the ability to keep the fight going, the sustain, let's say.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, it's going to be those, you know, in a way, these micro differences, right? Who's going to build these ults faster, right? Again, comes down to focus fire, comes down to hitting your shots, comes down to healing as well, right? And, you know, these little moments all add up to a big moment, right? Where you get these ultimates online and they have a dramatic impact. So, absolutely right. The ult management, super, super key here. We are also going to be moving into Mecha Base next. So we saw the 6-man dive. We're going to see the Brawl come out here. Another close range, very fast, aggressive composition.
Both teams basically flashing the things that they said to you, at least in theory, they like to run the most, right? The Brawl and the dive. We're going to see both of them. Now, admittedly, it was kind of the shadow dive, I think there was what we saw in play. So a little bit less of a dive and a little bit more of a brawl, but still kind of a dive. I don't know. It falls into a weird sort of half and half realm, all things considered. But it'll be interesting to see how the brawl works out between these two sides, kind of take the Sombras out of the equation, change things up a little bit. I feel like we're in for possibly a long match between these two teams. This has got, just from that first glimpse, I think we've got a little bit of the hallmarks of a potential slugfest here. And the other thing is, what you say about the micromanagement is very true. And this is something that came up back in the, dare I mention it, the dreaded days of GOATs, right? When there were big, beefy comps fighting each other. Individual ability management, individual micro decision making becomes very critical, to the point where, every Lucio boost sort of thing is had to be perfectly timed in order to get the ultimate advantage. And I think we saw a little bit of that. Again, we only got glimpses, but I think we saw that in terms of how the ults were being deployed, right? There's layering going on there. You're trying to get the EMP off and either make it, so decisive that you win outright, or so good on the response that you can kind of cancel out what your opponent did. And that was being exhibited by the coalescences as well. I think we saw a moment where they basically used them back to back for that exact same sort of situation. So very interesting there indeed.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit, focus in a little bit more on these EMPs, because fortunately we got I think the flashes, the glimpses that we had, at least on my end, were a lot of what did the EMP just do, right? Neither team really getting, I think, massive EMPs, but each time they hit key and crucial members, right? I remember one distinct fight where KU got an EMP off. It took out that off tank from the Ottawa Braves, and immediately Moira goes down, right? There was no defense matrix to help them out, to keep them safe, and that allowed KU to just collapse on them and, again, cripple them at the knee. So, we're seeing great focus. We're seeing great decision-making coming out from both of these squads already.
Yeah, we are. And that's the kind of thing that we're going to look out for. We're going to try and keep on our radar. I mean, I think that we saw some very chaotic fights in this as well. So I would expect your job is going to be quite difficult here tonight, Joe. You're going to have to keep track of a lot of moving pieces, which is, I don't envy you that task. Let me tell you what. I mean, just from the glimpses we were getting, it looked like everybody was in 6 different positions at once. They're all shooting at each other. Now, that might have been the slideshow version that we were getting, but I do feel like it was something that we're going to want to keep track of. And, by their own admittance, right? I think it was Ottawa that said they liked it chaotic. So, they're going to make it chaotic. That's what they want to do. And some teams genuinely thrive in that chaos. That is what they like. I, for one, think that's terrifying. But if you have individually skilled players who can really pull it together in those sort of chaotic setups, then it's really beneficial for those squads. And that, I think, is something we're going to have to look out for here.
It certainly is. Individual playmaking, groupthink as well, the whole team decisions, so much going to be coming into play here. But, Corbik, let's send it to a short break right now. We're going to see if we can get this technical pause, these technical difficulties sorted out. And you and I, we're going to get a chance to grab a sip of water and gather our thoughts a little bit more as we move into Mecha Base. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. Well, we found the gremlins and we have exorcised them. Not entirely sure if that's what you do with a gremlin, but that's what I'm going to go with. We are headed now to Mecha Base, Corbic.
Yeah, what do you do? Is put them in a microwave? Pretty sure that happened in the movie. Anyway.
maybe they expand like a peep in a microwave.
Oh, God forbid. But here we are on Mecha Base. We're going to see a little bit of a de-expansion, honestly. It's going to be brawl-oriented. I say that, though, and Ottawa Braves showing us a pretty discombobulated composition, the ball and the Sigma. So something a little different there to run straight into this May Cassidy setup from Kansas, who are clearly looking for that straight fight and didn't necessarily get it at the start, Joe.
No, that's the fight they're looking for, but that's not the fight they are going to get. This Ottawa Braves composition now going to start to surround KU, and KU doing a good job rotating all the way around. Tyrrell goes in for an engagement, but misses it just a little bit. So we're going to see this do-si-do between both of these teams as the point unlocks. Kansas going to be able to drop down to it. They're likely going to come away with possession here, as a brawl composition normally does when you go up against the ball. But Tyrrell going to open things up with a big pile driver onto Fua, taking out one of the key and clutch members of that KU squad. Strike back happening, though. Sage Mage taken out of the fight, so now it's going to be up to Toki to keep her team alive, to keep those Discords on target. And Matrix from the Sox, though, making things hard for them, but Tyrrell does find one kill with the mines.
Ooh, that tack visor coming down off the top rope might be the fight decider right there. Again, though, another long fight, and it's not over yet. Bencro rules there, still fighting back. Toki doing big work. Toki cleaning up on the Zen there at the end, Joel. That's something you don't see every day. Can definitely be a fragger if needed, and was a fragger there. But man, talk about it's like watching sharks attack a shoal of fish. They sort of circled them all up in one place and then tried to peel them off one by one. It didn't really work out because Kansas had the ability to kind of rise to the occasion on the individual play, but can they keep doing that? That's the big question.
We are about to find out. They're going to have to sustain themselves through this gravitic flux, though, and the sound barrier was there. Bencro rules just about to get this blizzard. They're going to likely use it as soon as they proc it. Going to be a big engagement coming in from Tyrrell, but look at how low they are. They're going to have to back up. They try to, but they find a wall instead. It's going to be a transcendence now used by Toki to continue the aggression, and the aggression is there. Bencro tries to stop it with the blizzard, but it's just not going to go their way.
Yeah, I did mention, ult timing so critical. A classic example right there. Waited just a little too long on the May ult. If they had unleashed that a little bit earlier, I think they would have forced their opponents into a more reactive posturing. I mean, I'm pretty sure Not did not have the eat out, so they had no real risk of losing the ult. They were trying to force, I think, a more high value blizzard, and as a result, they didn't get much value out of it at all. It was too late.
It was, and now the ult economy firmly in the Ottawa Braves' favor as well. Gonna see the pulse bomb thrown out after a minefield on that high ground. Tack visor again from Sunsinger, but not before that glass cannon Toki is taken out of the fight. They do strike back, though, taking the Sox out. A huge pile driver is gonna seal the deal, and already 85% on the board for the Braves.
That was good reactive play there from Ottawa. They're doing exactly what they need to do in these scenarios, which is they're forcing Kansas into uncomfortable positions. I don't know that there's going to be another fight. There will be a maybe desperation touch. No, that doesn't even come through. Good body block there at the tail end by the Braves to wrap that up, and just good play. They know the style that they want. They know what they want to do with it, Juggle, and they're making it work for them.
They absolutely are. And one thing I really have to commend them for as well is their patience, right? They know KU is going to come in aggressive and fast, right? But they made sure they took their time, they surrounded their target, and they were able to pick them apart at the seams. And that's exactly what they did in that first fight that set them up great for the rest of this map.
Yeah, and if you want a good illustration of what they're trying to go for, you can actually look at that last fight that you just saw there in the play of the game. They're attacking from basically 4 different directions in that fight. You've got one, the Sigma coming one way with the gravitic flux. You've got the soldier with the tack visor on the opposite direction. And then you have the ball dropping in and then forming yet another flank. They're herding them into a corner and they're just picking them apart. I mean, it's really sensible play, but you make an excellent point about just being patient. Those long rotates rotates right around the outside of Mecha Base, just looking for the engagement that you want to take and taking it. Very intelligent, dictating the play style.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And, I love this. Always love that we start on control maps as well, right? Because it's like a little hors d'oeuvre, right, of what we're going to see throughout the series. It's a little taste of what each, the styles that each of these teams are going to come out with based on the map choices that we're going to see. So love to see it. And, the next maps we are going to be moving into Escort next, followed by Hybrid. These next payload maps, they're not going to play the same, though, Corbik. They're going to be a lot... I don't know if I necessarily want to say slower, but they're going to be a lot more... what's the word I'm fishing for? A lot more measured in how each of these teams is going to take their fight.
Yeah, I agree. I think the word that I would look for is just structured.
Yes.
Control maps by their very nature are quite chaotic. They lend themselves well to the chaotic level of play. Whereas most kind of like the hybrid maps, the escort maps, they enforce structure. They are clearly defined attack lanes, very clearly defined attack lanes. There are not a lot of really big open spaces for teams to play around in necessarily in a style that you particularly like. Let's take, for example, the rotates, right, that we saw coming out of Ottawa Braves. If you're on the defense on a escort map, you don't have time to execute those big rotates, because every moment that you're rotating around, you're giving ground to your opponents. So it behooves you to play in a little bit of a different style, which is why, as good as the hors d'oeuvre is, right, I do always warn that the Koth maps, they can be a little deceiving. You're not getting the main course, right? You're getting a taster, potential taster of what's to come. And it looks like our menu tonight has Dorado there highlighted as the special for the evening.
I love Dorado. I'm just going to come out and say it, Corbek. One of my favorite escort maps in the game. Lots of high ground to be played with. Now, this presents a couple of interesting opportunities as well. One thing that we haven't talked about is that the Ottawa Braves, they will move to double shield if they need to, right? And this is a potential place that you can run it. Of course, I think ball and dive is going to be the name of the game, just given how much pervasive and omnipresent high ground there is in this map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you look back through the history of Overwatch, I think that you could say quite convincingly that Dorado is sort of a classic dive map. There's a lot of high ground differentiation that needs to be taken into account, and as a result, you see these more mobile compositions become much more effective. So I think we're probably going to see a ball coming out here almost certainly, at least at some point. The difficulty, though, is quite unlike, I would say, Mecha Base, for example. It takes more effort to coordinate those dives on this map. You have to have other characters that can follow through and play on those multiple levels. So a character like Soldier 76, even with the legs, even with the sprint capability, may not be as well positioned to effectively kind of follow up on what the ball is doing. If, for example, what you're looking at on your screens, there's a defense up on that balcony, a Soldier 76 on the attacking side usually isn't going to be in a position to really help out very much if your ball goes up there. So that's something that both of these teams are going to have to take into account.
Yeah, it certainly is. That and the kind of the longer set of times and the longer rotations that you were talking about as well, and the fact that car is going to be moving at every single moment. And I'm looking at this from the defensive standpoint, right? As a dive core, right, or as a dive team. So really interesting, really exciting to see what we're going to come out with. The Braves, they will go with the ball Sigma composition again on defense.
So this is all about finding the weak points, right? And kind of leveraging the weak points. The way that the Ottawa Braves are running this defense, they have a couple of, I would almost call them like fire bases. You're going to have the tanks sort of playing to, the Sigma probably in the two supports playing relatively close to each other with Simplistic on a sort of orbit. Sunsinger is going to be off doing whatever they like, and Tyrell is going to be doing whatever they like as well. Those two are probably going to be trying to set up kills. So it's really going to behoove Kansas to find out where the weak points are and apply as much force as they can to kind of get this defense to sort of break apart.
They're going to start poking and prodding here and there, and yeah, that's a great start, but it is quickly equalized by Tyrell on the Wrecking Ball. So one down from each side, but you have to take into account the spawn advantage here for KU. Gonna be Denizen now on the high ground. KU starting to take control of the high ground as well and try to push out this ball composition. Pick coming in from Natser. That's going to take the NECC out of the fight. So Swirlhawk has to their work cut out from it as well, trying to keep the entire team alive. But they're not going to last too long as well as Hero finds them. And the Ottawa Braves will take this first fight.
If the Braves can kind of pick these compositions apart piecemeal, I think we're going to see a rough night here for Kansas. That fight in particular, I think, started off very well for Kansas in the sense that I think they got the definite advantage, right? Ottawa was a little back-footed right there, but the response from the Braves, the ability to kind of coalesce and start picking out those individual targets was very, very good, and I think we're going to have to keep an eye on that. That said, Sage Mage drops early.
Again, this is starting out just like the previous fight did. Let's see if the patience of the Ottawa Braves will pay dividends, though. They're going to drop the minefield. Toki finds Fua again. Just incredible play coming out from this Zenyatta already tonight. KU not to be outdone, though. They will take out that glass cannon. They will start to push this in their favor, and the cart will continue for them.
If they get these early support picks, Juggle, that's great. I mean, taking out the Brigida early on is about the best thing you can possibly do in this situation, because theoretically it makes Toki vulnerable, right? And you can follow up onto that Zenyatta, force the Transcendence, force them to peel back for their support player, and take off some of the damage application here. Look at this high ground fight we've got boiling.
Yeah, KU really wants to try and make something of this high ground. They want to try and get a little bit of a foothold here. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard for them to push around this corner. And Natser making it even more difficult with the Gravitic Flux. It's going to be simplistic now. Throwing in some Dynamite and a Bob to try and stall out Cart. Toki forced to use the Transcendence as well. That's going to give a lot of pushing power to this Ottawa Brave squad. But they're going to be crippled again as Sunstinger is out of the fight. Denizen gone, though, as well for KU. So, one piece down for each. Ella has this self-destruct, though, online. KU could use this to get a lot of space cleared and possibly some high ground position.
Yeah, again, you see how split up the composition is for the Braves. It's making it kind of difficult for Kansas to apply the leverage that they need to. They need to be able to dive individual targets, and they just can't do it.
There's going to be attack visor now coming out from Brent Crow. Rules from the high ground to see if they can start to turn the tide in KU's favor. Down to 9 health, though. That's not going to be in store for them this time as the Ottawa Braves hold again.
The ult impact's just not there coming out from Kansas either. They've got to get a really good bomb in here. At the very least, use NECC's sustain, right, to leverage this fight a little bit better. There's no answer here for the Ottawa Braves. They've used everything in their toolkit, so you've got a little bit of a free ult.
We're going to see the engagement coming in from Tyrrell. They're trying to boop away Ben Crow rules again. Natser on the high ground, looking to see if they can build this Gravitic Flux. That's going to be, I think, one of their big win conditions here. Here comes Ella with the self-destruct. It's not going to catch anybody, as Sage Mage was able to just use their shield to prevent anything untoward happening to them. Natser now with that Gravitic Flux online. They're going to go ahead and pop it. They catch a few members. They're going to be able to take them down as well with the help of Toki. And once again, this card looking like it's going to be stalled out, especially after the commitment of Bob.
Ult's continuing to be a problem here for Kansas. I mean, this fight isn't entirely over just yet. Oh, it's getting a lot more spicy. Never mind. Here comes Nano Monkey.
Oh my gosh, and that's not going to be very long that Toki lasts under that supercharged Tesla cannon. Tyrrell going to find their demise as well as the Sonic Arrow makes its mark. Denizen now continuing the carnage with that Primal Rage. The card getting very, very close to completion here in the streets of Dorado.
Well, the pressure being applied, the Transcendence coming out almost immediately for Toki. Up goes the Gravitic Flux. It comes back down. It's Tyrrell and Simplistic combining for some very big kills. And now it's just cleanup duty here on the card juggle, making sure that everything's secure. Ottawa Braves, I think, lucky to get away with that one, all things considered. The weak points are here. Simplistic alone on the high ground, for example, Juggle, is an excellent example of a weak point that could be leveraged. It's just that Kansas is struggling to kind of execute. So we'll see if they can do it any better this time around. They also have to account for Tyrell, who's been super annoying in the backline every single fight.
That they have, but they're going to go down really low. They may have bit off a little bit more than they can chew there, but they're able to kite away from the damage. And crucially, who was out of the fight, who just about had that Dragon Strike ready to go. Simplistic now once again with Bob. They're going to commit it, try to put a lot of pressure on that back line. Yansok's forced to use the rally as well as the nano boost from Swirlhawk, but it's not going to be enough to keep Denizen alive. Once again, that spear, that tip of the spear, gone and out of the fight.
Well, they're backing up just a little bit here, and I think that's an okay choice to kind of regroup. You look at the ults that they have, though, and they don't have a lot to bring to bear. Toki has the Transcendence, so huge healing capability, and then, of course, the denial of the cart in the form of Tyrell's Minefield is going to make it really hard to grab this out. They're going to get drawn into this high ground fight again. No, they're actually going to bypass it, and the Dragons kind of go nowhere.
It is going to potentially give them an opportunity to get onto point, though. Natsu taken out of the fight, and Tyrell uses the mines, but they get booped right beforehand, so not landing on the cart where they wanted. Toki forced to use the Transcendence as well to try and give a little bit more pushing power to the Auto of Rage, but now they're almost out of tools in the toolbox, and Denizen has just popped the Primal Rage. Here comes another Bob, though. That's going to be so important for the Braves, especially now that Denizen has popped that Primal Rage. They're getting in a lot of damage, but the Rage has expired. One pick on either side. Crucially, no supports to be found for either of these squads. KU, though, coming away with the lion's share of the damage, and they will see the third part of Dorado.
So a really good job right there done by Ella OW to get up on the high ground and kind of force Simplistic back out of a good position. It also kind of forced a premature usage of the Bob, which allowed for Kansas to play around it a little bit better. I think both of these teams are getting a little sloppy with their ults just in the main. Tyrell's Minefield is one that immediately springs to mind, but Kansas is just as, if not more guilty, right, than of that particular sin. So they need to tighten up on this. And again, a lot of these fights just being forced on the high ground is really putting the impetus on Kansas to get solid engages.
It really is, and they're going to have a pretty decent engage here, especially if they're going to be able to gain some of this high ground positioning and then use the rally to start to push in. But Denizen out of the fight. That could be slightly unfortunate timing for them, because again, the main initiation tool is gone. Ua, though, does have the Dragons, but it looks like they're just going to be content to wait here, maybe back off and wait for Denizen to come back.
It's a dangerous choice, I'll be honest. I mean, you're basically putting yourself into last fight territory when theoretically you might have been able to get 2 fights out of that squeeze. You've got Saged here with the ultimate sustain ult, right? Dragons to initiate, though. That's a good start.
That is a huge start for them. It's going to be 3 picks right off the bat, courtesy of Fua. Sage Mage trying to keep things alive, including their team and themselves with a rally. It's going to be Simplistic caught out, though, and they don't have that coach gun to try and get away. Overtime has been triggered, but the cart firmly under Kansas's control.
Have you ever seen a more Hanzo play than jumping off the high ground, getting a headshot, and then not being able to hit an Ash for like a solid 15 seconds? Anyway, the fight's still boiling here, Jungle. I'll let you take it in.
Well, it's going to be Ben Pro Rules going down very low and in fact being eliminated right before they are able to use that tack visor. Natser with a huge pick. The overtime commits and nobody left on point. Tyrell able to boop so many of them off.
Ooh, that's gotta make him a little bit unhappy right there, all things considered. Man, that's rough. You get in those situations where you're in those kind of overtime scenarios. The last thing you want to do is vacate the point. You're probably never going to vacate it consciously, but sometimes, I mean, just CC forces you off of it. So good play there to kind of divest them of that. Tyrell did a really good job to make that work. The Braves, I think they're happy with that defense, Juggle. I think they're happy with that. I think Kansas was making more errors across the board than Ottawa was, but I think that there are some kind of, I don't know what to call them, some weaknesses, I think, in that Ottawa side that they need to be very careful about, because if Kansas notices them and can kind of take advantage of them, I don't know that this is going to be a particularly easy run for Ottawa here.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I think really comes to mind to me looking at what we've seen so far from Kansas's attack is the fact that they had the clutch factor there, right? When overtime was triggered and it became do or die, they did it every single time, right? Except for that last one. But really, seeing that on both the first point and second point, I think is absolutely tremendous. So I think that's something that we have to watch out for, right? Can the Ottawa Braves get these crucial fight wins when they need them? And as the doors open up, it's going to be a dive. This time, Ottawa opting not for the Wrecking Ball, but instead for the classic Winston Diva.
Well, the addition of a Torbjorn is actually probably really valuable because it makes Tracer and Genji have a much more difficult time. So it's not a dive per se. He's not a traditional dive character, but he's going to be very valuable here. And that's a huge pick to start.
With Toki out of the fight already, there goes your main source of heals, and we can already see the impact as Natsur has gone down to staff health, and they aren't able to get healed back up. Sunsinger taken out as well, and Fua really starting to turn my head and to click heads as well for this KU squad.
Great stuff right there, and an absolutely wicked turret placement, by the way. A lot of people who played Torbjorn, now let me go into Torbjorn micro class for a second, will put their turret to the left of that wall, but actually putting it right there allows you to deny that far high ground, especially against dive compositions, and allows you to defend better if they choose to dive you up there because it can't be destroyed from below. So well done on that side of the ball.
Very, very well done indeed. It's proving to be quite the thorn in the side of the Ottawa Braves. Tyrell jumps in, but before they even get their bubble down, they're down to less than half their health. Beautiful headshot coming out from Fua once again, throwing that tree trunk straight through the head of Toki. Big anti-nade comes in. That's going to dissuade Simplistic from keeping the pressure on, but Sunsinger there to keep it up instead. Finding Swirlhawk right before they get that nano online. Ben Crow rules though with the Molten Core, finds the pick or two, but it's not enough to stop Simplistic.
Just good individual play there from the DPS of the Ottawa Braves. I mean, the specific highlight would have to be Sunsinger playing that Tracer to, a great level, constant nuisance, constant damage application. And now you're about to hit a 5 ult bank here as you come into the second point. This should be easy street for the Ottawa Braves to get through this second stage.
It should be, but they, I think they went in for a little bit of a foolish contest here because Sage Mage ate an anti-nade, was eliminated immediately. But look, the Braves are actually keeping a very forward position here, and Kansas not quite yet punishing them.
No, not quite yet. They're giving them a lot of space here. They're trying to set up a dive of their own, but now a 6 ult bank for the Ottawa Braves. If they use this well, they've got more than enough probably to propel them halfway into the third stage, depending on how they stagger it out.
It's going to be a rally used in response to the nano boost committed to Denizen. Toki got to commit their own as well. Simplistic now on the prowl with that blade. They take out the turret, but that's all they're going to find with it this time, and a little bit potentially of wasted potential. That's one win condition out the door. And look at this. Every single ult committed from the Braves, and what do they have to show for it? 2 kills right now. It's good, but was it enough, Corbett, given the investment that they made?
No, not at all. It's a lot of sound and fury, ultimately signifying nothing. I mean, I guess I was gonna say, I guess you got the star, or you got him out. You can push the cart forward, but 6 ults. I mean, to be fair, they're almost half back on all of them, so that's good. But you've given Kansas a little bit of an advantage in this next fight, and the Dragons started off.
Gonna be able to take Natsur out of the fight, but Simplistic striking back again in spades. No turret left, 2 members down already, but Fua striking back as hard as they can, finding 2. Crucially, Sage Mage, who again getting ready to build that rally. Sunsinger lets loose with a pulse bomb, but it's eaten as well by Ella. 4.5 meters left to go, and KU able to hold on.
Oh boy, want some of those ults back now? You might. You're gonna get some of them back. I mean, they're gonna have the killer combo, right? They're gonna have the nano blade in the pocket very soon, probably within the next maybe like 20 seconds. That might be decisive enough. But if you don't take down Ben Crow Rule's turret before that gets started, you might find yourself having a less than fun nano blade, especially combined with Denizen's kind of cleave damage. That's something to keep an eye on. The Primal is going to be a available tool to help counter out this big game ult.
It really, really is. And another thing that I think the Braves have to keep in mind as well is that Nyanfox I think needs to be priority target number 1 because they're 85% to a rally, which could just negate this blade. Here comes the blade, though. They are able to get it off first. It's going to be 1 kill on the Ben Crow rules. They do get the Molten Core out. Here comes the rally now from NECC to see if they can come back in this fight. After going down not 1 but 2 members as Fua is gone. Jarrell having a field day with members of KU right now. Ella out of their mech looking for a remech kill right here. They get stunned out of it though and removed from the fight. The Ottawa Braves will be able to take this fight and continue on to third.
That said, this has been far from the easy run it probably should have been here on this second stage. They've had to use a lot of ults. They've had to use a lot just to get here. Now they're on to stage number 3. They've used every ult they have in the tank, including a rather half-hearted Diva Bomb right there. I don't know what the idea was necessarily there. And Fua, meanwhile, getting up on the high ground, still has dragons to deploy here and a nano boost in the pocket as well for Swirlhawk.
Yeah, on paper, this fight should absolutely go the way of KU right now. But I think they need to be aggressive, fast, and decisive. But you know what? That's exactly what they like to be.
Wow.
And with the Dragon Strike finding 2, this fight is over practically before it starts.
Good news, if you're an Ottawa Braves fan, you've got a couple of fights left. This is a nasty little stagger here on Not Sir, but I mean, you know, it's to be expected in this day and age. The press coming in, though, I mean, they're not giving it away for free. Sunsinger trying to get a little bit of ult charge off of their teammates' misfortune, but that's burned a really good chunk of time. Almost 30 seconds we're probably going to see off the clock before we get another effective re-engage from the Ottawa Braves. So an entire fight eaten up right there by that stagger.
Yeah, that's just tremendous value. That you get if you are KU, and they're so close to building 4 of their ultimates as well. Ottawa Braves with both support ults, though, this could be deadly. Gonna throw out the sleep. It's gonna briefly keep Dennison on the ground. Here comes a Molten Core in response to the nanoed Winston. Hero has the Primal Rage now, but they're already down. Sunsinger NECC has just popped the rally as well. We're going to see a couple of D-mechs come in. No divas in mechas to be found. The blade comes out, but not for very long as it is put back in spawn by NECC on the Brigitte.
Wow, NECC's holding the fort down right there. Fua with a nasty kill at the end, just to let him know that he's still around. But NECC's big plays there from the support player to keep the team alive, keep them fighting, and just shutting down ultimates, denying value, what Brig is really good at. And now you're in a situation where you have a 3 ult bank on the side of Kansas and nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. A complete board shift for the Ottawa Braves. This is a bad place to be with 20 seconds left on the clock.
It certainly is, especially with the Dragon Strike coming out again, which has proved so valuable. It's going to be Reinhardt, Tyrell going down very low. Here comes that self-destructed, finds 2, but Ellis finds 1. And Dennison gonna pick up the other to even things out. Massive anti-nade as well. Nobody left on the point. KU gonna even the score line.
Very well done from KU right there to push it back. I mean, absolute desperate scenes from the Ottawa Braves to swap up the line like that at the very end. NECC getting a well-deserved play of the game right here. I think this is where they basically just keep shutting things down. Yeah, they'll get the kill onto the Genji. They kill the opposite Brigitte as well. Even take the Diva out of the fight, if I remember correctly. So very good stuff indeed from them. That's exactly what you want to see out of your Brig player.
That was a raid boss if I've ever seen one, Corbeck. Excellent play coming out though from NECC again to even up the score line in the series. And you know what? I can't say I'm surprised. These teams so evenly stacked against each other. But you know, my mind goes immediately to the ult usage of the Ottawa Braves, right? To me, I feel like if they can rein that in a little bit, be a little bit more picky, a little bit just save some of these ultimates from fight to fight, we could see a very different game moving forward.
I mean, this is something we talked about right at the very start of the broadcast. We talked about it on the last map as well. Ult usage, ult application, so important. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Overwatch is a game of ults. They matter very, very much. And I think that we saw some instances there where both teams were not so great with their ults. It's just that in that final push, I think it was the Ottawa Braves who were looking a little less good, a little more wobbly, let's say. I mean, that 6 ult fight, that was just painful. You know, that's a fight you should have won. You should have won that with less ults it didn't work out your way. The only caveat that I will add to all of that is in these more disparate fights, right? These more divey fights where everybody's kind of all over the place. Some ults do lose their value just because targets aren't as concentrated, so you can't expect to get as much out of them. But still, it wasn't as good of a second half of Dorado there for the Ottawa Braves as it was a first half.
No, it certainly wasn't. But that's not to say they can't bring it back, as we are moving on to hybrid next. Now, we are going to another payload style map. So, given recent history, given what we've seen, I have to give the advantage to KU. And Corbic, we are heading to the most classic of places at all. You knew it was going to come into play at some point tonight. That's right, we're headed to Kings Row.
Yeah, no teams seem to want to play Blizzard World, which I think is the other choice that they have in this particular pool. So that's fair game, I guess. I don't know a single team that's going to be like, yeah, take us to Blizzard World over Kings Row. We don't like Kings Row. Everybody loves Kings Row. It's an interesting map choice for both of these squads. And the reason why is, again, they like the dive. They like the brawl. I'm expecting both of them to come out with a more genuine brawl on this map. The interesting choice that they're going to make is it going to be that shadow dive, the Sombra, the Reaper with kind of the Winston in there, or are we going to see a more traditional brawl, kind of a very close-up, tight, Reinhardt-oriented fight? Traditional wisdom would dictate you're going to see Reinhardts, right? This is a very good Reinhardt map, but I think there's a big temptation to try and bring that Sombra out again, the Reaper out again, just for the leverage that those characters can bring you.
That's such a good point. And I think if either team is going to do it, my money's on the Ottawa Braves to try that instead. We saw when Mega Base came into play that they didn't go for the Brawl Mirror. So, if somebody's going to break with tradition here, I think it's going to be them. But yeah, I think overall Brawl is going to be the name of the game. And I think that's what both teams are going to try, at least at first. If they run into problems, maybe they swap to that Shadow dive, that 6-man dive, but only time will tell, Corbic.
Yeah, unfortunately, only time will tell. We are not fortune tellers. We just, we've got the information that we've got, and all prognostications are what they are. Buyer beware on those. And there, sure enough, the Ottawa Braves. I mean, they're whipping out something different. Now they've broken with tradition. They're going to come out with the Sig Ball and double flyers as their setup. I think that's a very, very interesting choice, and I think that actually does give them an advantage over this Kansas esports side. More traditional May-centric brawl composition. NECC is calling for a pause here. So maybe some issue on their side wants to give them a change up. But if the Ottawa Braves can separate, kind of like they did on the Busan maps, if they can pick apart individual targets and leverage the supreme damage that those two flyers can bring to the equation, that's going to serve them very well here on Kings Row.
It certainly will. And one big thing that stuck out to me, right, when looking at the other side of the equation, right, when looking at KU, is the fact that really the only person that's equipped to deal with them with any kind of relative ease is NECC on the Baptiste, right? The only hit scan in there. Ella, yes, as well with the Diva, but they're going to have their hands full as well, trying to keep their Ryan alive. We're going to see Simplistic start things out, and that is a quick backup from KU. They know they're going to have to go back to this corner and just try and sustain themselves through this barrage of damage that's going to come in. Tyrell already putting a little bit of pressure on their point. They're going to go in for the engage. Dennison already down to half health, but they're going to be healed up quickly by NECC. Speaking of NECC, they go down low under this barrage from Sunsinger on the Pharah. One tick already in favor of the Ottawa Braves. It's likely going to be 2. No. KU comes back in at the last moment to try and stop it. Immortality Field has to be used by Toki, but it's already down. Uwa out of the fight. Notzer finding incredible value on the Sigma. Ben Crow rules having to back up with the rest of the KU squad. And Wasp using that sound boost, that speed boost to try and get their team out of danger, but a Wasp is down as well. 2 ticks on the board, likely gonna be 3 as the barrage of damage continues, courtesy this time of Sunsinger.
One of the other issues that Kansas has with their composition is they don't have a particularly strong burst damage heal. They've got the Baptiste, right? And he's a very good healer, don't get me wrong. But when there's a sudden spike in damage, Baptiste does not necessarily have kind of a Moira orb they can throw out there to just give you a ton of healing. And certainly Lucio does not have sudden burst healing. They have their 1 amp, you know, every so often. Otherwise they're doing low passive heals. So that's a bit of a worrying conundrum right there. They're trying to switch this over to a Cassidy May now, and I don't know that this is going to work any better than what they had initially. I feel like they're just going to get herded.
It's going to be a minefield to start things off, but Denizen going down under the pressure from Toki. It's going to be a tremendous amount of damage coming in. The Ant Matrix from Yan sucks, unable to find the value that it needs, and the Ottawa Braves are going to continue their march through Kings.
Again, just bringing all the damage to bear, like you said, just the Flyers have so much damage between the two of them. A Pharah and an Echo can output obscene amounts of damage in a very short amount of time. And there's no real answer to it. You're not able to get enough value out of your Mei against opponents that are this disparate. And that's just what it is at the end of the day. She's not a very useful character here.
They are going to commit the Blizzard right off the bat, though. That's going to put Natsu in a very difficult position, especially with the Deadeye coming out from Fua. Finds 2 targets. Sage Mage now with the Valk to try and keep things up. They get the res off. The barrage comes in. Yes, they'll be taken down by Denizen, but once again, the damage could already be done. The Wasp forced to use the sound barrier as well, but it's only going to keep them alive for so long. That focusing beam just doing way too much damage from Simplistic, especially when they're being pocketed by a Mercy.
Yeah, this is just stall tactics right now, and admittedly they're doing an okay job of it as Ben Crow rules, comes out of the ice block and immediately is vaporized. But again, I think that perfectly illustrated what I was saying about the Mei. You had the best case scenario where you got multiple enemy team members caught in the blizzard, and it wasn't enough to win the fight, right? Because the enemy team is just too spread out. Coming out with the Hanzo, I don't know if it's the best choice in the world, but I think it's a better choice than what they had.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's certainly an improvement here, but I really think that KSU needs to see the double hit scan coming in to counter the double flyers. But we're gonna get a double kill instead from a self-destruct, courtesy of Ella. They take out 1 pair of those flyers immediately. It's just Natsu and Tyrell left on point. They back up. They're not going to stay for long.
And now you'll see the swap come down the pipe here from the Braves, which is a good call to make. Unfortunately, you know, I was talking about structure earlier. This is one of those points that enforces a much tighter structure, and by its very nature makes it more difficult for Flyers.
It certainly does, and we're seeing a little bit of that come to fruition here. Natsu with the Gravitic Flux, it's going to take down several members to low health, but the strike back is going to be there. Tyrell out of the fight. Toki now using the Ant Matrix in addition to the Valkyrie from Sage Mage. That's going to lead to a lot of damage and too much for Fua. The Wasp going down as well. The duplicating Gravitic Flux finding 2 to 3 right there, and the cart will continue.
Wow, Simplistic just absolutely dominant there on the Echo. A huge high-value play from the DPS player. You could not ask for anything better, but now some sustain here for Kansas might be enough to change the tide.
We're going to see if this Deadeye is going to land, not this time around, but it certainly clears space and allows KU to take control of the cart. But with Ella down, how long is that going to last? The Deadeye finds its target, this time from Sunsinger, and the kills just coming hand over fist for the Ottawa Braves. That's going to be this point capped, and 2:44 left on the clock.
Again, Simplistic was the driving force there behind a lot of those kills. I think that's the most important thing to take away from that, is they just didn't have a very good answer to the Echo there at all, especially on that 3rd stage where things were getting tight, right? That doesn't work out well for Pharah, but Echo in some ways is almost more mobile and has more kind of rapid damage output, I think, in a lot of situations, and you saw Simplistic illustrate that pretty well right there. 2:44 in the time back, not bad. Jungle God, not bad. Not the best it could possibly be, but certainly a relatively decent end result for a Kings Row push, and enough, I think, to put Kansas in a relatively unenviable position here on their own attack.
Yeah, Ottawa has to be very pleased, I think, or pleased at least with their time. Capturing Kings Row not necessarily always in the equation for either side. It's going to be brawl, though, coming out for both squads this time, Korbic.
But Doomfist is making an appearance here from Simplistic. An interesting choice. Doomfist is, I think, among characters that are kind of specialist characters, he's sort of the supreme end of that scale. You don't get much more specialized than Doomfist. He has a very unique playstyle and requires a very unique mindset to be effective as a DPS. That said, Kansas doesn't really have anything to shut that Doomfist down. There's no stuns. There's a freeze if they can get that off, but this might be open season for a player that's feeling the heat like Simplistic is.
It certainly is. We're going to have to see if the Feast and Famine playstyle of Doom is going to come up and pay dividends, and it already does. Immediately, players go down under, once again, a tremendous amount of damage from these Braves.
Again, this does also play into the concept of chaos, right? Very few heroes are as niche or as chaotic as a Doomfist is, just because he has so many CC options, right? You saw that perfectly illustrated in the early side of the fight. I actually think that was a very good attack from Kansas. They found a target they needed to eliminate. They tried to eliminate it, and it was just an even better response from the Ottawa Braves.
Dennis, are going to have this Shatter online, though. They're going to let it loose. They find Tyrell. The Immortality Field is there, though, from Toki. Huge heads-up play coming out from them. Pua finds the pick as well onto Simplistic. That could be the opening that KU needs. They're going to pop the Amp Matrix as well. The Amp Sox giving their team an opportunity to really start to push onto point. One tick already in their favor. The Toki counter Matrix, though, keeping KU at bay at least for a moment. Now they've moved on to point, but here comes some more aggression from the Braves. Now that they've got that sound barrier online, Bankro Rules finds a pick, though. Fua able to take out the Immortality Field, but now the Braves strike, and they strike hard. 3, 4, 5 members down. Fua does find a counter pick, but they're not going to be long for this world.
That said, next fight definitely benefits Kansas. They are going to have 3 ults on board, including the sound barrier for the sustain, the blizzard, which is going to be, I think, the most critical one. They might even be able to get an earth shatter in here. No real answers from the Ottawa Braves. They're just going to have the shatter, and that's not going to come immediately. So the high noon to initiate is a really good call.
It really, really is. Fua flicking back and forth to see if they can find that skull and crossbones to get a pick. None to be found this time around, and Simplistic able to take them out. Redgrowth countering with the blizzard, though, leading to a pair of hits, most notably Toki, so it's all up to Sage Mage to keep their team alive or to allow them to kite out, but no, they're just going to die on point and see how much they can stall this out. It was enough time for Simplistic to come back in. They have the Meteor Strike. It's going to land. No picks coming just yet, and Bankro Rules takes them out of the fight. By all measures, this should be KU taking the point.
It should be. I mean, it wasn't champagne Overwatch there with those ults, let's be honest. The Blizzard didn't really get a knot. The High Noon was good for sort of zoning, but it wasn't exactly impactful. But Bankro Rules and Fua, with their individual play respectively, just at a pure skill level, I think really turned that fight around. And that's what you want. You know, you want DPS that you can rely on in critical situations, and they haven't been able to hit that level the entire time tonight. But in that particular situation, when it really mattered, they were both more than up to the challenge. So credit where credit is due.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job there. You know, they needed to deal with Simplistic. They needed to eliminate them from the fight. And that was just about the very first thing they did. We're going to see another Am Matrix come out from Yan Sox. That's going to clear a lot of room. The Ottawa Braves just going to back up, but that just gives a lot more card progress. Here comes a High Noon to try and halt some of that progress. We're going to see a self-destruct throw in from Ella, and it will find a target. Sunseeker going down before that sound barrier able to get applied. Now Simplistic trying to turn things around for them, but they're not finding what they need. Tyrell out of the fight once again, and KU will continue.
I really enjoyed the setup there from the Cassidy, you know, waiting patiently, and then all of a sudden the Diva Bomb comes in and you just saw the panic that immediately developed right there on the face of Sunsinger. Good effort here to cap this out. It's not going to be enough, but I think this is a fight they win.
I think it is too, but the self-destruct finds two. That's a Wasp, and Bankro out of the fight immediately. Fua finds a counter pick, but it's not going to be enough, and the cart is stopped with just 2.5 meters to go.
Oh no, I think that's a caster curse right there, 100%. The mummy's tomb is cracked for that brief moment for Kansas Esports, unfortunately. That said, though, Joel, I mean, this is real bad, and beyond caster curse levels, because this is the worst possible place to get stopped here on the second point, because the respawn advantage so heavily favors the defenders. You have to truck so far back to make this work.
That you do, and they had to truck back for just a moment in the face of that Deadeye, but Tyrell has the shatter. They're gonna let loose with it and finds the targets that it needs to. Now the damage coming in once again, and KU gonna be stopped in their tracks another time.
You begin to get the feeling maybe that Kansas missed their mark right here. It's going to be hard for them to recover this. That there's still ults to play to on the Ottawa Braves side. You've got Simplistic with a good escape and obviously a damage ult, and then Sunsinger with yet another high noon able to deploy. You're going to need a really good bomb from LOW. If you can get one in there, kind of like Not Sir did at the start of this little unfortunate scenario at the end of stage number 2, then you can maybe win this out.
It's a pair of dueling Deadeyes coming out. It's going to be Elena with the self-destruct. Remake kill, as a matter of fact, that finds the target. KU picking up where they left off. They will find the kills they need, and they will see third. And with just under a minute to spare.
Okay, well, it wasn't the Diva Bomb, but it was a Diva Mech, just in a different way. It's kinetic destruction right there, a rod from God being dropped onto the field and working out quite well. They're going to take a goodly amount of space here as well, and I think this is really the prerogative of Kansas. They have to hold this advanced position and just get the cart as far forward as they can on this push.
Yeah, they certainly do, because already they have a worse time in the time bank than the Braves.
Oh!
And the Braves get a massive 3K bomb coming out from Notzer, and that will clean the field.
Nasty bomb shatter combo right there. Very well executed. About the nastiest version of that you're gonna see. The shatter coming out underneath the cart from Tyrell. The bomb coming sailing from the high ground by Notzer. Really not anything that Kansas Esports can do about that one.
Deadeye coming out from Fua. It's going to clear a little space, give a little playing room, but Tyrell going to be stunned. Here comes the sound barrier from a Wasp. Yansox with the Ant Matrix as well, but look at how low everyone is from KU. Yansox has their hands full, not able to get the damage full, just had to focus on healing. Pick in now from either side. What's it going to be? The difference between the main tank, both tanks gone, or the supports? Nowhere to be found for KU, but Ella clearing the way again with the self-destruct. These self-destructs tonight, Korbic, have been out of control.
There have been big high noons, big self-destructs from both these teams. They seem to be the ults that they're generating the most. Blizzard coming out here very early on in this fight. That's an absolute critical moment. Great shatter from Denizen. Can they follow it up? Yes, they can. Denizen swinging in and getting the kill, but now Sage Mage back in on the other side takes the Diva out of the equation. What a good last-ditch defense we see here from the members of the Ottawa Braves. Again, though, Fua with the high noon. Fua alone carrying their team through this. The last member there trying to stall it out. 0.09 on the board as the Reinhardt comes charging in, but there are simply too many members of Kansas. Is it going to be enough, though, Jungle? That's the question.
It's so hard to tell at this moment. The resupports have come back in for KU now. They're getting the kills they need despite this valiant effort from the Braves. The point will be capped, but Gorbeck, there's only a tie. There's only a draw at play for KU here.
That is correct. Yes, they are in overtime, so the advantage solidly resting with the Ottawa Braves here. 2 minutes and 44 seconds to capture, the first bit of Kings Row, basically, and I think that is putting the Ottawa Braves in a pretty strong position overall. I would be very surprised here, Juggle, if they're not able to win this map out, all things considered. Though certainly, Kansas Esports not going to let them walk it in. It was a good final effort from them right there, and in a situation that admittedly looked quite grim, they were able to turn it around with some very kind of, salient ult usage, some good combined plays.
Yeah, again, when the pressure was put on, they rose to the occasion, but, are they going to be able to do that for 2 minutes and 44 seconds here? Especially considering how quickly the Braves were able to take that first point. I mean, they they had to take their time somewhat because they were on this Wrecking Ball composition, but it still was the first fight that they won. And this time they've only got to get a third of the point, just 33%.
I think that there's very little scenarios in which this works out for Kansas. I just think the Ottawa Braves are a little too good at this sort of scramble comp that they're going to see these double flyers do too much damage to really effectively be stopped. And just watch, if Kansas Esports gets herded into the hotel again, much like what started last time, this will probably be over pretty quickly.
They're doing such a great job of making Denizens' shield relatively useless. I mean, look at how much damage. They're just chunking down that shield as fast as they can. They've already got members on point. Fua out of the fight. Immortality used and down. Denizen does find a counter pick onto Tyrell. Simplistic gone too. This isn't necessarily over. Kansas Esports, they may have gotten the first of the defenses they need to hold on and force a draw.
Yep, I think it's safe to say that they might be able to pull this one together. But again, the respawn advantage coming out of the Ottawa Braves definitely favors the attacker here. It looks like all the pieces are back into place for Kansas, but they've got to stay up. They can't lose another early death like they did with Fua last time.
They're going to try and take the tempo here by using this Hand Matrix. Barrage comes in, but it's not going to find the kills. The Immort was there. Fua with the kill as well, but the follow-up is tremendous from the Braves. They're not going to be stopped. They've gone down a couple members, but it's just Ella left on point. They get the remake kill. Can they stall it out long enough for the resupports to come in? They've been demech'd once again. They're not going to be long for this world. Here comes Denizen on the Wrecking Ball. They will get the touch, but they're down to about half health at this point. And the rest of the members, they're going to have to book it to get back. Simplistic, though, coming away with the kills on the duplicated Wrecking Ball. That's going to be it. The Braves go up 2-1.
Interesting. An interesting end to that one. It's a really good effort right there, I think, from Kansas Esports to hold on to that. The problem is the Ottawa Braves did such a good job of capitalizing on the back of that barrage. That was the key aspect of that. They know what a big danger and a distraction that is in that scenario. They know that a lot of resources are going to be invested from their opponents in that particular scenario as well. And the follow-up, just impeccable, was exactly what they needed to take advantage of.
It really, really was. And, the timing between the two flyers, I think, was also impeccable, right? The barrage damage comes in. And yes, KU, they were able to sustain themselves through it with the help of that immortality field. But once that's gone, it's not like they're full health anymore. That is prime time for that focusing beam of Echoes to come into play. And that's exactly what we saw tonight.
Yeah, and combining the Gravitics in there too, right? When you've got everybody boxed into a corner like that. I mean, that's sort of the death trap for a lot of defenders on Kings Row, right? Is you get forced over there and there's not a lot of options. Your options are the kind of golden bridge of the hotel, but that takes you away from the objective and therefore you're not contesting, or falling back through the tunnel, and that, same problem. So well done kind of controlling, I almost want to say, the tempo of that fight, the direction of that fight, and really making their opponents work to them.
Yeah, they did just an absolutely fantastic job of it. And you're right, you saw that brawl composition just have to kite back as fast as they can. And really, at that point, you're just holding on to this sliver of point, just this corner of it, right? In between the hotel and Arches. And just excellent play coming out from both squads. But the Ottawa Braves, they really rose to the occasion there. Corback, we're going to be headed back to Escort now because, you know what? NECC, they took a page out of Overwatch 2's book and they got rid of Assault. So, going to be more payloads in store for us here.
Yeah, it's it's nice to see no Assault, I guess. It's never, nobody likes it, so it's gone now. It's gone. They're not even putting in the next version of the game. But I'm curious to see how an Escort goes, right? The pure Escort of Dorado came out in favor of Kansas, but coming off the back of the Kings Row, I do think it's hard, even though I picked Kansas to win, I think it's hard for me to say that they're looking particularly strong here. I just think the Ottawa Braves are are dictating the fights a lot better. They're really marching Kansas to the beat of Ottawa's drum, and that's a bit of a problem. It looks like the map pick has come in, and it is going to be Havana. So long sight lines, favorable sort of for flyers. I don't know that we'll see the double flying comp coming in. I imagine this will be a reversion of form to dives, if anything else, and I think that it's a map that favors the SIG ball comp that Ottawa Braves really seem to like.
Yeah, a lot of interesting possibilities here. And, when I see Havana come up, my mind immediately goes to a spawn hold with Brawl as well. That's something else that we could see come to play here.
Tempting.
And, another thing I want to point out are these very, very long sightlines on first and third. We've seen the Hanzo come out, but apart from them, we did see the Ashe. Perhaps we see a Widowmaker come into play here. It would be, I think, the most appropriate time for it to happen. But, if Widowmaker comes out, that Wrecking Ball, they've got a feast in front of them.
They do. I mean, ever since they lowered Widowmaker's health, it becomes much easier for the Wrecking Ball to get the pick off, right? Like, that's just how it is. I mean, traditionally, Havana has been a map in which Widowmaker has had a very strong showing, right? This is a Widow map to a lot of players at a lot of different levels of gameplay. I just don't think that either of these two teams really like Widow that much to bring her out. I could see it being added as kind of an accessory to the sort of chaos comp that Ottawa in particular runs, right? Because then you got the ball, you got the Sigma, and instead of the Ashe, you have a rotating Widowmaker who's kind of the threat. That said, though, I mean, we're seeing what these teams are showing us, and this is not what I expected from either of them. The Ottawa Braves are showing us essentially a Brawl composition with a Cassidy May, something they haven't really engaged very much in. And then the other side is showing us, I mean, basically another style of Brawl, except with a different DPS lineup. Very interesting choices. It looks like your full hold prediction, by the way, might just come to fruition here, Juggle God, because I think that's what we're looking at from the Ottawa Braves side.
Yeah, I think it is, and my mind has just been stopped by Bencro rules on this Symmetra. Are they going to try and TP behind the spawn hold somehow? We're going to see a Maywall come out immediately to try and isolate Denizen, but it's not going to be that effective. Immortality Field, though, already has to be committed by Nyansox's Ella going down very, very low. The Ottawa Braves doing a tremendous amount of damage, but until a moment ago, really not taking too much themselves. Bencro rules now. They finally got that tier 3 beam online. But Tiro with a Fire Strike going to start beckoning in the beginning of the end for this push from KU.
These long haul fights do not favor Kansas esports on these close holds, right? Because it's just wasting time, which is what this entire composition is devoted to. Nyansox might be able to break this with a good amplification matrix. I actually think that's great.
Yeah, that's certainly going to make things very difficult. Shatter from behind the card again, going to land Tyrell with a charge kill onto a Wasp. That'll certainly start to open things up, but is it going to be enough as another pick comes in? Sound barrier now committed by Sage Mage, but Fua, and now, because of that, the Braves able to push forward, but Denizen lands a Shatter, taking out Tyrell. Sage Mage gone simplistic, commits the Blizzard, and I think they might want that back at the end of the day, as KU is able to break the hold.
Probably Simplistic is going to swap. Yep, there it is. Yeah, swapping over to a double sniper composition and a double shield as well makes a lot of sense, taking advantage of those sight lines. I know that that's not the play style that we think that Ottawa Braves necessarily enjoy, but it's one that I imagine they can play quite competently with the DPS that they have in their pocket. It'll be interesting to see how Kansas Esports kind of reacts to that. Ooh, Dragons to cutoffs there.
Yeah, that's going to split their team in half. Denizen going to take advantage of and find a Fire Strike kill onto Sunsinger. Now they're going to see if they can continue to push forward. Denizen at 60% to their ult. They're likely going to be trying to build that up even more, but Bankro Rules already has the Blizzard ready to go. The Wasp with the sound barrier in tow as well. They're starting to turn the tides in KU's favor. Chasing down Simplistic now. They've got a Mercy pocket, but take that back, not for long.
So I think that we actually see a glimpse here that maybe the Ottawa Braves aren't super familiar with the double shield style of composition. One of the key issues with the double shield is positioning, right? And we saw a really good illustration of why that is, because Kansas Esports used the speed boost coming out of a Wasp to just run through Tyrell's shield and get right in the Orisa's face. And if you allow that kind of thing to happen, you simply can't get the damage out of the comp that you need. Wow, what a start.
Yeah, we're going to see the Gravitic Flux committed, but a beautiful sound barrier from a Wasp going to sustain him through it. They're taken out of the fight, and Bob! Oh my gosh. Korbic, Bob wins games. Bob
does win games. He does. He wins that one, that's for sure. Yep. Good Bob usage in that particular scenario to kind of mop up on the backside of Not Sir's very well-timed Gravitic Flux. And a Wasp, I mean, it was a good sound barrier to counter it out, but the sound barrier only lasts so long at the end of the day, all right? So that was kind of the key issue there. That said, Dennison and LOW and NECC all with ults going into this fight.
This could be devastating. If they can take down the shield of Tyrell and Knots, are utilizing that Ant Matrix. Oh, but NECC's out of the fight before they're even able to do it, before I'm even able to get the idea out of my mind. Ottawa Braves starting to fall apart under this barrage of damage coming in from KU. And you know what? I don't think they invested a shatter into that. And they came away with a win. Beautiful ult economy.
Yeah, beautiful ult economy indeed. An absolutely booming ult economy right there, because now they've got Dragons and they've got Bomb, which are both huge zoning ults, very effective here. The only answer from the side of the Braves is going to be the beatdown bongos, and eventually the Dragons are going to... Yep, there they are.
And they're going to strike almost immediately, ripping a hole between the members of the Ottawa Braves. We're going to have Bob committed once again. The bongos are down, but Tyrell out of the fight. We'll find Sunsinger as well. The Ottawa Braves continuing to fall apart here, but Noxer with an amazing Gravitic Flux. The rest is there as well onto Toki. They've come back in this fight. They've evened the playing field. Benfro rules able to get a couple of picks, though. It's swinging back in their favor. They will be able to cap.
Ooh, that was close. Those supports nearly held out just long enough to get some reinforcements online, but it won't work out at the end of the day. Credit to Notzer, by the way, for nearly turning that back around. A very good application of the Gravitic Flux. And again, I think we're seeing the hallmarks of this being a composition that the Ottawa Braves are not particularly comfortable with. They're allowing the advantage to really fall on the side of Kansas Esports, and when they're not sort of forcing Kansas to do what they want, I feel like they're really suffering for it. They might be able to get a lot more damage in here, though, on these long sight lines of this particular point. So that's what you want to keep an eye on here.
It's going to be KU trying to close this gap as fast as they can. We can see the rotation going through the building as well to, use that natural cover to make sure that they don't take too much damage. Notzer in a very unfortunate position, but KU doesn't necessarily collapse on them. Togi going to fall as well. And the res does come in, so there's still a chance for the Ottawa Braves to hold on here, but things are still just going the way of KU. And over Fist, Korbic.
I mean, this is illustrating, too, I think that KU is a really good team, right? And if you kind of let them out of the box of control and they can take the initiative here, they're going to take that initiative and do work. And look at how much work they've done. A speed run of the third point here of Havana. 1 minute and 48 on the time bank for Havana is very good indeed, all things considered. That's put Ottawa Braves right back on their heels after a very convincing last map.
It's put them on their heels, and frankly, that heel is an Achilles, because KU, I think, may have found, the solution to this conundrum that they've had so far coming up against the Ottawa Braves. And, I want to make a comment, too, about the double shield as well. In talking with the Ottawa Braves beforehand, right, they said that they prefer ball, but that they will swap to double shield or brawl when needed. Now, that wording, not necessarily a singing endorsement of their other compositions, but, it says they're confident, but so far they don't look comfortable on it.
No, and I think that's because they're a team that plays to tempo. They play to initiative control. They play to taking the engagements that they want to take. And at the end of the day, Double Shield is a pretty reactive composition, right? You're basically waiting for your opponents to maneuver in such a manner that you got sight lines and you can do the lay down of damage as needed. Not particularly good for the Ottawa Braves. And I think that Kansas Esports, like I said, when they're given the opportunity to run through with that initiative, they just power in. I mean, they're really just power in. And they're going to keep doing that as long as you keep giving them the opportunities to do so. So I don't really know what to make of this swap that they're showing us here necessarily, but it is an interesting one.
Yeah, we're going to have the spawn hold coming out once again, this time from KU. A pair of picks, though, might signal the end of the spawn hold because, you know, once you've got one player down, it just tends to snowball because, I mean, you can't get better spawn advantage than this for the Ottawa Braves.
No, you really can't. And I mean, they're using a lot of resources here, but I mean, at least they're burning time, Juggle. That's the
Right.
key point. They're burning a lot of time.
Oh my gosh, and look at this. NECC was able to build that a huge shatter, though. Gonna interrupt that thought, and the game. Notzer follows it up with an absolutely massive Gravitic Flux as well, and that's the spawn hold broken. Shattered.
Dare you say it? Shattered? Toki as well.
To make that one. Glad you caught it though, Corbic. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. Toki got a big nano in there as well, which really helped. And the dragon maybe not so great, but this blizzard could be quite big from Ben Pro rules.
It sure could, but are they even going to need it? Tyrell is already out of the fight. If they can start to reduce the numbers even more, which they are doing, they might be able to just continue as is. There is going to be a counter pick coming in. Yeah, Ben Pro rules not necessarily needing that blizzard. They're gonna have it for this next fight.
Interesting that they were able to hold on to that. I think it could have been quite devastating, but like you said, it was a good identification. They didn't need it. Now Tyrell's in a really dangerous spot here because, well, that.
Yeah, the blizzard is going to land. Nano Boost going to be committed to Tyrell to allow them to sustain through all the damage. But I mean, oh my gosh, talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place.
No,
that's an ant matrix and a self-destruct. That there's just no good answers.
I'm gonna be negative Nancy here and say that's a terrible nano. Toki switching off to the Baptiste. Okay, I guess they wanted to get rid of it, but honestly, nanoing the Rhine when they're stuck in the blizzard, it's just not even worth it, even for the defensive value. So, guess it's justified with the swap. Here comes the high noon.
Shatter gonna land. That's gonna take Sunsinger out of the fight. They don't get an opportunity to use that high noon, and KU will continue to hold. And look at this. The Braves, they're down to just a minute and 20 seconds. That's 2 fights. Maybe 3 since you're this close to spawn.
Should be 3. They've got the distinct ult advantage now. I know I harp on this a lot, but it is something that's going to be very useful for them. One good shatter from Tyrell and they'll break this wide open.
Here comes the Gravitic Flux. The sound barrier going to be committed by a Wasp, who will let loose with a Dragon Strike. The Immortality Field takes some of the damage, but Toki still caught in the midst of it as well. Tyrell taken out by a Fire Strike and a little extra damage from the NECC. And now just 52 seconds left on the clock for the Ottawa Braves to try and do something here on the first point of Havana.
Yikes. This is looking uglier and uglier. But again, I maintain one good shatter from Tyrell is all it takes. You've got a sustain ult in the form of your sound barrier, and you nearly have the amplification matrix for some added battlefield control and damage. You can win this fight.
You absolutely can. The shatter's massive. One player down and out of the fight immediately. They get the fight win in the blink of an eye, and they will get to continue forward. But KU, they're gonna have another opportunity to try and stop it.
The big mistake was, I mean, like I said, one good shatter. I'll take my prognostication point right there. The problem is they used the sound barrier. I don't think they needed to do that. And they've lost a big sustain ult. All you have now is the amplification matrix, and they have a blizzard.
They're going to have to strike first, and they just start with the Deadeye. That's going to be excellent, but the Blizzard does land. It is going to strike, and so will Fua, getting not just a pair, 3 kills in rapid succession. Overtime will start to tick over, and KU will take this map in, dare I say, dominant fashion.
Oh man, well, we said it was going to be a battle between these two teams here tonight, Juggle God, and they are not disappointing us in that regard at all. 2-2 the scoreline. Kansas Esports, like you said, a dominant performance here on this Havana, especially on the defensive side, just smashing this back the opposite direction.
Yeah, that was just tremendous. I mean, KU, this is the first time that I think either side has looked just convincingly, overwhelmingly dominant over the other. And again, I think that KU, they might have found the Achilles heel of the Ottawa Braves. And if they can just keep pounding out that, they're not going to be able to stand, and they're not going to be able to get another win in this series. So really excited to see what's going to happen next. But Corbrick, we're going to throw it to a break. Before we do that, though, any thoughts for us to ponder while we wait?
No big thoughts. I caution, don't put too many, like, if you're a fan of either of these teams, don't put too many eggs in either basket right now, because I think that this is one that seems to be just swinging back and forth like a pendulum and really could come back the other way on the next map. It genuinely could.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Well, Corbeck, we predicted a close affair, and that has proven correct tonight. Maybe not all of our predictions, but at least that one standing true, as both of these teams tied at 2 apiece.
Yeah, they are tied, and now we're going into a Koth map, which I think does favor probably the side of Ottawa Braves just a little bit more. You know, they like that ball Sigma running around, everybody's doing crazy things kind of composition, and I think a map like Lijiang lends itself much better to that. We're not going to see them falling back into the kind of trap of double shield, which is what I think got them kind of caught out on Havana. That's not coming back here. So it's going to be brawls, it's going to be dives, it's going to be the things that they like, and I think that means that they're going to have an advantage. Again, on the original Koth map that we saw here tonight, Busan, they very much look like the superior team.
They did. They took it 2-0. Now, KU, they were able to gain some percentage on both maps, but you know, it wasn't 99-99. I wouldn't call it like terribly close.
No.
By any stretch of the imagination. So I agree. I think the Ottawa Braves are definitely looking a little more promising here. We're going to see both teams opting for that brawl, both of them with a sim in tow. So, you know, it could be just microseconds that separates these two. It's going to be KU that gets to the ground first, but that's great for Simplistic. He wants to be in the air, causing problems, raining down damage from above. But in the meantime, Tyrell already out of the fight. So the Braves looking like they're up a creek without a paddle at the moment. Simplistic does strike back and find a Wasp, but not sure gone as well. The time is only going to tell, but things going a little bit better for KU. They've got 4 members on point. Yansok's able to keep their team alive and throw out the Amp Matrix. More of the Braves falling by the wayside. This point is theirs.
Just going to give credit to Neon Sox right there for playing a very good game. You saw a Wasp got taken out, I think, almost first in that fight. It was Simplistic, I think, who was the one that did the deed, coming over the top there on that Doomfist. I don't know how good this Doomfist pick is here. Simplistic seems to be having a hard time making this work, kind of stuck running that outside route, and it's not particularly advantageous. Ooh. Might have lost Juggle here, so we'll just keep going. The high noon coming out there from Fuwa gets nothing. Tyrell's down and Simplistic quick to follow him into the grave. A huge victory here for Kansas Esports, and it looks like Juggle hath returned.
Yeah, apologies for that. I muted things on my side and just forgot to unmute. So thank you, Corbeck, for reclaiming your normal place as the play-by-play. Excellent job taking us through that fight.
I try my best. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Simplistic has ult, by the way. That's gonna be a big initiator here. Oh, what a terrible start.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start it at all. I mean, with Toki out of that fight, and you know, the fact that you really haven't committed much at all yet, you just back up.
Yeah, just reset. Reset. You know, the downside is this gives Kansas some time to sort of anticipate what's about to come. So we'll see if they can turn that into something meaningful.
Simplistic looking for an opportunity, a way to come into this fight. But Dennison holding things down. They've got the shatter ready to go. They let it loose, but all it finds is Tyrell's shield. Simplistic is out of the fight, though. Not sure going to see if they can equalize things with a self-destruct. Not going to happen this time. And Matrix out again for Nyansox. But Bencro rules gone. Is that going to be enough to turn the tide, though? Almost 90% on the board for KU. They've got the picks in their favor. This is going to be a very scuffed final fight if the Braves even touch.
Ooh, just the Symmetra trying to get in the front door there. Not enough. Simplistic, it gets murdered on the point as well. Again, I just don't think that the Doomfist really had the impact they needed, but the player that I want to kind of highlight and I want to give focus to is Nyansox again with really good support play in that situation. The amplification matrix was perfectly positioned there in the dojo, exactly what KU needed in that situation, and they played off of it very, very well, despite disruptive efforts from the Diva.
Yeah, just excellent work done there. And, you know, we talked again about how the Ottawa Braves, they looked very much in control before, but that's not the case this time. I mean, this is the first time we've seen a 99-0, right? And,
the problem,
you know, I think this is worst case scenario for the Braves as well. We're going to another brawl map.
Yeah, the problem is they're not able to run the composition that they like on Koth. Now, I think they should be able to turn it around with Brawl, but, I mean, this is a mirror match. It does not get more even than this.
No, it does not. It's going to come down to, I think, which Junkrat gets more value, and Simplistic already finds a pick on Afua. It's going to be an Immortality Field committed, and just look at how much damage has already gone into the side of KU. Tyrell going to be down to half health, but they're going to be able to weather this storm, and the Braves will take control of the point first.
I guess I should correct myself and say, oh, never mind, here comes the re-engage.
Yep, it is going to come back in very, very quickly. I don't know if they even waited for a complete regroup, but it's going to pay dividends as Tyrell already gone, but Tennyson down too. Simplistic letting loose with a Riptide. This could be the difference maker here. Will it land? It absolutely will. Taking out both DPS of KU. That's going to be the Ottawa Braves coming away with the fight win in first possession.
Only first possession. Worth pointing that out. Kind of crazy how quick that re-engage was. I was going to say, I guess it's not a true mirror match, right? Because you do have the difference in the off tanks, but I think that the difference in the off tanks is relatively negligible. Because I really think that it's the DPS lineups who are going to be doing the heavy lifting here. Namely, like you pointed out, the Junkrats are just huge. And we saw that with Simplistic on that last fight.
Gonna be dueling Ant Matrices right now. It's gonna go the way of KU, at least initially. Once again, Simplistic finding tremendous value, but the turrets of Sunseeker strike back, and they're just about to get this wall. It's gonna be a backup, though, from KU, a brief regroup as they reclaim their members.
They don't want to go back any farther than the foyer, though. They can't give up that much ground. And to be honest, it doesn't look like the Braves are really eager to pursue either. So they'll all kind of back off here. The tire from Benko Rules is going to be critical.
Sage Mage, though, pops the sound barrier, and the tire taken out before it strikes. Not sure now. Coming in with a Gravitic Flux, it's going to get a lot of damage in. It's going to open some doors, but KU striking back once again. LOW out of the fight, but not before the self-destruct lands in a huge way. Simplistic finds the kill, and despite some great things coming out from KU, the Braves hold on.
They do hold on. I mean, it was a closer fight that time, but still ultimately KU not able to leverage the sustain. They simply lost a Wasp too early. And they need to be very careful about losing them early again. The supports have to live.
They absolutely do here. So far, so good, though, as they've already weathered the storm that is Tyrell's Shatter. Now, there's no ults on board for either side, but a Wasp will get the sound barrier first. They're gonna use it aggressively to try and push in and really take this space. Get a quick pick early on. We've got both amplification matrices out, but Tyrell wins the tank battle. Simplistic striking back. And even though the point has gone over to KU, the fight again in the hands of the Braves. They'll take it back, and this map should, by all measures, be theirs.
The problem was, I mean, they use the sound barrier aggressively, right? And if you're going to commit to using the sound barrier in an aggressive fashion, you have to win. Like, that's not a lose condition, right? Like, you have to throw that out there. So, you know, rough, I think, for them on that particular one. I don't think they looked as good as they did on the first stage here. And I worry now going into these shadow dives that they're not going to look as good here either, because this is a composition that, though we didn't get to see much of it on Busan, the Ottawa Braves seemed a lot more favorable with than Kansas Esports. Lest I go back to, I believe it was 100-43.
Right, and now we're down to the final sub-map here on Lijiang Tower, and this one absolutely gonna be dive. It's that shadow dive, that six-man dive, another mirror composition, and we saw how this went the first time around. Gonna be an early engagement from Tyrell, but the health pack gonna be hacked for KU. So what's going to be the difference maker here? Uwa biding their time, waiting for the appropriate moment to push out with their main tank. They've got control of this mega room, but the point's unlocking momentarily. Here comes the push. We're going to see a hack come out onto Simplistic. They're not going to be able to help out their team as much as they would like. Uwa, though, already down and out. Early advantage for the Ottawa Braves. They're going to be able to transition that into a huge advantage and take this first fight.
The problem is when you lose the Reaper in this composition, you lose such a critical piece because that's really your main damage dealer. The Sombra obviously has the capability to do damage, but their focus is always going to be generating the EMP and using the disable tools, right? That's what they're going to be doing in the main. So with the minute your Reaper is taken off the board, your ability to effectively contest close range engagements goes down significantly. So he's a piece of the puzzle you can't afford to lose in an early stage.
And Sunsinger and Fua both going down very low, but it's going to be Toki who bites the dust first. Sandberry committed by Sage Mage again. Tyrell going ham with this Primal Rage. Dennison has theirs ready to go as well, but crucially, they haven't needed to use it yet. We're going to see the EMP come out from Simplistic, but I don't think it actually got anyone of significance. Sound Barrier again from, this time, a Wasp. This fight just will not end, Korvik.
No, it won't. It's a very extended engagement. Benko rules and Fua trying to bring it to its inevitable conclusion. Out comes the Death Blossom there at the tail end. Somehow secures a kill. But again, it's not enough, and they just keep going here, Juggle. There's no end in sight. The Death Blossom might have sealed the deal, though, and it does. Fua will clean up finally. But what a long engagement and a draining engagement. A lot of ults used right there. The key one to pay attention to, Simplistic now way ahead in the EMP game. So for this potential repick, or retake, I should say, the Ottawa Braves should have an advantage.
They should, but, you know, to me, there's nothing that really combines with it very well on the Ottawa Brave side. Yes, they've got the Primal Rage, but that's not necessarily a done deal. If they had the Coal, this would be much bigger in their favor. Ella going to throw out the self-destruct. It's not going to find any kills. Now we've got the Primal Rage coming in from Tyrell. Sunsinger out of the equation, though. Big advantage here for KU once again. The hack going to come in on Simplistic as we see a fight breaking out near that mini health pack. They've got a pick on where the Sombra translocated to as well. 43% on the board for KU, and they will hold.
Again, losing the Reaper early, absolutely critical. The other thing is, it looks like Ben Crow Rules is drawing off a lot of firepower from the side of the Ottawa Braves, taking the attention of the supports and the opposite Sombra. Simplistic sitting on the EMP right now, speaking of Sombra, should be able to win this fight for their team outright.
And here comes that EMP, but immediately Sunsinger taken out. It's going to be 3 members caught by KU, but they're still getting the kills they need. Noxter with a self-destruct and a remake kill, though. Gotta love getting both of those. Again, though, KU coming out ahead in this fight, and they're going to be able to get this into last fight territory as well. Sage Mage not to be counted out there. They do have a pick, but, and they're going to use the Sound Barrier as well. They're going to extend this fight even more. Ooh, though, they're happy about that. They're going to let the Death Blossom go. Now KU, they just have to win 1 fight instead of 2. 95% on the board. I don't know if there's a touch.
A poor decision right there to use that Sound Barrier, but there's still going to be some contest here. Tyrell jumping back in with the Primal.
Not going to last long, though. Fu was able to get the pick onto them. Self-destruct going to clear out a lot of room and take Sunsinger out of the fight. Just 1 member left for the Ottawa Braves on point. Overtime ticking over. That's going to be it, Corbett. KU is going to be able to take their first lead in this series.
And on a cost map as well, which I think we both agreed was more advantageous for the Ottawa Braves. So that's a rough one for Ottawa. They're not going to like that very much. I think the interesting thing to note right there is that by investing that Sound Barrier at the end, as we get Ben Crow Rules to play of the game here, but by investing this Sound Barrier when they did, they effectively denied themselves another fight in this one. That's what that was. If they had backed off right there, still at about 85%, gone for the full regroup and push back in, they might have been able to bait out the EMP and then been able to use the Sound Barrier in a more effective manner. But when they committed it in that situation, that was it. It was over. There was nothing they could do at that point in time. That was their most valuable tool, right, to take off the board. And it's a bit of a shame that that was kind of the decision that was made. I get the logic behind it. I know I'm a support player myself. I know what it feels like to be making difficult decisions about when to use things like Sound Barrier, but it really was the nail in the coffin in that particular instance.
It certainly was, and I got to be honest, I feel like things are not looking good now for the Ottawa Braves. I mean, the momentum now firmly in the favor, I think, of KU right now. And another thing to keep in mind is that this was Ottawa's map pick as well, right?
Yeah, true.
They took the loss on Havana, again, very convincingly. And, we both thought that they were going to come away with this map win, but just not the case. And now Ottawa Braves find themselves on match point.
Yeah, it's Kansas. I mean, they've definitely got the advantage right now. I think you got it right in the terms of the momentum game. That said, this has been such a swingy series in the main juggle that I'm not willing to write off Ottawa just yet. Like you said, this is the first time or the second time that Kansas has had the lead. I'm not sure which it is exactly, but Kansas is going over the limit right there, and I don't know that it's necessarily going to work out super well for them. That said, technically when you have the advantage, right? So you should be able to pull it through. The gamble is, you're pushing Ottawa, you're trying to see what they do in a situation where they're getting pushed. Does Ottawa rise to the occasion or do they not? That's the real big question. I guess that's what I mean when they're kind of pushing it over the edge.
Right. It's all going to be time to tell. And, I think a very crucial thing here, again, is going to be the map pick, right? Again, the Ottawa Braves, they've got an opportunity to put it back in their favor, but they can't, I think, mess this up. I think this might be frankly, I think this is absolutely their most crucial map pick of the evening. So I think a lot is going to be known about how this is going to play out once we get that in. We will be heading to a hybrid map as well. So Kings Row off the table already. I forget what was banned earlier as well in that same breath.
It was Blizzard World that was banned in that particular setup. So we won't be seeing Blizzard World. We're going to get a confirmation of what the map is. But going into hybrid, it looks like they've banned Eichenwald. So it looks like Numbani will be the pick. Ball map, I think, is what that says to me. Play a lot of ball, play that kind of Sigma that you guys like, get back to form. To a certain extent, that's the compositions that favored them. It's also the composition that hasn't really appeared in either of these last two maps, and I think that's one of the reasons why Ottawa is losing. So Kansas should be careful. They should have something in their back pocket to kind of be prepared for that particular scenario when the ball comes out. But again, is it going to be enough? That's the question. Is bringing back the ball going to be enough? That's the question that I got to ask.
Right. Is it? That's a very, very good question because, again, I think something that you really have to take into account, especially in Overwatch, is the mental game too, right?
Yeah.
We're only seeing what's happening, the action of it as well, but there's a lot to be said about momentum in this game. And again, swung firmly in Kansas' favor right now. So, this is tough. This is the do or die moment for the Ottawa Braves. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm always a big kind of advocate of the psychological aspect of these matches, right? Like these aren't pro players necessarily, and they certainly practice. They don't practice so much though that this is like their profession, right? And so I think that there does come a point in time where mental has to enter into the calculation. And look at it this way: it's been a very close match, right? Back and forth. It's a lot of history. It's essentially a rivalry for these teams. It's late. I mean, it's quite late now over in Kansas. I think it's probably about almost midnight. You've been playing for a long time. You've been prepping for a long time. Your mind has been on this game for a long time. And this really is, the moment where your will and your determination is tested. So you brought up a very, very valid point right there. And I think it's one that we shouldn't overlook in this scenario. Now, is Numbani a map that you go back to and it makes you feel comforted? I don't necessarily know. The ball's not coming out. You're running a Torbjorn on attack. I'm assuming that's going to swap here in a second. But Kansas Esports, they got a defense prepped to make the ball dive a little bit more rough, right? They've got the Torbjorn, they've got the Soldier 76, and they've got a counter dive to boot. So those are all things to kind of put in the column of Kansas here to get started.
I have to agree wholeheartedly. I think that Kansas, at least if what's being flirted with and spawned by the Braves, Kansas I think has the advantage here. They're gonna try and run this brawl into this dive, and I just think they're gonna get picked apart on their way there. But we're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be a high ground rotation coming out from the Braves. they're going to have to make sure they don't eat an anti-nade from Swirlhawk, because if they do, the Denizen can just dive in furiously with that Tesla cannon. Swirlhawk, they weren't able to get that anti-nade to hit first time around, but a lot of damage going into Toki, forced to use that immortality field, but Ella going down very low as well. She has to get healed back up so they can continue to dive. There's the nade that they needed to hit. Now, Denizen, they need to follow up on it quickly, but they're just not able to. They didn't have the jump pack ready, so Ottawa able to shake that off with impunity. Now, Denizen backing off again because they have that Discord on them. It's going to be both Torb turrets out of the equation, but Kansas Esports down very, very low. Ben Crow rules with just a sliver of health. Denizen doing everything they can to hold on to this point. No pick still. Will the Deadeye change that? It's looking to, but no skull and crossbones in sight. A lot of zoning going on. Yansex finally breaking the stalemate, taking Notcher out of the fight, but the huge shatter gonna land, but before Tyrell can do anything about it, they're taken out of the fight. Bua coming in with the tack visor. That's gonna be the end of that engagement.
What a weird Nimbani.
Yeah.
I might just be tired, like my brain's a little fried, but this is weird. This is one of the weirdest ones I think I've ever seen. Simplistic in on the Torbjorn is such a strange choice from the Braves. Now, if they can get the turret down and contest, okay, I get it, right? Like the turret is there as backup firepower, but it's a weird setup and a lot of ults now coming online for both of these squads that could really shift the delta towards other end. Not Sir being the most important one, I think.
They're going to start things out with that Gravitic Flux Nano Boost committed now to Denizen. Simplistic out of the fight already, but they got that Molten Core off. It doesn't look like it's going to have a terribly large impact on the fight, though. Denizen going to see if they can build up this Primal Rage and maybe knock a few people off the map. Yansox tried to do that as well with a whip shot. Not going to matter. KU coming up with the fight win again, and just a minute and a half left on the clock for the Braves.
It's broken. I think that we might be seeing the kind of last hurrah of the Ottawa Braves here. I don't necessarily know that they're gonna, they're definitely gonna lose, but I just don't think they have the tools to break this defense open. There's nothing to oppose the opposite high ground, and I think that's one of the biggest problems here is just Fuwa and to a certain extent Benkro rules and even Swirlhawk. They're just sitting up there uncontested, pumping damage in, and there's nobody to really push it back.
Yeah, you're right, and there's no way for them to get there and to start to push back either. It's going to be another massive anti-nade coming in from Swirlhawk, but this time Sunsinger going to be able to take Denizen out of the fight. This is an opening for the Braves. Potentially push out a point and start to contest it, start to build up percentage. Sunsinger has the Deadeye. They're going to pop it. Going to be Swirlhawk down and out of the fight, but Ella taking out Sunsinger before the Deadeye lands. Now Fua with an uncontested tack visor as well. The Ottawa Braves just hiding as best they can, but the turret strikes. Ella gone. Tyrell hits the shatter as well. The Ottawa Braves, they're coming back in this. They're at least going to get a tick. Most likely all three.
Yeah, I think they will get all three. And you know what? Absolute credit to the Braves. That was really smart. They played that very intelligently. And I'll explain why after this fight.
It's going to be Denizen trying to get things going, but the Nano Boost not going to do enough. Handing that point over to the Ottawa Braves.
So what was really smart about that, and I think they were in very dire straits right there, so I stand by my assessment that I like I said, I didn't know for sure they were going to lose, but it looked like it. But pulling it into that cubby hole, somewhere safe, right, for your supports to play out of was brilliant. I mean, that was a really good call. I don't know what member of the Ottawa Braves thought that idea up, but putting the turret there and putting your supports there and basically playing out of that as a den was really, really, really well done. It took away the key advantage that Kansas had for basically zero resource investment. So credit where credit is due.
It's going to be dueling Molten Cores committed by both sides. One pick for each as well, but Ella out of their mech. That's going to cause a lot of problems. An anti-nade hits again from Swirlhawk. Swirl has just been nasty with these on this map. That allows Yansox to just continue to raid boss, push forward, find the kills that they need, and stop the progression of the Braves.
You like the aggression coming out of the NECC right there, by the way, just kind of shoving forward with Fuwa in the back seat, you know, and pumping in the pulse rifle shots the entire time. Really good bit of aggression, good bit of control there from the support player.
Gonna be Fuwa using that TOC visor from the high ground, but did they use it a little too early? They don't get a kill, they don't find the value they need, and now Toki gonna be able to strike back with this Ant Matrix. Sunsinger has the Deadeye as well. That could lead to two very, very quick picks. Tyrell looking for the opportune moment to use this Shatter. They're going to wait for Denizen's shield to go down, possibly under the threat of that Deadeye. Huge charge coming in, but the anti-nade arguably bigger. The self-destruct lands as well, and the Braves find their demise.
They'll get one more fight. They don't have a lot to play with. They might be able to get the Gravitic Flux out here, and they should theoretically be able to get the Molten Core available as well. Those two ults can be comboed together, as you probably know, Juggle, for some pretty big damage. They also have an Amplification Matrix, which, you know, good control, give them some sight lines, allow them to contest that high ground a little bit. Ben Crow Rule, though, he could make everything worse by using this early.
And it's going to find tremendous value. The main tank, the main source of heals, gone it out of the fight. Overtime committed, but there's nothing left that the Braves can do.
It is not very often that you see a Molten Core so decisively end a fight. That's actually quite interesting. Like, it really is not that common, Juggle. I can't think of a lot of scenarios where it's that decisive on its own. I don't know if there was a breakdown in ult tracking on the side of the Ottawa Braves. I don't know what that was, but what a good play from Ben Crow Rules to get that one out early and do that much damage with it, because there really was no response from Ottawa. They looked completely dismasted right there.
Yeah, it looked like they were such a confident team. I think at the beginning of this, this engagement between these two squads. But now it feels like their confidence has been shattered, right? And they're making, what I would even call desperation picks, right? It seems like their plans have faltered, and they, maybe they had a backup A, B, and C plan, but they didn't have a backup D plan, and that's as far as KU has pushed them, right? And so they're left just scratching their heads now.
I mean, I still think they're obviously a very good team, right? Like, I'm not going to take it away from them. But like I said, that bit of play they did right there to take that point in such desperate straits was brilliant. I mean, it was really well executed. But I do have to agree with you. It does look like Ottawa Braves are kind of on their last legs right here. And that Molten Core, that has to have hurt. Like, I mean, it has to have quite literally tilted some of them just a little bit. Nobody likes dying to a Molten Core, especially when you have a good ult combo play in the tank that you're not able to use.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're gonna have to see if they can use those combos coming up in this next fight, because once again, this is Kansas with their backs against the wall. This is their do or die time. They have to win this. They have to hold on as hard as they can. Ottawa Braves taking some very good, advantageous, aggressive positions now. They're contesting this high ground, right? They're really, they've claimed it as their own. This is a beautiful jumping off point for some of these dives and engagements. Ooh, also already 60% to their Dragon Strike, but that's going to be cut short by Tyrell. One pick on either side, but Ella out of her mech as well for KU. That doesn't matter, though. They find a kill with the Bunny Blaster on Sunsinger. So huge credit there to KU where it's due. They're going to get this point and start to plod through the streets of Numbani, and they don't have far to go.
They don't, but they lost their support right there. Swirlhawk getting taken down. There are still bodies here to contest. You see the Pharmacy just playing over the top deck, trying to burn time right here, essentially, but 5 minutes in the time bank here, Juggle God. That's a lot of time for not having to go the full distance here on Numbani either. That's a scary time bank. And if Ottawa is in a situation where they're already kind of on their last legs, it's going to be really hard for them to muster the strength to pull this one together.
It really is, especially because Streets of Numbani is typically one of the quickest stages to go in any of these payload maps. So there's a lot working against the Braves right now, but they do have a healthy ult bank. They've got almost 6 online, but So does Kansas. We're going to see an early engagement from Notster. Here comes Fua layering in a Dragon Strike. Swirlhawk is gone and out of the fight, though. Bencrow finding their demise as well. This is initially going the way of the Braves. They may have their first of what needs to be many successful holds.
Yeah, just doing the math here. I think you're on like what, at least basically 8 fights that you have to hold.
Yeah,
I think about 8.
6 to 8.
That said,
6 to 8.
Let's say. Yeah, about that though. The thing is, the Ottawa Braves looking pretty good in terms of their ult stagger right there. Their ult economy was solid. Now, the truth of it is, Kansas Esports still has plenty of toys left on their side as well, but at least Ottawa Braves are showing us some ult discipline here at the early stages, which will serve them well the longer these fights go.
Oh, it absolutely will, but they're going to have to get through this tack visor, and
God.
Sage Mage not going to be able to do that. Toki out of the fight as well. No supports left. This could be Kansas Esports coming away with it. It's a last-ditch effort from Simplistic to try and make that barrage strike, but it just doesn't. Notster throwing in a self-destruct that may be, again, the beginning of the end. Tyrell out of the fight. It's just Notster hanging on for dear life on point. She's going to be just demeched as well. And this is going to be Kansas Esports taking home the championship.
Nicely done, Kansas Esports right there. Ottawa Braves, I mean, once we hit that 5-minute time bank, like the unspoken word right there is that that's pretty much impossible, right, for them to win that one out. So valiant effort from the Ottawa Braves. They remain a very strong and impressive team, but just too much good play coming out of the side of Kansas. I mean, look at this excellent tack visor here from Ben Crow Rules. You could not ask for anything better than this from a DPS player in that situation.
Yeah, just tremendous play coming out, and you have to admire Kansas Esports and everything they did to come away with this win. I mean, they got their first lead just in that 5th control map, right? But to me, the turning point was really Havana. That's when things really started to go KU's way, and Ottawa started to falter. So, great play from both squads tonight. Very, very enjoyable matchup to see. And that's just about the end here. We do have a little bit more for you, so don't go away just yet, because Corbett, we will, I believe, have an interview coming in relatively soon. But before that, anything you want to leave the audience with as we go to a break?
Just gonna say, only one person called Kansas.
Yep.
Only one person called Kansas. I ain't gonna say who it was, but only one person called Kansas. So there's just, all right. Oh boy. Anyway, carry on, my wayward son. No, we're nearly done here.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, you proving to be the seer this time, and I'm gonna give myself the moniker of I don't know Stradamus, because I clearly didn't tonight. So great work on your prediction as well, Corbreak. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, he's supposed to do the interview.
It took until the wee hours of the night. We saw 6 maps, but we do have a winner. Congratulations again to KU, and we have a Wasp, one of the support players, in the booth tonight to have a little interview with us. And first off, a Wasp, congratulations. Excellent win tonight.
Thank you. It was very hype. I'm glad we were all here. It's exciting to be with your teammates when you know like that last pick or like the last sleep and you know that no one's coming and you see I think you know what I mean. It's there and then it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm no lie. You gave me chills right then when you were describing it. You know, I think we all who have played this game know that feeling, but it has to be on such a heightened level for you all right now. And, you know, this leads beautifully into my question for you tonight, Wasp. And it's going to center around Havana because to me, that was the turning point of the series, right? It was a very, knockdown, drag them out affair, no clear advantage going to either side. But after that Havana map, everything looked different. What was the mood like there after Havana? Did you all know that a win was incoming?
I don't know if we knew guarantee we were gonna win, but we definitely knew that we were there. Like mentally, we were there. So obviously a win is part of them and us, and we know that we were right there. We're not feeding too hard. At least I was. Oh, actually no, I fed really hard. Ignore that part. But yeah, we were really clocked in, and then this is our main tank, Denizen, very clutch guy there. We had another Swirlhawk, the other support. So yeah, it was when we started hitting those walls, going on the Rhine, and getting clean engages, no huge poke damage or anything. That was a big moment where we're yeah, we're in it right now. And it was just at that point, it was like a train with momentum. We started chugging it up, and then we started blasting through the stations.
I love it. I love that metaphor. Go ahead, Corbin.
I know it's no, it's good. I know it's been a little bit of time, right, since we had the first map here. But going into this, right, you guys had the week 9 game. It did not go your way, if I remember correctly. What was your initial thoughts coming into this matchup against Ottawa? Did you guys feel pretty confident walking into this, or was there still some kind of concern on your end?
I think, well, actually, we played our match against Ottawa in person, and so it was at their facility. And when you're, I guess it's that's one of the performing parts of esports. Sure. I remember listening to Super explain his first time in Owl, and he was saying I was super nervous, super excited my first time, and that it was the jitters. So when we went there, it was new environment. The audio is different, the sounds are different. Yeah. But when we were here, we discussed it after. We're here, we're at home, and we're gonna defend this essentially. So we just it's the train thing. It's it felt like we had a bunch of friction when we were there, a week 9, but this time we started it and then it just kept getting faster, and it was really being about comfortable at your own place and how you play.
I guess my second question, kind of a similar vein, but I'm just interested. So the first Koth map, I don't think was pretty hard for you guys, or it looked relatively hard. Going into kind of the second Koth map there, Lijiang Tower, which ended up being better for you, right? But what was the thought process you had going into that one? Because you had just come off of the Havana kind of high, you're going into another Koth map. They hadn't been favorable to you in the past. Were you guys still feeling like, you said you were mentally there? Did you maintain that throughout that Lijiang?
I know a few.
Oh yeah. I actually started recording my end locally because it was just a feeling after Havana.
Okay.
It was because when you're running 6-man and those those sim walls to just perpendicular whatever, it's when you're doing those things, every little misplay counts, the poke damage, and we really were on top of it with the 6-man, and we were pretty confident going to Lijiang because after the Havana and all how tight we were. We didn't really, I don't think we really cared about the progress. We really cared about how tight we were, because that's what I noticed, at least for me. It's a big difference between lower level teams and high level teams. It's losing a member before every fight, and we did have that problem at one point. But after today, after Havana at least, we were like, yeah, no, we're good. So when we played on Lijiang, we were confident in being able to do that. So first round, it was like the train. Second round, actually second round, like it was a full reverse wash, right? But funnily enough, it was like we didn't take any mental impact from that. It was just we're playing another round, and I'm really proud of this team. We've come a long way with our mental in this game, and just today was a good example of that coming into this match.
I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, it did 100%.
Well, I've just got one more question left for you. We're not quite done yet, though, so stick around. But final question from me. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to? Friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like. Let's hear.
Yeah. So, first of all, I want to give a shout out to my facility here. So, okay, well, they kind of left, but you know what I mean. It's time.
See you later.
It's late, man. It's 4:14. But yeah, again, same thing. Shout out to Chocolate, Slater. Oh wait, Light Wolf, Sun Gang, my friend group, the KU community. It was really heartwarming to like get messages from people after maps, like whenever I was bench or something, and just see them just go, great round, that was so hype. And it was just I forget that sometimes we're doing it for them too. So we did it for KU, and that I really love this community. Sang, as I already said, it just and that's it really. I just wanted to say I came out with the Akatsuki drift because to me this is a reference to like Naruto. Yeah, it's like a reference to Naruto. So pretty much what happened essentially is Pain's village got wiped, right? And then he came back to the Leaf village and he was like, yo, this world shall know pain. And then he absolutely wiped it. And that's for me at least what this match was. We got wiped 3-0 and I was like, we are coming back so hard. And that's what you saw. It was like it was just in my head the entire time. I was like, we need to just reverse it.
Oh, that's fantastic. You did a wonderful job tonight. Kudos to you. Congratulations. And we're not quite done just yet. Corbett and I, we're going to take our cue to leave, but we are going to turn things over to none other than the commissioner of NECC, Jacob Van Ryn. So take it away, my friend.
Thanks, Jungle God. I appreciate it. AWASP, first of all, I want to say congratulations to you and all your teammates there at Kansas. Awesome to watch you get this done tonight. And boy, I'll tell you, it was a lot of fun to watch. But really, for me, selfishly, I love listening to you talk about it, man. Whenever you're done, you got to join our broadcasting team, my friend.
Yeah, it's very fun. I guess just play. It's just coming off of a match and being able to explain to someone what it was. Like you saw it, but man, I think you know what I mean. But it's so exciting.
Hey, I just wanted to send my best. I want to congratulate you all. We love working with you. We love working with your Kansas community there, getting your first NECC title here tonight. We look forward to working with you in the future. Obviously, enjoy this. Facility looks awesome. You are awesome, and we look forward to watching more in the future, my friend. Congratulations. We'll get you a trophy, we'll get you shirts, get you all that stuff in the mail as soon as possible. Awesome, awesome, awesome season, my friend. Congratulations with the title here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That'll going to do it for this broadcast, for Corbett, for Jungle God, for everybody that made these broadcasts possible. Jacob and Ryan saying so long. Now, this wraps it up for Overwatch tonight. Tomorrow night, we head into League of Legends. We're off on the A stream. 5 o'clock, Bryant takes on Johnson and Wales. 6 o'clock on the B stream, it's York University JV taking on St. Clair. But tonight, we celebrate Kansas, and they cap it off with a championship title. Good night, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk to you tomorrow night.